Hey everyone, welcome to another episode of the Jared Singer Extravaganza. I am your host, Jared Singer, and I'm extravagant as fuck. This episode of the podcast is sponsored by Shooter Lube. Join the revolution by going to shooterlube.com and you can save 10% at checkout by using promo code SINGER. What the fuck is Shooter Lube? I'll tell you what the fuck Shooter Lube is. It's to clean your guns, because you psychopaths went and bought all the guns at the gun store. I know, because I can't buy any, because you bought them all. So now you got to clean them, okay? So the military-grade cleaning solvent, well, guess what? Has you cleaning your gun better than ever. I don't know if that's actually true, but it works awesome, and it's super affordable. The solvent's designed to penetrate deep into the pores of the metal, cleaning carbon buildup in less time than other leading solvents, and you can feel good knowing that you're cleaning your firearms with a product that has passed military testing. Shooter Lube military-grade weapons cleaning solvent is simply the best. Odorless, no water, fully evaporates, leaves no residue, no hazardous ingredients per the EPA, high flash point, non-corrosive, does not freeze, non-flammable. Oh, we're almost done. Extreme weapons oil. That's the second stage of this motherfucker. Okay, standard gun lubricants and CLPs. That shit's outdated and it's a thing of the past. Shooter Lube extreme weapons oil is different. With the new cutting-edge technology, we're creating a new level of gun lubricant and protection. Unlike many other gun oils that just sit out there on the surface, the extreme weapons oil penetrates, guess where? Deep into the pores of the metal. Forms a bond on and in the metal that does not wipe off, wear off, melt, evaporate with heavy use, and you can feel confident using your weapon to its fullest potential. Biodegradable, not flammable, non-toxic, 100% synthetic, low odor, non-staining, rust and corrosion protection, and it reduces wear and friction. They're offering free shipping on all orders over $35 with a 100% money-back guarantee. Hey everyone, welcome to another episode of the Jared Singer Extravaganza. I am your host, Jared Singer, and I'm extravagant as fuck. This episode of the podcast is sponsored by Shooter Lube. Join the revolution by going to shooterlube.com and you can save 10% at checkout by using promo code SINGER. What the fuck is Shooter Lube? I'll tell you what the fuck Shooter Lube is. It's to clean your guns, because you psychopaths went and bought all the guns at the gun store. I know, because I can't buy any, because you bought them all. So now you got to clean them, okay? So the military-grade cleaning solvent, well, guess what? Has you cleaning your gun better than ever. I don't know if that's actually true, but it works awesome, and it's super affordable. The solvent's designed to penetrate deep into the pores of the metal, cleaning carbon buildup in less time than other leading solvents, and you can feel good knowing that you're cleaning your firearms with a product that has passed military testing. Shooter Lube military-grade weapons cleaning solvent is simply the best. Odorless, no water, fully evaporates, leaves no residue, no hazardous ingredients per the EPA, high flash point, non-corrosive, does not freeze, non-flammable. Oh, we're almost done. Extreme weapons oil. That's the second stage of this motherfucker. Okay, standard gun lubricants and CLPs. That shit's outdated and it's a thing of the past. Shooter Lube extreme weapons oil is different. With the new cutting-edge technology, we're creating a new level of gun lubricant and protection. Unlike many other gun oils that just sit out there on the surface, the extreme weapons oil penetrates, guess where? Deep into the pores of the metal. Forms a bond on and in the metal that does not wipe off, wear off, melt, evaporate with heavy use, and you can feel confident using your weapon to its fullest potential. Biodegradable, not flammable, non-toxic, 100% synthetic, low odor, non-staining, rust and corrosion protection, and it reduces wear and friction. They're offering free shipping on all orders over $35 with a 100% money-back guarantee, and they do have online support, so if you guys ever get confused or frustrated, reach out. They love to help. This episode of the podcast is also sponsored by Werner Elements. Werner Elements is your partner in growth. You need a website, social media, and a way to represent yourself these days to break out from the crowd. We can help you with that, whether you're just starting a business, whether you're an artist, whether you're trying to showcase your talents, a podcaster, comedian, doesn't matter. We offer websites starting as low as $400. We also offer weekly, monthly, and biannual social media management packages. Let your business work for you. Mention promo code SINGER and get 10% off your first contract with us. Your one-stop shop for all your creative needs. Yes, we can do that. Go to Werner Elements, that's WERNER Elements.com to save 10% Or I'm sorry, go to that place, talk to them, and use Singer to save 10%. Also, you guys, if you haven't already, slap that thumbs up, smack that subscribe button, and punch that notification bell like it owes you money. That way you know when we post new content. It also helps the channel a ton, I'm not going to lie. If you're listening on just the audio, on any of the streaming platforms, please hit follow or subscribe, as well as leave a 5-star review if you're listening on iTunes. It really does help the podcast grow. If you're feeling extra frisky, you can subscribe to our Patreon by going to patreon.com/JaredSingerLive and joining for as low as $2.99 a month. You can also follow me on any of my social media accounts. It's Jared Singer Live everywhere. All right, my guest for today is Jeremy Montoya, good buddy of mine, longtime musician. Known the guy for what feels like forever, and not only has he got a bunch of shit coming out and different projects he's working on, he's actually also singing on my project. So let's welcome him to the podcast, guys. Really excited to have him. The one, the only, Jeremy Montoya. Something's not working. Something's not working. Fuck it. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. We just tested it, and it worked just fine. That's why I never understand this goddamn setup.
It's screwed up on you every time.
Something always goes wrong every time. Well, we're live now, though. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty well.
Sorry for the delay, folks.
No.
It's supposed to all work by itself because I'm too fucking lazy to produce my own podcast, and I don't know what happened. But Jeremy Montoya, I appreciate you being here, brother.
Yeah, it's good to be here. I'd like to thank your hair and makeup artist for making me look so good.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
She clearly didn't help you out, but I'll put in a word for.
I don't know, man.
Next time.
I feel gorgeous.
Well, you smell it too, so.
I actually do smell good.
Yeah, you smell pretty nice, I will say.
You, I always smell good because I like cologne, and I have a lot of them. I collect them. I probably got 30 colognes. You a cologne guy?
I have one.
Really?
Just one.
You're either super into it or you're not. Like, that's the type of dude you are, period. Like, you're either a dude who's super into cologne and you've got 30 or 40 of them like I do. Because my big thing is I don't like smelling the same every day. I don't care how good I smell. I'll get sick of it if I have to smell it every day. So I switch it up, and it's either that or you got one, like my grandfather. You wear Brute every day for 70 years.
I think when I was a teenager, I wore Drakkar Noir.
Yeah? Drakkar Noir?
Yeah, as an adult, I wear whatever my wife gets me. They all smell nice, and I use that bottle for the course of 6 months to a year. Depends on how much I'm going out, so they're lasting a little longer right now. And everybody's got masks on, so I can't smell their bad breath. They can't smell my coffee breath, and I can't really smell their cologne unless they're up on my biz.
My favorite thing is the beard oils now. So you even on a short stub like this, you still use it because it keeps your stuff healthy. Man, especially with the masks now. Like, I put on my mask, and that's got the scent of my beard oil in it now. It's
so
like,
it smells
my fucking
nice.
Mask smells good, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even mind putting it on anymore.
Yeah, it can be how your clothes end up kind of taking on
100%.
your musk. Take your musk on.
All right, so for the listeners who don't know who you are, Jeremy Montoya, you are a vocalist, but explain to people kind of what you've done and how you got here. Give them the bullet points, and then we'll break it down and go into details.
Okay, so let's recall the past. I got in the music scene, Minneapolis music scene, when I was about 18 years old, somewhere around there, 17, 18. My brother, Jeff, took me on in his band Subnormal because it was the nu metal era, right? So they're a 5-piece band, but they were missing something.
What kind of nu metal?
Nu metal. Like, let's all sound like Slipknot, Spineshank, Ultraspank, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Let's sound a little bit like Tool, maybe.
There was just so many different versions of it, from the Limp Bizkits to the Slipknots to the Seven Dusts, that even nu metal is a little obscure, but go on.
So what they were missing was a keyboard guy, a sample synth guy. So my brother convinced my dad somehow.
And what did your brother do in the band?
He was the singer
Okay.
and songwriter for most of the stuff. They actually all worked together a fair amount to write the songs, but my brother was the primary songwriting force often.
And he's your older brother?
No, my younger brother.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
yeah, he was cool. I was just a dork with an acoustic guitar. But anyway, so he convinced my dad to go and buy a Roland SP808. Came back and said, "Hey, Jared, be in my band. I've got this thing for you." So that started my journey. Our first show was thanks to Joe Spanbauer at Sharky's Underground, I think, that I played in. So if you want to talk some nostalgia. From there, eventually, my brother and I, being two kind of lead singer hotheads to begin with anyways, we had a little bit of a tension. I got kicked out of the band at the very moment that I quit. So it was one of those things. He says he kicked me out. I say I quit.
Sure.
So,
Sure.
One of those. Then
like they kicked you out, but you were going to quit anyways?
Yeah.
Or vice
fine.
versa?
Yeah, fine. I was going to quit anyways. So, like a couple weeks or months later, a friend of my brother's, Sean Hill, who was actually more of like a...
Yeah, I know Sean.
Yeah, he was like an acquaintance of my bros, came to their shows for Subnormal and stuff. He wanted to do a Tool cover band, a Maynard cover band. The guy from Tool, right?
Yeah, the singer.
So for those that don't know who he is, Main Man Keenan. So he didn't want to do it because he was busy with Subnormal. So he's like, I don't know, ask my brother. And I was like, sure, I'll do it. So I went there. We played a show at the garage, and I just sang a bunch of Maynard songs, Perfect Circle, Tool, and like Deftones songs that he was on and stuff. And I think the Rage Against the Machine one too. I probably sounded really bad, but I sounded good enough that Sean wanted to work with me. We formed a band from there called Isuna.
Dude, I remember this. You and I played one of those really bad pickup shows. I can almost tell you, because I was young enough. I hadn't started drinking yet. I can almost recite the entire bill, not in perfect order, but it was you guys were headlining, I think. Us. There was a band called Elusive, and there was maybe one other band on that bill. It was at Star Central, and no one showed up. And I remember you, not you, but your band members, Sean and someone else, were playing poker in the green room. They were playing blackjack, or not blackjack. They were playing like Texas Hold'em or something.
They played poker. That's what they did.
Yeah, they played. I think they were playing Hold'em, and Hold'em specifically. And you were in the bathroom warming up or something like that. And that was the first time I met all of you guys. But we didn't like bro down. We didn't like hang out and become friends. It was years and years later. So that's how you ended up going with Isuna. And how long did Isuna last before you guys broke up?
I think that band went for about 4.5 years or so. It was
Wow,
like 2002 to 2006.
So basically about the same. So you were in Isuna the whole time I was in 7 Months of Nothing and Solace and Ashes.
Right.
So you left Isuna and then auditioned for Buried by Hope, or was there another band in between?
No, there wasn't another band. Well, there was always Matnerg, right? That was actually the very first. I should say the very first thing that I did was Matnerg, known for his hits Super Jeep, 14 and 22, Drive Through Slut, and also Motivation for the Nation. So
explain to people what Matnerg is in case they're confused.
It's hard to describe. Matnerg is
it's a musical act.
Yeah, it is. We have been working on the songs for about 20 years now, and we're planning to release them when it's about 30 years. And I wish I were kidding, but I'm not. We're going to release the Nergthology. Matnerg is actually a very interesting individual that I've been working with. Basically, I wrote some music that was really strange, and I didn't have the nerve to sing on it, so we asked him to.
God damn it.
Okay.
God damn it. Well, apparently the automatic scene switcher kicked in. That's how that happens.
Yes. So, should we start over? Should we just keep going?
Just keep going.
Yeah, anyway, so I left that band in 2006, and one of my prime motivators for doing that, my impetus, was just that I wanted to be heavier. Like, I was always trying to write more screaming, more aggressive parts. And the band guys in Isuna, they wanted to go a different direction. They were probably right. I mean, we probably should have kept going the way that we were. But I was angry. I always was. I wanted to scream and yell. So once I was out, my brother and we would hang out a lot, and he was into some really aggressive stuff too. He started getting me into Meshuggah. And then I started looking to do another project. I'm like, maybe I'll try something where I don't write the songs, I don't do all this work and everything, and I can just be a vocalist. So on musicscene.org, if you want to talk about an old website.
That place has come up many times on this podcast.
Yeah. So from that, I found a listing for a singer, and I tried out for it. They gave me the track. I wrote all the stuff. Went in. They had me come in for just a live audition, pretty much. Like, hey, here's a song. I sang the song. I felt pretty good about it. And then they said, well, let's do some more. You want to hear us just our other songs? I said, yeah, but I want to sing on them too. So I sang through other stuff, just kind of ad-libbing, going along with them at the moment because, again, I was angry and I wanted to yell into a microphone a lot. So we did that. They took me in. We went from there. Buried by Hope was kind of we were a pretty decent band. We made a lot of waves, I'd like to think, in the Minneapolis metal scene.
That's where you and I really became buddies.
Yeah, that's where I really kind of found my voice, found my way, and kind of really truly entered the music scene during a kind of a silver age, right? If the golden age was the earlier 2000s with Head Charge and Dodd and all those people back then.
I mean, even my band was drawing well. Banehinge, which was Buried by Hope before you joined.
Right. Yep.
Ginger Jake -3. These bands, we were all easily drawing 500 to 1,500 people on a regular basis to any local show.
Right.
That's what you're referring to when you say early 2000s golden age. I would agree that we were in like a silver age where it wasn't a dark age per se, because we were almost in a renaissance moment. Like our scene, when I was in Dying Euphoria and when you were in Buried by Hope, there was a 2 to 3 year period before that was almost the dark ages of the music industry locally here, at least in our town.
Yeah, that was when Asuna was around too.
Towards the tail end of that, yep, when I was in Solace and Ashes. And you and I in those two bands started off about the same. Like we came in, there was a buzz, but whatever, maybe 150, 200 people. But by the time you and I in Buried by Hope and Dying Euphoria, I remember us regularly playing for 500 people again.
It would never be less than that.
It was like we had finally started to build that thing back up.
Right. Buried by Hope, we'd take out of town shows pretty much wherever we went, except for some of the really obscure places. But I mean, everywhere we went, there was, a couple hundred people out of town. There was like, when we played here in Minneapolis, it was like, 500 to 1,500, whatever that's going to look like. That band was a lot of fun. I learned a lot during that. Met a lot of interesting people, and kind of, like I said, people started to kind of know who I was a little bit then. Not that I'm really that known. I mean, I didn't go to a lot of the after parties and stuff. Like, I would basically sing the songs, play the show, and take off. So,
I remember making you hang out at a bunch of those. Nope, Jeremy, you're not going anywhere. You're the only other singer in the room.
I was so uncomfortable doing those things. All I wanted to do was go back home and play Halo 2.
I could tell.
You were holding me up, man.
It was great.
I need to get back.
It was great. It was totally worth it too, because I got you out of your shell. So you leave Buried by Hope. We don't need to even get into why that band broke up, because it doesn't matter. Well,
here's Bob.
We should give a shout, because it does actually matter. We should give a shout out. Bob died. We don't need to go into why and how.
Yeah.
That's what I meant to get into. That's what I meant to say.
After that happened, there was no
no
more Buried by Hope. We just couldn't do it.
Exactly. Bobo dies, who's your bass player at the time, and the band's done. It's kaput. What's interesting though is Rich, the drummer from Buried by Hope, and Sean, who you referenced. Shout out to Sean, because he's actually watching. He's in the chat right now. Oh, look at that. Look what I did to my camera. Look at that. See?
Trying to show off that
professional.
Show those pecs off.
Hold on. Don't say anything. I got to keep the cam on me. There we go. Look at it. See, that's why we need a producer, folks. Amateur hour. You can talk again. It's just if you talk, it'll take your camera.
Right. So yeah, during Buried by Hope, I met Rich, which is kind of interesting. Like, he came with me to my next project, but I should say my earlier project, Asuna, with Sean, John Nelson, the drummer from Subnormal, the band that I was kicked out of and quit at the same time,
right,
came with to Asuna eventually. So he was, and that guy, he still.
You mean Wither?
No, Asuna. So he was an incredible drummer. John.
Oh, so he was in your original band.
Yeah.
With your brother.
Yep.
And then he followed you into Asuna.
Yeah, I recruited him. So.
Yep. And then. So fast forward back to what we were talking. So you get out of Buried by Hope.
Right.
You hook back up with Sean.
I do. And John from Asuna actually is the original drummer. So
in Wither the Tide?
Yes. The three of us, like, we all kept contact during Buried by Hope because we like making music together. Right. We never, that band, Asuna, broke up very amicably. There's no hard feelings. We stayed in contact. Sean actually moved to Arizona, and we were always talking about doing something again eventually. So, Buried by Hope, we're kind of done. I start working on a set of songs that I had been kind of kicking around since 2006 when I joined Buried by Hope, kind of more along the lines of Asuna, but much heavier, right? A lot of electronics, a lot of synths. I took those things, developed them with my brother and a friend of mine named Jarrett on his computer, which I eventually deleted everything on the hard drive on accident, trying to be an IT guy. So I goofed that one up. Sorry about that, Jarrett, if you listen to this or are listening. So Sean and John and I get together. We start Wither the Tide, which is a lot heavier than what our old band Asuna was, but not quite as heavy as Buried by Hope. It's more electronic focused. We're just a 3-piece. We don't have a bassist. We do everything with synth. John is an incredible drummer. Sean is an incredible guitarist, and his stage show is still great. He didn't wear shoes, and that's kind of his thing. So
I remember Jeremy Blake was a big no shoes guy on stage, and then he converted Tim, my old bass player. I just thought it was disgusting. It's like, do you have any idea how many diseases and the amount of bacteria and germs on this stage? Like,
I'd say the same thing, and I think Sean would just tell me yes. Just take his shoes off, proceed to go barefoot. So
out of your minds.
Yeah, it worked for him though, and it's still probably if he's listening right now, he's probably not wearing shoes. So
That's
anyways,
funny.
Wither the Tide, we're going. John, he starts to get to a point where he's just getting burned out. He's been in bands since he was a teenager with my brother. He gave up playing hockey to do bands. He's just like, guys, I don't really want to continue right now. My heart's not in it for the moment. That's how I recall it, anyways. So John's kind of leaving us. Sean and I keep working. We do an acoustic show where it's just the two of us playing with loops, and I don't even remember where that was, but we started doing shows that way. And then Stuper Dave, if you know Dave,
Never heard of him.
yeah, okay, all right, nobody has.
He was just on the podcast.
Okay, he calls me up and he says, "Hey, Jeremy, I got Filter coming through town. You guys want to open for him?" I'm like, "Yes." So I didn't have a drummer when I took the show. So I right after that, I'm like, "Oh shit, what am I gonna do?" I wonder if Rich is doing anything. So I call up Rich. I'm like, "Hey, Rich, can you learn 13 songs in 2 weeks?" He's like, "Yep, send me the songs." So that is where Rich came into the fold. That's the Wither the Tide that most people know. We went from there. That was like 2011, I want to say, when he joined up with us. That band persisted with Sean and Rich and I for.
And this was really your baby.
Yeah, Wither the Tide. Well, I
mean, you really wrote the music essentially, like
I
the
wrote
foundation.
A version of it.
Yeah, exactly. Right, like the basic foundation, the principle of the song. You wrote that, and then you let these guys take their parts, and they didn't rewrite them, because I've heard demos, and I heard what they didn't rewrite them. They re-expressed them.
That's
almost.
a good way to say it. Yeah.
Yeah, they took your thing and they were like, okay, cool, I'll do that, but I'm going to do it this way. It's the same part, but expressed and executed a little differently, and it made the song feel like a real song that was written by a band instead of just a bunch of parts that were written musically and recorded into a computer on top of each other, if that makes any fucking sense whatsoever.
That's a pretty accurate representation.
Good. Okay,
The thing is, like, when I look for a drummer,
I was either onto something or I was on something with that one.
the problem is, like, when I wrote those songs, I should have had Goro from Mortal Kombat as my drummer, because I would write like somebody can play 3 kits at one time. So I think that's what Rich told me. He's like, "Who the fuck do you think I am, Goro?" Like, and I was like, "Oh shit, I do write too many drum parts."
I don't want to sidetrack, but did you see the new Mortal Kombat trailer?
Yes, I did see it. I love Mortal Kombat. I have played through all of the recent ones. I'm a sucker for that cheesy, campy campaign. The story modes in the new ones are fantastic, and all 3 of the kind of like rebirth ones. We'll get to that. We'll tell some stories about that.
I'm stoked about the new Mortal Kombat movie.
We can talk some Mortal Kombat.
It's
we'll
so
talk
great.
games.
It's so great. Let me just ask you this: who is your favorite Mortal Kombat character?
Oh, well, it changes from game to game. The first game, Scorpion. Second
of
one,
all time, then just pick one all-time
Kano.
favorite character.
I like Kano.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Kano a lot. He's kind of I like him because he's just such a dick. So.
Yeah, for me, it's still Scorpion. Get over here!
Get over here!
Just from the original, old school.
Yeah,
like it was the coolest fucking thing on the planet.
He has an incredible style, and he's an icon of gaming.
Yeah.
So he was my primary, in the first game, but then he's always been my secondary player. So I always have good Scorpion skills ready to go.
Yeah. We'll get into this again, because I know what you mean, though, because I remember Mortal Kombat 2, I became a Liu Kang guy.
Yeah, right. That's how I went.
Or maybe it was Mortal Kombat 3.
No, it would have been 2. He had some hot fighting styles in 2.
We'll
We'll get to that. Let's.
All All right.
Let's continue down because
So-
I'd like to talk more about.
And this is
The music stuff.
great too, because we're getting to the fact that one of the things I was excited to have you on the podcast about is I'm trying to get a certain group of people to start, a small group of people to start thinking differently about our music careers. And I've used your band, Wither the Tide, as an example multiple times. And I don't want to be vague, but I've talked about it on the podcast before. So I'll try to just, and I've talked about it with you, but to just catch up anybody who's new listening tonight and has never heard me make this, I'll keep it as short as possible. The idea is this, okay? Technically, Wither the Tide is on indefinite hiatus right now. However, that's your deal. You can resurrect that band at any time because you write the music with any lineup you want forever. So you can float in and out of any musical project you choose. You are not built and beholden to any musical identity or brand that lives and dies with a band like most musicians. So if your brand is guitar player, your first name's Rhythm and your last name's Guitar Player, right? You're Rhythm Guitar Player, and your entire identity is being the fucking guitar player for Isuna or Buried by Hope. The moment that band breaks up, you are fucked. Your career's over until you join another band. So I've been trying to convince guys, each one of us should have a project that is 100% theirs. They write almost 100% of the original parts of the music, right? You do what you did in Wither the Tide. That's where I bring you up. Like, use Wither the Tide for an example. Jeremy wrote all the music, but those guys all put their flair on it, right? That's what my project is now, the one that you're singing on. So you already did this once. If I can do it, now we have two guys who have these bands where we have our own musical identities above and beyond a band, right? So I'm no longer the drummer for the Tyrants or the singer for Dying Euphoria. I'm me. I do my deal. That means if you want to create a fucking jokey punk rock band where suddenly I play bass, I can do that, because if that band is only for fun and it's 6 months, we record one album, we put it on iTunes and never tour, who cares? It's no longer a waste of time. It's just an investment. If we can all do that, and we all have our own individual things, the scene becomes stronger, because one of the reasons we went from that golden age to that dark age back to the silver age is all at once, all the good drawing headlining bands broke up all at the same time. Like, it seemed like in a period of 30 days, Stasia, Ginger Jake, Bane Hinge, American Head Charge, I'm probably forgetting a bunch of bands, but I also don't want to put bands' names out there that didn't break up during this time.
I like a band called Liquid Sun.
You know what I'm talking about, though? Like, it all came collapsing down all at once. So the only way we can do that is, instead of everyone trying to fucking build the next greatest band, is how about you build your thing? So, like, we'll use Dalton, for example. He's been on the podcast a couple times. Once this band is up and running, once we get my project up and going, we're going to do one for Dalton. Dalton's in my project, you're in my project, but you guys will each have your own projects. So if I died tomorrow, both of your careers perfectly live on. You don't miss a step. You can always just keep going with your own shit, right? And then incorporate whatever you want on the next level. So I'm doing the podcast. Dalton's starting to do some YouTube guitar videos, start like building that online brand again, supplemental income. Because I don't think you're going to survive in this world if you're just the guitar player for rock band X from Minneapolis. You're going to have a day job. And having a day job makes it hard to be a really good musician, because you're devoting 8 hours of your time to make somebody else rich. You're 8 hours a day, you're going to work for somebody else so they can get rich and go play golf every Wednesday. No offense to Chuck. I love you, buddy. I just always reference my old boss because he went and played, and I was just like, I want to go play golf every Wednesday. I usually
try to work
working for you.
I try to work less than 8 hours a day. I'm more of a 6.5 to 7
You know what I mean, though.
Person. So,
you know what I mean, though. And we're already doing this, so let's figure out a way to make it make sense and build our own individual equities. Dan Knight did this. Dan Knight's got B. He was literally played bass for Billy Ray Cyrus. Then him and Billy started another band, I want to say called like Uncle Cracker or something like that. It's probably not the right name, but it was something like that.
I think Uncle Cracker is like the Kid Rock guy.
I can't remember what it, or Big Daddy Kane or some shit.
We'll go
like
with
that.
That sounds right.
Some shit like that. I don't remember, but it was actually kind of cool. It was actually I actually was really into it, and I was not a Billy Ray Cyrus fan on the country side of things. But then he has his own music that he puts out, Dan Knight or Daniel Knight, whatever. Like that's and then same thing, Sean from that same band. He's got B with Dan, but then he's also got Them That Dare. He's got a completely other band. That's basically his deal. He's the singer and songwriter for that band instead of just the guitar player. Well, Dan, you see what I'm getting at here? Like Eric from Via, he's in like 4 different bands.
Without belaboring the point, what you mean to say is like have your own thing that's always there for you.
And then
like
you can
have
do
your own project.
And then you can kind of do whatever you want.
Right.
Or if you're not going to do that, then you need to be in like Eric, like 4 bands.
Right, where you're always in something.
Yep.
So for me, it's like Wither the Tide has actually existed in its earliest form since, gosh, like 2003 or 2004. And it's on hiatus from anything right now, it seems, although I've written over 2020, I have been busy. I've written an entire new album with 9 songs for Wither the Tide. I might have let you hear some of it. I might have let Wally hear some of it too. That's going to sit there. I'm not going to go to record that until everything else that I'm working on is kind of done.
Right.
So I've got a few things that are a bigger priority, and I just need to let that project breathe for a little bit so I can come back to it with a fresh and angry perspective.
Right.
So,
yeah, and then okay, so that's kind of where we're at with Wither the Tide.
right.
And that's on indefinite hiatus, but you just mentioned you got some music on the back burner, so that could come back someday.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it will. It's going to be a while. So
right.
It's just going to take a while. So that band ended in February, right before COVID. I was just burned on it. So it's like a couple of the guys in the band and we'd just been going so long. It's like, I had to be done.
Right.
There was starting to be a lot of tension building for various reasons. And it was time to put it to bed for a while. I needed to be free again. I needed to feel like I could do things without any kind of baggage with it. Right. So I put that away and immediately started on a couple other projects, a few other things. You come into the picture around that time. You start asking me to sing on your songs. I hear the songs. I'm like, well, this is not my wheelhouse. Which, again, why did you hate electronic music? What are you doing asking me to be your vocalist?
I didn't. You offered. I was standing backstage with you, and you're like, so what are you up to? I was like, I got this demo project. I can't seem to find a singer. And you're like, well, I got nothing going on. Send them to me. And I was like, for real? And you're like, yeah. And it started with, I actually sent you a copy of a song Dalton was working on. And then I sent you one of my tunes. And yeah, I loved it. And
when I heard it, I probably told you that I wanted to do it. And when I heard it, it was not at all what I was expecting.
That's hilarious.
I didn't expect it to be like that, but it opened my eyes to new musical horizons. I'm like, you know what?
Why do you, I'm not taking that negatively at all. I want to explore that idea. So what perceptions did you have of me musically? Why is it that that's not what you were expecting? Were you expecting something heavier in that Dying Euphoria mold, or what were you expecting?
I was thinking it would be kind of like punk or whatever your Tyrants band was between that and Dying Euphoria, because that's what I knew you from. I figured there'd probably be like, a little bit more guitar, like busyness, a little more riff bass because of the kind of music you've always done, who you've worked with. I wasn't expecting it to sound so 80s influence, kind of like 80s rock. I don't even know that music. When you were listening to 80s rock, I was using my dad's 4-track recorder to capture audio from Sega Genesis games and NES games,
sure,
and making mixtapes of that and listening to that. That's one thing that's kind of funny about me, because when I was in Buried by Hope, all the guys in that band knew all these Metallica songs, right? So they would just start jamming Metallica songs.
And you didn't know them.
I didn't know they were Metallica songs, so I just start singing. I'd be like, that's a pretty good song. And I'd start singing my own parts and be like, hey, guys, we should keep working on this for a while. I've got a really good part. This sounds great. And they'd be like, Jared, we can't do that. I'd be like, what do you mean?
Metallica.
Yeah. So those kind of things would happen because I'm just so clueless. Like, I know some, like my old man, he was like a country rock guy, so I know a lot of older stuff from like that era because he would play records and things. But as far as like 80s stuff, my mom was listening to Michael Jackson, so I know like 80s pop kind
You know what we should do before we get too far down the rabbit hole?
Yeah,
We should play the Wither the Tide music video
sure.
because we're kind of hovering on Wither the Tide. And before
It's a
we
big part of what I've done.
and
musically.
before we skip too far into what we're working on now, because I got that track loaded up too, so we can play that one for people.
Okay.
Let's do the Wither the track. I'm super excited for this because I've been working. I took the part of the week off to rework the media player, so I am fucking super pumped for this. This is fucking something that I am super excited about. So hold on, I fucked up. We got to go like that first, and then see now it worked. See, I'm getting it. All right, here we go. This is. I forgot the name of the song.
Is it Chemical?
Is it the title track from the album?
Yeah, the New Chemical.
I think so, yeah.
I think this the album was called The New Chemical. The song's just called Chemical though. Yeah.
The album was called
The New Chemical.
The New Chemical, yeah.
Yep. And that
Is
album,
it The New Chemical or The New Chemical? Or is it The New Chemical?
It's The New Chemical.
The New Chemical.
Yes. So, Sean, if Sean's listening, he's got the answer. He appears in this video too, along with Rich.
That's
So
hilarious.
we were
All right, I'm gonna mute these mics and then actually I'll start this first because there's a little bit of silence at the beginning of this one. Brett Yeager made you this video.
He did.
I
He's
love
fantastic.
Brett. I love Brett.
He was the videographer for my wedding. He's
I
somewhere.
miss
I
him.
think he lives in like Alabama or Missouri or somewhere like that. He moved
Yeah,
away.
Kansas City.
Kansas. Okay.
Well, I don't know if he's in Kansas.
Kansas City, Kansas, or Kansas City, Missouri.
I don't know. The fucking thing's split down the middle.
Buried by Hope.
It's
plays
literally
both, so I don't know.
split down the middle.
Yeah, it was confusing. I didn't know where I was playing.
Okay, hold on. Why can't we hear you?
I would like to fire you if you want to be our manager again, though. So this time, let it come from the bottom of my heart, so that I can say, Jared, you are fired once more. So yeah, that song is one of my favorites. That was just a bitch to bring to Wally because, as I told you, I write all the music for that album for the most part. I think I did. Sean had a big part to do with it too, and Rich, especially as we got closer.
You guys were just impossible to manage. That's all I was saying. Is like
oh yeah,
like
I'm out of control.
Well, it was the group. The group didn't. It was so funny because I don't remember who it was. I think it was Rich, but it could have been you and Rich. But one of you fucks was like, yeah, it really bothers us that you like don't come to our rehearsals.
That wouldn't be me. I
was like, that's not what a fucking manager should be. If a manager, and then like somebody brought up something about running the social media pages, and I was like,
that's probably me because I don't like to do it. I
quickly figured out though, you guys wanted an assistant, not needed a manager.
No, I wanted an assisting manager.
Right. That's not what I was doing. I was trying to like build a network and build connections and like work on shit that was going to take 6 months to a year to pay off.
I'm so not hiring you again.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. Actually, you probably had all the right ideas now that I hear it. If only you would have told me that.
No, I did. And I told all of you
this. If you would have told me that when I was listening, then
that's the biggest key is I got to make sure you guys are actually listening, because I can tell you everything, but if you're not listening.
No, we weren't listening. Sean and I just wanted to rock is pretty much all we want to do. Rich probably wanted
I loved Sean. Sean was great. Actually, ironically, I felt like Sean understood what I was trying to do and was more on board with me as a manager than anyone else in the band. Everyone else in the band had like this other version of a manager they wanted.
Yeah.
And it was like, it was interesting because I didn't manage very long, but I kind of ran into the same problems with all 4, 5, 6 bands I was working with. Is like most of you guys didn't know what you actually wanted or needed out of a manager. So it was very difficult for you guys to see what I was and was not doing and where I was being effective and why I was like shucking off other things. I'm like, no, that's not worth my time. Like, that's stuff you need to do. And like I said, the easiest way to say it is you guys wanted an assistant. You didn't need a manager. And that was...
So what you're saying
if I would have figured that out...
Not the manager we want.
No, you didn't need a manager. You wanted an assistant. Like, and if I would have figured that out from the beginning, I would have just said no from the beginning. Like, you don't need a manager, you guys. Is what you want is you want an assistant. Like, you can find your number one fan and do that. Find some dude, find some girl who's a super fan, really smart, educated. That's the person you hire because you're looking for an assistant. You don't need a manager. You want an assistant. But I didn't have the skills or the maturity. Right. Everybody, right? I didn't have the maturity or the skills to suss that out and figure that out until after I was already your manager, right? And it was hilarious because like I was a glorified booking agent with some really good ideas.
Yeah, the thing is like
and they would have worked.
When you got fired, I think I didn't even know that. I was like, isn't Jared... Something came up, and I was like, well, Jared's managing us, isn't he? And somebody's like, it was maybe Rich. He's like, no, he hasn't been managing us.
Rich is technically the one that fired me.
Well, that sounds like what Rich would do. So he would. He probably did it for a good reason at the time.
Well, so. and I had this conversation with Rich, and I've still told him to this day, like, you didn't want or need a manager. You wanted an assistant. He wanted Bill Berry back. Like, he wanted a Bill Berry, a guy who's going to be there dude, that's not a real manager. Like, if your manager has time to be with you 24/7, he's not spending his time building connections and relationships with other agents, booking buyers, fucking other bands, venue owners, management companies, labels. Like, he should be out doing those things 40 to 60 hours a week, not sitting in your fucking van or coming to your rehearsal in St. Paul. That's my personal belief.
I don't think you need to go to rehearsals. I don't think I need to go to rehearsals. So why the fuck would you?
I think it's a red flag because, dude, I do not want my manager, because I've also had managers too. I don't want you at my fucking rehearsal.
No, that's what a producer should be.
Because the last thing, I don't even want the producer there. I don't want the producer there unless we're writing the record, right? Like, because you're not a band member. Like, if we're like in this band, the Rivalry, right? Like, let's take this project we're on. I love Wally.
Wally is pseudo involved in helping finish the songs before we get to actually recording.
Right.
But that's a little different. Is what I wouldn't want is, let's say we get this album done, we go on a tour, shit actually starts doing well, we get some opportunities, and we're like, let's do a second record. We go sit down. Either Wally's helping us write that next record from day one and he does that, or he's not, because he's not the sixth band member, right? And neither is the manager, and neither is your wife or my wife or somebody's girlfriend. No, like, we write the music and then we bring in the manager. What do you think of this?
I should
and
say,
guess what? If the manager goes, I don't think it's good, well, guess what? You better fucking have a great reason. Like what I said, like, this shouldn't have been your second record. This should have been your fourth record.
Right. So that was from our first record, which, as I told Jared, was kind of spanning, a decade of songwriting. Again, half the album was written within a year or two of that recording occurring, but some of it...
Oh, I forgot to unmute the mics. I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. Some of it... That's okay. Nobody needs to hear us. I've heard my voice the whole time, so that's all that matters to me. So
at least you admit that you're egocentric.
You got to be. If you're a singer, you have to enjoy the sound of your voice, which is, at first, I did not enjoy
No
the sound
wonder
of my
it
voice.
didn't work out for me.
Right. Until 2006, I did not like how I sounded. So
I'm probably not long. If I still don't like the sound of my voice, though, I'm probably not long for this world in the form of podcasting.
No, and
either.
I don't like the sound of your voice. So
no, I don't. I think that's why I'm struggling. I think that's why I'm struggling.
No, it's not that. You're not struggling with your podcast. You're talking pretty well. So you're getting out the words. You're saying things. You're keeping eye contact. It's a hard thing to do.
I'm struggling because I'm not already a celebrity. That's the number one key. If you want to,
you're not a celebrity.
If you want to start a successful podcast, the number one key is already be famous,
dude. Okay, now here's one thing. If you are a singer, and if anybody else out there listening is in a band, you're famous in your mind. I am.
Fuck you, Greg.
I'm very famous in my mind. So like, I could play for a stadium of cardboard cutouts and feel just as good.
I'll touch my mic as much
as if it
I
were
want.
people, probably. So don't touch my mic. You
I
need me to touch my mic.
No, I did Ritual Madness last night. Greg
touching.
Mike did me the Greg did me the honor of having me on his podcast last night, and I'm so.
Oh wait, it's Greg Chilton, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ritual
yeah.
Madness.
He was in Sublevel and I was in Subnormal. So we were all and they
People
were much.
Always fuck
they
that
were
up,
so much
they?
more well known than Subnormal. And we'd be like, no, we're not Sublevel. That's the other guys. We were Subnormal, which again
is
is
so funny.
Which again,
that's how far we both go back. Like that's kind of.
Oh yeah, like originally.
We're getting old, dude.
Maybe chronologically. However, I am stronger, faster, better, and if you ask the wife, something else. Daft Punk reference there. But
I was just reading these comments.
Oh, people are talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just Greg talking a whole bunch of shit to me right now. Oh, by the way, Greg, you totally called me out last night, man. I watched part of our podcast back, and you busted me out when I'm like, interesting. Like, holy shit, dude. You motherfucker. You're right. I do that shit a lot. I got that shit had me rolling last night. Sorry, that's a little inside joke. I was on his podcast last night. If anybody wants to know what we're talking about,
I'm gonna have to watch.
Yeah,
this.
if anybody wants to know what we're talking about, go to ritualmadnesspodcast.com and you can find the most recent episode. I think it's number 221. I was just on there last night. I'm referencing a conversation we had on the podcast, so you can catch up there. I'm not going to rehash the whole thing here, but yeah, that whole interesting.
Hey, hold on.
You're totally right about that.
I want to talk to if Greg's listening. I should say also, when I first met Greg, I didn't meet him until it probably was like 2005 or something when I was in Asuna, and I finally met him, and I had different he subverted my expectations because I did not think he was going to be as genuine and kind of a person as he was. Like he was.
I thought the same thing.
Yeah, I was shocked because just like having heard his music and kind of seeing like the shows and stuff, I didn't think he was going to be the person that he was. And I was so relieved to find he was that cool.
Yeah, for me, it was almost the exact same thing. And I've heard him talk about this recently. He put out even a post. It must have come up on a previous podcast or a conversation he had. He referenced something I can't recall. Sorry, Greg. But I remember him saying something about being intimidating or whatever. And I remember he's been on my podcast now technically twice. The first episode didn't air, but this conversation came up both times on both podcasts, which was when I first met Greg, I thought he was like this big, scary dude, and he wasn't. And he took that in the original podcast. We cleared this up on the second podcast. He took that as in like he had built this perception. And I was reminded of this for me, and I want to ask you if you think this is true. Not only was it the music, because the music was so brutal, but he was also part of the New York death metal thing or whatever it was called.
I didn't know that. So
they had the patches and shit, and they looked like a biker gang. But more importantly, it wasn't Greg; it was the people he hung out with. Like there was a couple women, like a couple biker chicks that were super aggressive, and they were fucking mean and rude. Like I would walk up to try to like talk to Greg, and I had never met him before, and someone else in their crew would like chase me off and like try to intimidate me and scare the shit out of me. And it was like, it didn't scare me, but it was just like, oh, these are some like mean motherfuckers. Like these are some tough, mean, like bad motherfuckers,
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I actually ran into Greg and talked to him, and I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is the nicest guy I've ever met. So for me, I had to reconcile it wasn't Greg. Yes, it was the music. Yes, it was the New York death metal scene. But it was the people around Greg. Not Greg. Not even necessarily Greg's friends. But other people that were like... Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, people that become gatekeepers because they're friends of a friend in a band.
Yeah.
And they like
kind of the people around them.
Yeah, and they're like, you can't be in here, man. You can't be in here. You can't be in here. Like that kind of shit.
Yeah, my perception was just based entirely off of Sublevel and seeing him on stage, because I just didn't, I didn't really talk to people. Like even now, like when
he's like the nicest dude.
Yeah, when I finally got around to it, because it may have been that he even walked up to me and said something like at an Asuna show backstage or something that he was at. It was his band called Nokomis or something like
Necromis.
Yeah. Okay,
Nokomis is the lake over in St. Paul.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking.
Fuck.
Yeah. Sorry about that. So, anyways, he played a show with Asuna, and he was playing in that band, and they were pretty good. I'm like, oh, that's the guy from Sublevel. So, and it was just I just had expectations, having seen Sublevel when I was like a teenager, like or early 20s. I just thought he was going to be like this animal, this monster, who would just come and like try to like shred me when not talk to me. So when he did, I was like, oh wait, this guy is actually a human. So which I found later, like when I got to Buried by Hope, having been in a metal band, it definitely mellowed me out when I got to just excise those demons vocally and just shred things acoustically, so to speak.
And you were doing jujitsu and shit too, right?
Yeah, so a lot changed in that time. Like I started working out, I took on jujitsu, I finally got testosterone in my body. I grew a beard and things happened. So that didn't.
So
my
your
voice.
You're saying your balls suddenly dropped at 28?
Yeah. Well, I would say about 25 or 26 it happened.
That's
funny.
A
lot changed for me. Buried by Hope was a very formative band for me again. Just like to feel the level of confidence with it that it helped me to build as a singer, and finding out I can do these things, just pushing myself beyond my limits and working that hard. And seeing the results made a difference. So it changed me as a human and set the stage for what was to come, which Wither the Tide was that. But again, we're in a time when not as many people come to shows to see us. So we get to Wither the Tide ends in February of 2020, right?
Right.
I put things on the back burner. We start working together. I start working with a project called Anxiety Society, which is the keyboardist and synth guy and light guy from Wither the Tide named Adam.
So the two songs that we have queued up from that, and then we have our song queued up, are either of those actually from Anxiety Society? There's Here Kitty and the other one.
Yeah, you want it. That is from Anxiety.
No, you want it.
You want it.
No, you want it.
We got it.
I got it.
You
want it?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, that is from Anxiety Society.
Okay,
so
cool.
that is something coming new from the record, which Wally is working with us. He played bass on it. He's kind of the third member as far as the recording piece. Adam and I came in with everything written, but Wally's helped to really turn those songs into something better than what they are.
I'm just gonna check which one I got queued up in which order, just so we know when we go to announce them. Because we're gonna play some of this stuff here in a little bit here. How do I do this again? I'm confused. Here Kitty is the first one. Okay.
Yeah, that one is from a project that I'm working with called Hot Beer, and that is outside.
Hot beer?
Yeah, that is outside of my comfort zone. I was surprised you picked that one, although I'm not, because it is really good, and
It's a good tune. It's a rock and roll song.
It is.
Greg will tell me I'm a complete moron, and he's gonna say it's still metal.
I felt like it was kind of like Snot. I felt like it was kind of like a Snot song. If anybody remembers the band Snot,
Everyone remembers.
Oh
that
god,
band.
man, they were amazing. That's why I started singing more aggressive music.
Yeah,
So,
didn't the lead singer of that band die?
he did perish,
And that's what
really
Angel's Son by Seven Dust is written about.
Yeah.
That dude.
Yep.
That's
So-
a great song. I think Angel's Son is one of the greatest songs written from like somewhere between, I'd say, 95 and like 2010.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't put it up there of all time.
No, it's good. And
Maybe top 100 of all time though.
yeah, it's really good. And that band, like, that's what I modeled my aggressive voice, my screams and everything after.
After Les Gens.
No,
Les
not
Gens-
no. After Lid
After
Straight.
Les Gens.
No, Lid
Les
Straight from
Gens
Snot.
with their spoon.
No, not after him. After Lid Straight from Snot. So that's
I
what
know,
I
I'm
tried to
just
sound
fucking
like.
around.
And later, Jens Kidman from Meshuggah was my primary influence during my Buried by Hope era.
So you tried to model your scream as if you were passing a kidney stone.
Yeah, I suppose if that's the sound that you got from it, I think I did pretty well. So I got pretty
It
close.
definitely sounds like either that or you're like permanently suffering from a hernia.
I may be and I may have been. So yeah.
Guys, in case you're just tuning in, this is my singer right now. I'm allowed to talk as much shit as I want about his singing voice
No,
because
you're
I
not.
think he's great.
There is a
I
limit.
think he's great, and I want him to sing for my project, so he knows I'm lying. He knows these are all bullshit. These are all hollow insults. They mean nothing. They're basically
they hurt so
I'm
much.
basically throwing eggs at you where I already drained out all the yolk and they're just
Oh, so it's
shells.
egg whites?
Yeah, they're not even whites. They're just
Just empty
shells. Yeah.
Oh god. All right. Okay.
That's about as heavy as my insults are right now.
All right,
That's
well,
about how much weight they have.
they're
to
not
'em.
carrying a lot. So
No,
it
they're
kinda- it
worthless.
tickles and it's gonna make.
I gotta
you
throw
giggle.
them really hard just to get them through the air over to hit you. Sometimes they don't even break. They just like touch you and fall.
Yeah, that's then here we are. And then he invited me to come in tonight. So,
Yeah. Yeah. So now we've caught up. We told your story.
What is our project called? Rivalry or
Rivalry.
The Rivalry? It sounds like a sandwich shop. So
Eat shit, bitch. No, I like it. I think it's cool because the original, you've asked me this multiple times. So what is the point? What's the concept, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll tell you. Originally, it was going to be sort of like a concept band or a concept album. And without going into all the details, on like exposing too much of the IP too early, you know what I mean?
Yeah. you
the
gotta keep
simple-
some mystery.
The simple concept is like it's like a classic, simple good versus evil story. It's really that simple. That's the simple foundation.
So it's like Scorpion versus Sub-Zero.
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, God, Satan, fucking push, pull, yin, yang. Pick your metaphor. It doesn't matter. There's actually a lot more we do with that throughout this idea if we choose to go down that route. If not, it's fine because the name Rivalry still, like, at least is a nod to the original thing I was going to do way back in the day. And half the songs I wrote so I wrote this entire album and it was double this length. But halfway through, I like hit a new gear in my playing and in my style. So the songs that we are working on are the second half of the album because the first half just doesn't fit. It sounds like a metalcore band, like a straight up metalcore band.
Is it like the
Riff
difference in sound
jabs.
between the Wither albums?
It's that drastic.
Okay.
It's that drastic, but not necessarily going from that heavy to that soft or that straightforward to that dynamic. It was just, but it is that drastic of a change where it's like, these aren't even the same band.
Don't alienate me in the series of one album. So-
I mean, you've said that. They don't even sound like the same band.
No, they sometimes don't.
The question is why you dropped the H on the third album when you got back to the original sound. That's what I think is hilarious. And again, I would have gotten fired as your manager because I would have screamed at the top of my lungs, this is the dumbest fucking idea I've ever heard. You're going to randomly drop a letter out of your name? Why?
Who are you?
I took a note from Skywine's page, or Skywind, or I took a note from or a page out of their notebook, and I tried to change the name. But I tried to do it in a more clever and subtle way by simply removing an H. So phonetically,
this
it's
is
going to be
the
same.
biggest waste of your creative energy I've ever fucking heard,
It's a lot
dude.
of shit. People always forgot to write the H, and I was just
Did
like,
they?
fuck it. Yeah.
Okay.
They would always write it just WIT.
See, if you would have started with that, I would have been way more on board with you from the beginning.
That was the reason why. And because initially when I started the project, I started it without the H, and then I found out that I'd add the H a little. Well, I found out about the other meaning, and I added
gotcha.
it. So it was like the Old English wither. And I thought I was being clever in the year 2010, 2009. I thought it sounded clever, which it turns out it did, because people liked that version of the band more, I think. However,
But it wasn't because you added an H.
I think it was. So
Get the
prove me
fuck
wrong.
outta
Prove
here,
me
dude.
wrong. So the third album came out, and a lot of people don't know what happened. We released it in January or February. Even I don't know exactly when, but it's really good. It was sonically our best record. The band was in its top form as a live band during that period. We had become a 5-piece, and we got a really good bassist.
Man, I'm telling you, dude, when I was before and during and right after I managed you guys, it was Sean on guitar. I don't even think you had a bass player.
We did. It was electronic though. It was me just pre-writing tracks on a synth.
Like I said, you didn't have a bass player. You had bass tracks being played, but there was no player.
Nobody noticed the bass player anyways, so my gamble was no one will even notice that there's not a bassist.
Oh, shots fired. Oh, don't let Justin Boney hear about
Did
this.
it work? Did it work? Did anyone notice we didn't have a bassist? Because
It sounded good.
Yeah, see?
But that original lineup, dude, was really, dude, there was something.
The 3-piece?
Dude, there was a vibe. There was an energy. Like, there was something so great about that, dude.
Everybody knew their role. There were only 3 of us.
I loved that lineup. I loved that version of that band, and I hope you can recapture that magic someday if and when you reboot that project, because it's the shit.
Yeah.
All right, let's play another tune, dude.
What do we want to play here?
Well,
what
let's get.
misery shall we subject our listeners to?
Let's do this. Let's get ours out of the way. So this is gonna sound.
Somebody says Mikey Doling is amazing. Is that Ritual Madness? That's Greg?
Yeah.
Yeah. How fast is that Mazda? Fast. Let's just say. If my Native American name would be runs with Porsches. So let me tell you, fast. I put it into the ditch on the rally back in October. I went with the Porsche Club for the Overcrest rally. Another Minnesota podcast, if any of you are car guys, Overcrest podcast, fantastic. I joined them on the rally this previous year.
So what kind of cars are you into? Are you into fast cars, muscle cars?
I like them all. I like everything.
Sports cars.
I like anything that's worth owning. That
Combustion engine.
I love combustion engine. I love EVs. I like anything that gives you feel. Anything that
So
gets
speed.
you feeling. Well, probably
Power.
It can be looks. I mean, it can be purely aesthetic. Anything that gives you that.
So you just love cars.
Yeah. I've always when I was we'll get to the song, but
Do you work on cars?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's why I'm missing a piece of my finger.
Right.
So everybody can see here. It's conveniently my middle finger.
Oh, that one's for you, Greg. That one's for Chili.
Yeah, got my finger stuck in a pulley on a running engine once. Long story. So that's yes, I work on cars. I work on them a lot. I work on rotary engines. I have help because you can't do anything alone when it comes to cars.
You like working on small engines?
I've never owned anything but 4 cylinders and rotaries. So
small engines are kind of a challenge, dude.
If you want to talk small, we're I've had
I'm
RC
talking
cars
like
that are really small.
I'm talking like, fucking small engines.
Like 2-stroke?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had dirt bikes, and I used to ride a moped.
They're simple and they're easy, man.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of guys who fucking can't. They can't deal with small engines.
I
They're
can deal with-
it's not my shit.
I like to think that I can deal with anything. Pretty much, if one man can do it, another can too. So
Why do you love cars so much? What draws you to vehicles?
I just like the feeling, man. Like getting in there, just putting that throttle down, hitting that corner. I've always had more of a penchant for cars based on handling. So my fun cars are
penchant.
Penchant.
Say fucking penchant, you goddamn freak.
It's not penchant.
Oh
It's
my
penchant.
god, dude, you're such a.
Don't-
This is why I love you.
don't try to
You are
screw
the
me on
weirdest
semantics.
fuck. I know you are so weird. I love it.
It's why I love you. You're such a fucking weirdo, dude.
I love handling cars.
A
I've got
penchant.
an Evo and an
I have a
RX-7.
real penchant. You fucking dick. I love it. It's so funny.
I'm trying to culture you, you fuck.
Oh my god. And he doubles down. That wasn't better, dude. That made it way worse.
So, yeah, those are the fast cars that I like.
That's amazing.
Anybody that has something worth talking about or that they like, I'm with you. So let's work on it. Let's make it faster, make it better. It's always chasing the tail of the dragon. My car will never have enough parts. It will never be perfect, but it will always be great.
Nice, dude. I got two Audis. I got a A6 and an A4.
I love them both. I had an Audi 100S, a
Yeah.
94 that I resurrected, and I daily drove that thing. I bought it for $900, even though I have newer vehicles that cost 40 times what it cost. I loved that Audi. And
dude, they're both great. One's the
A4.
It's like the simple interior, so it's not super flashy.
Yeah.
But it's the A4, so it's a smaller body. But that fucking thing is so quick. Not fast, quick.
It's got feel. That's
dude,
why.
and I'm telling you, I can go so... It's like a go-kart. Dude, like, it's hilarious. And then the A6 is the luxury model. So it's not super fast.
No, the A6 is the modern version of the S100. My
it
S100
is so
was the midsize.
fucking nice.
Yeah.
Dude,
beautiful.
I love that car, and it's got some body damage because I've owned it for a long time.
Oh man, they
I don't
appreciate
care.
terribly though, but that makes it so if you are a person who isn't afraid to work on it, isn't afraid to get their hands dirty or cut themselves up a little bit,
Oh yeah,
get in
Yeah.
there. Like
Yeah.
my hands are always scraped up and scratched because I like to take
yeah.
apart as
I
few
gotta
things as possible.
the A6 is down because I need a new. I gotta find an ECU and then I gotta flash it. I gotta reflash it. So I got one buddy who has.
Do you have a Vanos tool? Because that can be.
No.
You got.
I got a buddy who has
All right,
one.
yeah. If you're gonna
But
be a
I
car
also
guy, you gotta
found.
know.
But I also found a place that said they'll do it for literally $100.
Yeah, I take my. Here's a shout out to the guy Shane at DB Performance out in Rogers. That's where I take my Evo to have him tune it. Fantastic tuner. So night and day difference. It was like I took my Evo in there. He spent like 6 hours with it on the dyno, just going at it, like just obsessing over little details. Like he'd do a run and he would gain a horsepower and lose some torques. Then he would do it again, lose a couple torques. Lose a little
you're
bit of horsepower.
obsessed.
Like he went, man. This dude.
Oh,
went
I'm
for
just trying to get it running.
yeah, I listen, the way I drive is different. Like I drive like a grandpa in most cases, but when I drive, man, I go. I hit it hard. So trying not to die. I definitely have flown off the road a couple times.
You like motorcycles or
no,
just cars?
No, I don't like motorcycles.
Just cars.
No, not motorcycles. I don't like
Interesting.
motorcycles. So I had my motorcycle fun and dirt bike fun when I was a teen. So now I like cars.
You
A
think
better
you'll-
chance of survival because I push so hard that I do go off.
So you'll probably never try to fly.
I've flown, but I don't like it. I like
Really?
cars. It's probably a control thing.
Interesting.
If I really knew the pilot and he took me out to dinner, he or she, I would probably trust them more. But I become very nervous when I fly.
Oh no, I meant like if you flew.
Oh, I trust myself. Yeah. If I went that direction, yeah.
Interesting. All right, let's play the song. I'm gonna crack another beer while this is going.
We probably just lost everybody listening after.
Who cares? The whole point of the podcast is to get to know you and what you're interested in.
Cars.
And there's actually we've never
things.
really sat down and talked about cars on this podcast. So there's actually probably
Has anybody spoken about cars on this podcast at all?
not. That's what I'm saying. No.
Oh.
So there's probably a bunch of people that are like, "Fucking finally, they talk about something."
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk rotary engines? My biggest upgrade I did on the Evo was a set of Öhlins for the dampers, and it is beautiful. Here we go. What do you got?
All right, let's get our song out of the way because we're kind of catching up to the present, right?
Right.
So this is a song I wrote and recorded a long time ago, and then we made it sound better, and then sent it to you, and you wrote some vocals.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty cool. I like it a lot. You guys might think this is familiar because it's the I took the vocals out and lower the volume, and I use it under my ad reads. So people might be already annoyed by it, and if that's true, I apologize. But hopefully you think it's better with vocals. All right, here we go.
Revolution without dancing is a revolution not worth having.
All right, so that's the shit we've been working on. Hope you guys like it.
I do.
Hope you enjoy it.
I enjoyed it.
I
enjoyed
think it's
seeing
great. I think it's fucking great. It's got the 80s vibe. It's got that spank. Like I wrote that song and the name of the demo, I always come up with absurdly long names for my demo. Like and this one was called, the vibe is Misery Signals with a chord I stole from Van Halen and a mandolin in the background because it's fucking badass. And the mandolin has not made it back into this recording. Like we've just never put it back. Once we like went hi-fi and we made it start sounding good. This is a pre-production demo you guys just listened to. That mandolin part's missing. There's entire drum sections that aren't right. But it still is so cool to hear your vocals harmonized, Dalton's guitars in there. it's a completely different animal. And I think I can really say that you kind of nailed it right. So now if somebody were to be like, so you wrote all the music, I'd be like, well, I wrote a version of the music. Because now when even though technically my parts haven't changed at all, the parts I actually wrote haven't changed.
Yeah.
Dalton technically just added parts and you added vocals. But I feel like it's changed so much with that color, with that spice, with that flavor, that it's not even the same music anymore. It's a completely different thing. Because that's definitely not, it's close,
compared to the
but
original
not what
demo,
I heard.
it's completely different.
Well, it's not what I heard in my head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm glad.
I can relate to that.
I'm glad.
That's how my songs go too.
I know,
I
right?
hear something in here, and when it actually, the final version that I hear, when it's a song I write, it's always different.
Yeah,
It's never the same.
I feel like I'm always trying to get as close to what I can hear in my head.
Right.
And then sometimes it takes its own weird, wicked left turn. And I'm like, oh, this isn't where I thought we were going with this song. And then other times it's just like, you know what? This is about as close as I'm ever going to get. Anything beyond this is insanity. I'm just going to drive myself nuts. I want to just move on, and I just call the song done.
So these songs, you gave me quite a few, and I'm excited to let others hear. Just
What do we got? 6 of them?
Yeah, just the range of songwriting that's done in this too, and it was really, for me, it was a challenge as a vocalist to sing to these because they're so outside of my wheelhouse with what I've done before too.
That song's
So-
probably the most straightforward on the album.
It is, and that was the first one that you gave me too. I think that's the first one that I did. So, and again, my process for these is like I would just 2020 was an interesting year because I didn't leave the house, right? So I'm like, well, and I started working from home. So suddenly I had 2 hours more in my day, and I didn't have to leave the house. So it doesn't matter what I look or smell like the next morning when I go into work because nobody's gonna see me or smell me probably.
Right?
So I found out that I could just, once I get my daughter to bed, once the wife's chill, everything's good, I just creep downstairs and I start tracking. And I go to that place, man. I'd get myself a glass of wine, or if we're talking we need some deep creativity, I would get myself a couple cocktails, man. We'd go. Some nights I'd go down there with nothing, but just to get things to calm and get into that space, it always helped me to get there more quickly. So I'd go down there, start working, start singing, just kind of make those iterative attempts at the songs. So I would, by the time you hear it, I've probably already done like 300 vocal takes by the time I give it to you.
Holy shit.
It's a lot. Like so when I do my own demoing, there's a lot of, 300 might be an exaggeration, but it is going to be 80 at least. There's a lot of nuance that I always focus on, and they're probably terrible because
You went from 300 to 80.
Well-
I feel like 80 is still super high.
Okay,
It's probably
all
like 4.
Oh no, it's not 4. There's maybe 4 tracks, but the amount of takes and like
I'm just.
I'll
fucking
say
with you.
one word. I'll do one word like 10 times before I move to the next word, and then I'll finally keep going. Then I have to do a stack on that or a harmony on that. So it is
That sounds tedious and irritating. I'm glad we're not in the same room
I
while
love
you're
it.
doing it.
yeah, it's best for me to record and get those demos out when no one is around.
This relationship's gonna work out great because I don't ever want to be in the same room with you while you're doing that.
Oh, by the time we do the final takes, I've already refined it. I've listened to it.
Perfect.
So yeah, then after you do all those takes, you listen. So then what I'll do is I'll record for like an hour. Then I'll just sit down, put the headphones on, and I'll listen for half an hour to it over and over and over.
Wow.
And I'll go
Impressive.
again. Right? I'll just keep singing. I'll go back. It'll be like, no, that's shit. Let's keep moving. Let's keep working on this.
You know what though? I'm sitting here acting like I just shit out a guitar riff and send it out. No, that's fucking bullshit. I do the same goddamn thing, dude.
Right.
I do the same fucking thing. I have probably done 160 takes, and I'm using your 80 because now I don't think. Now that I think about
adds
it,
up
it's
faster
not
than you
real.
think.
It's not No, I probably do double that. I have probably sat down and attempted to record that riff from the time I originally wrote the first version of the idea.
Mhm.
Like, and tell me if you do this vocally. So I'll sit down and I'll be recording a guitar riff, right? And I think I have my riff written. And then while I'm recording it, I'm like, no, you keep doing it. All of a sudden, I'm like about 6 takes in, and I'm like, wait a minute, there's something missing here. And I rewrite it a little bit. And so when I'm saying 160 takes, I'm saying that there's an evolution in that process. So by the time you guys hear what even sounded like shit, like you hear me hit this fucking rim a few times on the drums, You know, because those original demos, I'm playing acoustic drums on those.
Yeah.
Except for one of those tunes. One of those tunes, Dalton came over, hooked up his computer because it had been written for a long time, and I did both the drums and guitars in one take. And he's like, dude, I can't believe you just did that in one take. I was like, well, it didn't sound good. And he's like, you didn't even warm up, bro. You just I fucked that song.
All those
it's
songs,
one of the demos you have.
Yeah,
is
all
what
those
I'm saying.
songs
Like
you
the
gave me
kicks are off.
They're good.
Like if you listen to it, like there's serious fuck ups
Oh,
in
I know.
the song.
When I heard it, I'm like, well, shit, I don't have to try very hard on this one.
Right,
It's
right.
always sloppy as fuck, so I could just do whatever.
And it was just so funny because he's like, well, that was impressive. And I was like, well, it didn't sound good. He's like, dude, you didn't even warm up. You just like literally grabbed a guitar, recorded that song, and then sat on a drum set and played. Like that was it. And I was like, yeah, I'll tighten it up later.
You're
And I
just
never did. I just sent
Jared,
it.
you're just an off the cuff badass motherfucker. That's
No,
all
that
there is
was
to it.
one time
Okay,
after
well, at least one
years
time
of
you were.
after years of doing exactly what you toiling. So no, I do appreciate the effort you put in, and I do understand that.
Yeah.
I think you undersold it for a while though. You made it sound like you just got in, you got drunk, and you just went in the studio and riffed into a mic and sent it to me. That's how definitely you made it sound more that
if
way.
you put it to the most basic, like the basic way to explain it, that is what I'm doing, right? But I do listen. And then there's always this thing where if anybody out there, if we have any musicians listening who have recorded their own demos
Not
at home,
one.
it's not even, I'm sure not even one. After you record the stuff, if you're like me where you stay up late, you're tracking, you're doing the work, the first thing I do when I wake up in the morning, I listen to it. And as I'm about to hit play, as that thumb just starts going towards that play button on my phone, because I usually put them up to my Google Drive so I can just listen to my Galaxy Buds.
You shit yourself.
I'm like, oh my God, this could be bad. Oh shit. Do I really want to listen to this? Sometimes the answer is no. I didn't want to listen to it. But this last year I've been lucky in that, 9 out of 10 times it's been like, oh, well, I actually did something worthwhile. And I think it's got a lot to do.
Everything you've sent me, there's been at least one part I really like.
Right.
And so you've asked me, what do you think? I'm like, I'm not even telling you. Like, I'm not even willing to go into what I like and don't like right now, because I know when I have you send me another version, there's going to be something else. And as what I would rather do is come to you with 4 or 5 different versions and go, I like this intro. I like these verses. I like this chorus. I like this interlude. I like this outro. Now you've already written this song without even realizing it, and I got the best of you without ever stepping on your dick, without ever frustrating you, and without ever even criticizing anything you did. All I do is highlight the shit you did really well. That's why this song blew my mind, because this song, like, pretty much the first version, like, there was like one part where you were a little off pitch, but you were like, I was wasted. Don't think about the execution. I was like, I didn't. This is better than I would have sang on stage. I don't know if that's actually true, but
no, I've seen you sing. It probably is true. So.
I was on key, bitch.
Okay. Well, we don't need to.
I wasn't very.
I was
okay.
I wasn't on key necessarily.
Do you
either,
remember when we did the
Glass
rigged
houses.
battle of the bands with Bill Berry and Dave Hall at that casino? This has come up multiple times on the podcast. We did a rigged battle of the bands.
I don't want to talk about that. You owe me $1,500, you motherfucker.
We ain't owe you shit.
You owe me.
Nope.
You owe me. I'm coming. I'm coming for it.
That's the only time I ever won a battle of the bands. This is my favorite thing. I've never told this.
Yeah, well, I didn't do like you and stuff the fucking ballot box.
I didn't do shit.
Well, then it wasn't. Okay, it might.
There was 37 people there. No, dude.
There were that many people there.
Yeah, but
I didn't. So yeah, I remember. I didn't even know there was votes. Otherwise, I probably would have stuffed the ballot box.
Yeah, we weren't allowed to vote. We were in the bands. But there's like 37 people or something. There's supposed to be like 3,700. I don't know. I don't remember what happened.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be like a festival, and I get there and there was like
it was a festival.
And not like any festival I've been to before.
No, it was a festival that no one went to.
Yeah, by name only, I guess.
So, yeah, maybe it was a private festival. Maybe that's
all right.
The thing.
That's what it was.
Maybe
we
got hired secretly for a private gig, and there
were 4 really, really wealthy individuals seated far away that we couldn't see in the dark, just enjoying the show. They said, "Bring in the bands,"
and I fucked one of their daughters.
Cocoa Puff.
All right, now listen. Do you remember? I love this story because
Jared, I remember.
I lost. I remember.
I
lost every battle of the bands I'd ever been in my entire life.
So have I, except for that one.
Except for this one. It was supposed to be rigged, and I was supposed to lose, and I somehow was finally so good that not only did I defy all odds and actually win, it was while it was rigged, and I was supposed to be the loser. Like, it would be so
Yeah, you were
much...
the heel that night, man. What the hell happened?
Dude, here's the thing is 100% of the votes came in for us. And I remember distinctly because you...
Dude, I think I even took my shirt off at that show.
Dude,
like, once that happens, we win.
But
that's what
dude,
used to happen.
Dying Euphoria, remember we had the Motley Crue vibe. So when we showed up and
That's
there
true,
was
you did.
no one there, we acted as if there was 10,000 people there. I remember running and kicking down all the chairs that they had like 1,000 chairs. So I went like 6 rows deep and kicked down all
That was
the
you
chairs.
that did that?
Yeah.
I was hoping to sit there.
No, I was pissed. Why are these fucking chairs here when there's no one here?
Well,
This
I had
is
nowhere to sit in the
humiliating.
front row when you guys played because some asshole kicked them all down.
Me. And then you went on after us. And remember, you and I had rehearsed harmony parts for one of your songs.
It's because I wanted you
in
to
your
give
hotel
a good
room.
show. I needed you to be prepared.
No, I just bite. It was rigged, so we didn't care. Remember?
I didn't know it was rigged.
Yes, you did.
Did I?
Everybody. Maybe you didn't.
I don't think I did.
But everyone that was on the business
or
side
again,
of
if
our
somebody
bands,
told me it was rigged, I
But
probably
Chad-
wasn't listening.
Well, let's be honest though. You weren't the business side of that band. You were just the singer. We talked about that earlier. Like,
Right.
and that's why you wanted to be in a band like that. Is you were like, I want to do something that is all I do is I'm the singer. Chad was the brains behind that band, and there was a couple other dudes that had their hand in the business pot, the business cookie pot, and they knew it was rigged. We all knew it was rigged. That's what I mean by that. So.
You knew it was rigged?
I knew it was rigged.
Oh, that would have been
like
fun.
because
wish
I
would've
was
done
the
that.
guy.
I would've
I
done
was the
things
guy who
different.
booked our band. So Bill called me and he's like, "Listen, I want to book you for this thing. It's a battle of the bands. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's already predetermined who's going to win." And I was like, "Okay." And he's like, "But there's a lot of money." And we were supposed to win $1,500. You guys were supposed to win like $4,500 or some
thinking
shit.
back, I don't even think I knew that was a battle of the bands. I thought we were just getting paid for a show.
It was definitely
Like
a battle of the bands. And the reason it went south, the reason it went pear-shaped was because 100% of the votes came in for our band, and we crashed your show. Like, you guys
You
were...
motherfucking disruptor.
Well, it was pre-planned. You and I sat with Jason, and I was doing Jason's backing vocal parts in the hotel, and I worked on his harmony parts with you.
Yeah.
But when we went on stage, because it was such a shit show and no one was there, I got drunk, and I went on stage and sang your part.
Oh,
Like-
yeah, you didn't do the harmony. I remember
No,
that being
not
up
at
there
all.
like, why the fuck is he doing his harmony? That's okay.
Yeah.
So
and-
it sounded good with us just doubling.
Yeah,
just doing a double.
because we sang in pitch.
Yeah.
So that's why you reminded me of this bitch, because you said I was off key. No,
I was off key too.
I was on key.
We were off key
but
together.
I was not good at singing.
No.
There's a difference, motherfucker.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I guess it's like
You were a far superior vocalist
Oh.
than me. However, it's a low bar,
Thank
so
you,
don't take
Florence.
that as a compliment.
Thank you, Florence. So I hope you get that reference. Florence, the movie. That's what you say when somebody is a singer like you. You call them Florence. Did anybody see the movie?
Yet nowadays you say thanks, Obama. You just blame it on Obama.
Yeah, I guess you could, right? Yeah.
Or actually, now technically it would be Trump.
Yeah, you could just, you know what?
But-
Speaking of, I'm
the
glad to
difference
not
is-
like my president for normal reasons.
The
again,
difference
so.
was Obama was in on that joke. Like Obama did skits where something would go down and he delivered he'd go, "Thanks, Obama." Like Obama was cool. He was in on the joke. That's the difference. But
Yeah.
yeah, you just arbitrarily just blame somebody.
So if you and I have a battle of the bands in the future, can we somehow rig it and I win this time like I was supposed to?
Here's how we do that.
And we can
Here's how we
pay
do that.
Chad back?
Here's how we do that.
Okay.
I'm not paying Chad a goddamn dime. I won that money fucking fair and square. I defied the odds.
You know what? I
I
wouldn't
was
have seen
Rudy that night.
I think only Chad was upset because he was the one that
He
was supposed to get the money.
furious.
Yeah, I worked for free, so it
He
didn't
was
matter to me.
Furious. He was so mad. And then something went down between our two bands because somebody brought up the idea, whether I'm not going to say Chad asked for the money. I will never imply that because I do not know that. And I don't want to even sound like that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It could have been somebody from our band who was like, dude, we should just give them the money. Like, they're right. It was supposed to be rigged, like, blah, blah. And I was like, fuck that. Like, because I'm from the hood, dude. I'm like, fuck that shit, dude. I don't care if it was rigged. We fucking won. We tied. Fuck that. Like, I don't give a fuck because I had never won I won state championships in every sport I had ever been in. I won at the highest level I decided to compete at. I always somehow outworked everybody and became a champion.
Well, then what
except
happens
in music.
What happens if
except for that one. And then I got my one win that one night. Beating a rig is insane.
Has anybody won a battle of the bands? I don't think I think I've won.
I've
one.
lost every one.
I think I won one that was
Dalton,
rigged, and it turned out I tied.
Actually, you know what? No, I'll tell you exactly. Your band.
Oh, Dalton beat me because he was in -3, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, they lost. They beat Asuna, but not on any other grounds and votes.
Check this out.
I think it's how you win.
Check this out. I remember Banehinge. So before you joined and became Buried by Hope,
right.
Banehinge had won the Battle of the Bands. So Jason Reed, Chad, those guys, they won the Battle of the Bands.
Yeah, they were accustomed to
the following year is the year I lost to -3 in the finals, right? So -3. So Dalton, our guitar player, won one. And then you and I tied for first in our rigged Battle of the Bands. So I'll take that as a victory.
That's a win.
But you also technically won, even though it was rigged. So we're all champions.
So it's like a Street Fighter.
We're changing the name. It's no longer rivalry. It's the Band of Champions.
The Band of Champions. I think we got it. So it's no longer. Yeah, I like this. Just the Champions. Let's do it. So I think that's a much better name. It doesn't sound like a sandwich shop anymore. It sounds like a brewery.
You know what? Side project. The Band of Champions.
That sounds pretty hot.
It's got to be written out like that too. The Band of Champions.
Yeah, I like that one quite a bit. So the one thing I remember from that is like, okay, so if you've been on the road with me, if you played with shows with me, I don't usually mingle after shows.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of just, especially if we're on the road, I'm back in the room because I need to, I when I was like 20 or something, I read an article from Corey Taylor how he doesn't talk to people after a show. He just goes and reads. So I was like, well, I'm going to do that. That sounds like a good idea because after a show, the thing that hurts me the most is trying to talk to people like, hey, good show. And I'm like, oh, thanks. Thanks for telling me it was a good show. We went on stage and did our thing. Thank you. So it's like that's what I do, right? And so in Buried by Hope, I decided I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm just going to, I'll do a little bit of talking, and then you've got 20 minutes to come and talk to me after a show. I'll be over at the merch, and then I'm out of here. I'm going away. I'm going to disappear. I'm not going to speak. So I would go back to the room. I'd play my DS. I think at that time we were in 2008 or 2009. So I was probably playing my PSP or Nintendo DS. I just go back to the room. In that particular show, at the rigged Battle of Bands, it was actually not rigged because the rigging didn't work out the way it was rigged to work because you tied when apparently I should have won.
Yeah, that's because I'm a superhero.
No.
Go on.
So how rigged is it if the rigging didn't happen? Maybe it was, oh, dude, this is a rigged rigging. It was the rigging.
I unrigged the rigging. That's what happened.
No, I think you rigged the rigging. So that's what I think happened. So
no,
anyways,
I defied the odds.
Actually, I like that.
I'm a superhero.
You are some kind of Battle of the Bands superhero.
I am.
Oh, because you know what? I know Battle of the Bands had been rigged because I had my first loss to a rigged Battle of the Bands up against Rich and Wally in like 2002 when
Bill Berry booked it, and
right,
then put Skyone down
and Subnormal, and I was like, well, but we did so well, and like we brought so many people. How the fuck did we lose? Oh, and
Dalton definitely
later
didn't cheat when they won when -3 won. I'll tell you how they won. They were smart. They brought in
a bus,
2 party buses.
I remember. We brought 4 party buses, but all of them, the drivers got DUIs on the way there, so they didn't make it. So that was because we tried to liquor them up to let more people onto the bus than was the capacity. It didn't work out in the end. So what I remember from that show, though, is I went back. I was in my hotel room, played DS for a while, fell asleep. All of a sudden, I get waked up to a smack in the face. I'm like, what? I open my eyes. There's you. You're like, come party with me, bitch. We're going to bang some bitches. And I was like, what the fuck?
That's Jared Lee Roth for you.
And I'm like, Mr. Roth, I'm trying to sleep here. And then you took you're like, oh, come on, let's fight. You tried to take a swing at me, and I just, like, that was when I was in my jujitsu kind of like.
I don't think this happened.
Oh, this happened.
And
you stopped, and you looked, and here's what happened. This did happen. This is something that I remember. You stopped, and you looked as I had your hand, as you tried to punch me that second time. and you looked at me and you thought about a fight, and I looked at you and we both thought about a fight, and then we both had a big smile, and then I got up and then you brought Cocoa Puff around at some point.
No, she was around. She was trying to fuck Ray.
Was she there with you?
She was not. Everyone keeps thinking this. Like, no,
let me say that's
she
the
was
first
trying
time
to fuck Ryan.
That's
No,
the first time anyone's woken me up with a closed fist punch to the face, and God,
that
damn,
didn't
felt kinda
happen.
good.
You're making
Might have been a
shit
slap.
up.
Oh, this happened.
It didn't happen.
This happened.
No, she was not with me. She was trying to fuck Rain all night.
But she ended up with you.
I think I did end up banging that girl.
She was a very, very kind lady. I liked her.
She was actually kind of cute,
She
if I
was
remember
nice.
right. She was decent looking.
You should find her on Facebook. Hit her up.
No,
say,
I'm married.
I know, but you can still talk to her and say,
No, I can't.
not even a
No.
little bit.
No. This is
even one.
preposterous. What are you doing?
Just cyber creeper. See if she exists.
What are you doing? No, this is weird. No.
Oh, I
No.
did it. You know what? I've been leading you into this to get you uncomfortable on your show for the first time.
I'm not uncomfortable. I'm letting you know you're being weird.
Okay. We will change the subjects.
Why would I hit up Cocoa Puff? In any rational scenario.
I don't have a good reason. I really don't. So
You're being preposterous, Jeremy.
I am, and that's what I do.
This is skullduggery, what you're doing right now.
You got me. You got me.
This is Tom.
So after that show, then you and I, we hung out a couple times. Like we got pretty close during that era, like the Buried by
Mhm.
Hope and what the fuck? I can't remember your band name now. Again,
I can't remember it either.
yeah. What the hell was it? Jeremy and Rain were in it though.
Oh,
And Tim.
Dying Euphoria.
Dying Euphoria. Thank you. I always that one's always stuck on the
Sorry,
tip of my
guys.
tongue. Yeah. So, anyways, we got very close during that time. You and I have always maintained a relationship since then, and then we get to here where you've got me singing on your songs. And I will say, when I first listened to them, I was very put off by the sound because it was so far outside of my wheelhouse. But after I listened to them more, I started to enjoy them quite a bit. Like they're pretty good.
I'm taking that as a compliment.
It is because it's something that I don't listen to normally, right? But
Well, and I don't think it's just that. I would like to think it's because there's really not actually, especially the versions I sent you where Dalton hadn't put his spin on them.
yeah.
There was really nothing to reference. Like the way I was writing these songs with the riff styles I was writing, like it's not like I could be like, go listen to this band. I'm writing songs like these guys. So even if you were into the style, there's still not a reference. And that's kind of why I liked the idea of working with you, is because I was like, well, if this dude doesn't it's kind of like the same thing we did in the Tyrants. John was like he was into Nirvana, and then he was like into Weezer, and he like was a singer-songwriter, did like fucking folk writer.
Are Weezer and Nirvana bands that you like? They don't seem like they would be that much.
But John was
Yeah.
really into him in the Tyrants, and then Kevin was a hip-hop producer. He made hip-hop beats, and he played bass. And then I was like a hardcore metalcore kid playing drums, and that's the Tyrants. You see what I'm saying? So I learned, like you mentioned with Buried by Hope, like the Tyrants, I finally got to do something I wanted to do, which was every member of the band had the right to tell everyone else to fuck off. Meaning, like, you're the singer and you play guitar, and if I tell you I don't like your riff because I think it sucks, you get to put your foot in the ground and be like, too bad, bitch, I like it. And for two reasons. Number one, the reason you're in this room is because I respect you to do that job better than I can do it. If I'm a better singer-songwriter, then why are you on fucking guitar and vocals?
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, no, you have the authority on that because you're the expert on that. Plus, the more I worry about what you're doing, the less I'm focused on making my drumming as good as it possibly can be.
And I feel the same way about you. If you are going to write this part and I say, Jared, this part sucks, you're like, no, it doesn't. If you feel that strongly about it, I'm going to work with it. So
Right.
I'm going to find the way that I can make this go because you're the one that created that song, right? You're
Sure.
the one that had the idea. You're the one that hatched
Pull
that,
that a
and
little
sprouted
closer
that
to you.
seed. You are the one that sprouted that seed. You're the one that had that idea. So it's rare to find that in somebody when they write songs that they understand, like, if you ask others to contribute, you need to be open to what they bring to it. At the same time, though, as somebody who did not write the song and having been in your position where I've written all the songs in the band, I know that give and take, right?
Yeah.
So it's a rare quality. And that's part of what Lenny said earlier, like, when I ask you, what do you think of this? And you're like, you don't even really want to be asked that. Like
Right.
you'd rather just hear it and see what I develop with it. And if you hear something that's total shit, you'll probably tell me.
Right.
You're like, oh no, dude, that's not good. That's not good.
Yeah, there's that one part where I was like, don't sing over this part. And you're like, good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know that now.
Yeah.
Until I fall in love with a part I've written over that part.
I really liked what I sang on that part, but if you like your part more, I don't need to say anything. I can just take a break.
And,
So-
and specifically, like, we're being a little vague because these people haven't heard this song. So hopefully they understand as songwriters and guys that are in bands or trying to be in bands or have failed to be in bands or struggled or whatever, they understand the dynamics of these things, because it's really about what you have just said, is understanding what it's like to be on the other side of this. So when, like, I wrote all the songs in my first band and it was a really big problem, right? Because I was a control freak. And then I was just the singer in my second band, but I wanted to have a lot of input on everyone's parts that they were writing. It became a fucking problem. In Dying Euphoria, I got really frustrated for the first time when other people in the band wanted input on my vocals. I got really fucking irritated, and I started to not only empathize, but sympathize with the band members that I had potentially done that to in the past. So when I got into the Tyrants, it was like, I want to give you autonomy. Now, I expect you to hear me out. If I'm telling you your guitar riff sucks or that vocal line's weak, I expect you to hear me out, because the same respect I'm giving to you, the reason you're in this room, is the same reason I'm in this room. Like, and we're a team still. So, like, we got to have the ability to communicate and criticize and compliment, but at the same time, you're the expert. And the more time I worry about the fact that, oh, God, I really don't like that vocal line. God, it just bothers me. Like, okay, fine, but two things. Number one, does it make or break the song? If the answer is no, move on. Give your singer the win and leave him alone, or your guitar player or your drummer, whoever we're talking about. And number two, that time you're worrying about that vocal riff you don't like, you could be literally practicing your ghost notes on your fucking left-hand snare or your arpeggios on guitar or whatever. Like, get good at what you actually can control, because right now you're a wide receiver, and you're not a football guy.
No, I played John Madden. I had John Madden in 2010.
Fair, so maybe you can keep up. You're a wide receiver,
okay,
getting mad that your quarterback isn't throwing you the football. You can't actually control whether your quarterback does or does not see you when you're open or all these other things. All you can control is beating the defender that's guarding you. That's kind of what it's like being in a band. Focus on your guitar playing. Focus on your vocals. Focus on your drumming. Don't worry about the fact that this one line that your singer is saying, or your guitar player, this extra little arpeggio that you think is a little too much. It's too busy. It's like, dude, just write your own shit. I don't think everyone has to believe or agree with me. I'm saying when I got in the Tyrants, I finally got to do that. And so now working with you, I'm like, listen, man, if there's an issue, the issue can be solved like in recording, like at the studio when we're much closer to actually recording.
What you're saying right now, Jerry, is why you don't quit. This is why we keep going. Because if you would have come to me and said these things when I was, the 10 years ago version of myself, I may not understand. But now I've been doing it so long that it's like, I get it.
Interesting.
We want, like,
Fuck you, Greg.
I work with you because it's kind of, I think Steve Jobs said something like that, right? Where he said, like, I hire smart people so I don't have to worry about what they do. Something along those lines. That's probably not correct. And it might not even be the same person that said that.
Fair.
But right, you bring in people that do their job well, so you don't have to worry about them doing their job, so that you can do yours. And that applies to a band too, right? Like
100%.
I felt like that in Wither the Tide. Like, I had people that were good at doing their job, and I didn't have to worry about them. All I was focused on through that entire band, pretty much, was
Rich,
singing.
like, are you really like?
Right.
Okay,
Are you
really gonna write a
drums.
better drum part than Rich? Like, give him the
Probably
basic
not.
beat groove you want. Like,
Yeah.
keep the snares in this idea groove. Like, accent these kicks. Like, put a double here. Make sure you syncopate with this. Roll with the rest of it.
Right.
He's going to be able to do that way better than you ever could, because that's all he cares about.
And at the same time, I trust him that when I bring him this song, if the song is good and the parts that I had in there were good, he'll probably do them anyways. But if they can be improved, he's going to improve them.
Exactly.
So
Yep.
that's just something that you really learn just from being in a band for so long and working with so many people and working with long-term relationships too, right?
Yeah.
Where you don't quit. Like Wither the Tide had, a huge break in it in like 2015 or 2016 when my wife and I got pregnant and had our first girl. I came back to that band in 2018 after Maddie and I should say Matt Wahlberg, fantastic guitarist who came in after Sean left in Wither the Tide. We still miss Sean, and I would have always liked to have had both of them at the same time, but it never came to be. Those two worked together and kept the band going. So when I came back to all these songs fully fleshed out, fully understood. Like it was like we hadn't missed a step. Everything was just beautiful. So then we finished our third album, and I got burnt on it. It just needed to breathe.
So that's when we started fucking with each other.
Yep.
That's when Dalton came out of the Navy, kind of in this weird, like, odd, the stars aligning moment. Like like you became available, you had time, because that's a big issue with a lot of us. Hey, I got this project. You want to jam? You're like, dude, I don't have. I would love to, but I don't have time.
I'm gonna make time.
Right, but
I'm
that happens to a lot of us. That really does.
It does.
That really does, especially if you're still trying to manage the day job versus the music career thing. And you have a family potentially. Oh fuck, man, those guys are screwed. Like they basically get one band and maybe their own solo project. That's it. Because they have a family and they have a day job with a 401k and dental insurance, the whole 9 yards.
I will say this though: I do have a family. I do have a day job. But you know what I did? I built my life so that I can still do music.
That's exactly what I did.
I chose a discipline. I find ways. Like, I be like water, man. I find ways to get it to work.
The path of least resistance.
Right. I find it. I get it to work. So now I'm recording. I've recorded like 40 songs over this last year.
But I think you just said something super profound, and I don't want to skip and make light of it. You put your life on this path deliberately to have this ability to continue to do this now.
Right.
Whereas how many thousands of musicians have we played with, not in bands with, but like shared the stage with, been on tour with? Think about
Countless.
it. Thousands of musicians where they were way better than us, but they didn't set themselves up. They didn't deliberately go out of their way to make sure music was always available as an option, and they had to make a choice and give it up because they got married or they had a kid or they had a job offer that was too good to refuse, right? And they were forced into a choice. I know one of them, and maybe he's going to make the world a better place. His name's Joe. He was one of my original guitar players. If he was still a musician to this day, I guarantee you he'd be making $400,000 a month on YouTube with his guitar videos and fucking shit like that, like a game streamer. Instead, no fault of his own, hopefully it works out. He decided he's going to be a fucking scientist, and he is convinced someday he's going to come up with a cure for cancer.
Cool.
Do that.
Do that. Ask Jared, why not both? So when there's something
it's because it's like this. It's like this. Again, I know you're not a big football guy, but this is the easiest way I can explain it. There's a college philosophy in football.
Mm-hmm.
Many times coaches can't choose a starting quarterback. So they'll pull this fucking stupid shit where they try to start one quarterback, and then in the second half they'll play another quarterback, or every other game they'll switch quarterbacks. And there's an old adage in football: if you have two starting quarterbacks, you don't even have one. That's kind of the idea, right? Like my uncle Sam, he's been on the podcast now. He's done a lot of shit in his life, and something he always taught me is you can only have 3 things on your plate and your family's one, right? So that only leaves you room for 2 more projects. A job is one. So that leaves you time for one. If anything more than 3 things on your plate, and you're not going to be successful at any of them. There's only so many hours in each day. So to quote my old boss, you can either try to work twice as hard to be twice successful, or you can try to be twice as efficient to try to be twice as successful. And that's really all you can ever try to do, because you can't make more time. You can't work more hours. You need to sleep. You need to work out. You need to diet. You need to eat.
I suppose the way I look at it is I don't really see things as like a series of days. I don't really look at it as like time in a day. I hear what you're saying, but I do it a little differently. Like there's going to be these events throughout the Okay, so if you've ever worked with me, I never show up on time anywhere. I just don't.
You did tonight?
I thought I was supposed to be here at 6:30.
Nope, 7.
Oh shit! You tricked me. You got me.
No, I texted deliberately 7 p.m. Please don't be late.
Oh, I was early. Oh god damn it. Okay.
No, you were on time.
Okay. All right.
I would have killed you if you were late. Like we
You know what I was
we
thinking
barely
too.
started at 7:30 because we got to take the thumbnail. You know, there's a little bit of pre-production, and I
was thinking
still
to
didn't
myself,
get
I
it
better
all
hurry.
right.
Yeah. So like there's some kind of bullshit saying that I say like my position on the earth is determined by the place of the sun in the sky and not the hands on the face of a clock.
Fair.
Like I'll say some bullshit stuff like that because I just work a little differently, right? Like something's always got to give. I do know that. But I mean I'm a man with many hobbies. I cook, I work out, I clean, I work out 5 times a week. So COVID has been interesting for that. I've been able to up my strength to a higher level than it's been, but I plateaued because I ran out of weights and they're hard to buy right now.
Sure.
So I work on cars.
What do you got? You got plates, or you got the?
I got plates. I bought a tower. And
How much weight you need?
So I've got 205 right now, and I'm out of weight.
How much do you want?
What do you got?
I got a little.
If you could give me like if I could get another set of 10s, 25s, 35s, and 45s, that'd be
No way.
fantastic. Okay, all right. How about just a couple more plates?
I
Just
I don't have
another set of-
anything big, but I
Okay.
could probably hook you up with some extra pounds.
Yeah, if you've got like even 5s or 10s, I would appreciate
I can
that
hook you up
because I'd
with
like to
something.
break a plateau and I'm out of weight.
I got some.
Okay, that'd be good. That would be
I'll
fantastic.
hook you up with some.
I would love that. That'll help me to break a plateau that I've been stuck on for about 7 months.
Dude, those fucking plates are hard to find.
Yeah.
And like, no lie,
Even
dude,
the shitty ones.
I couldn't find any for years, and then all of a sudden ended up with a bunch, like literally more than I need.
Awesome. Yeah, because you need a good mix, right? And
Unless
you-
I want to have like multiple sets of dumbbells sitting around,
Yeah.
which I mean, who does that?
Yeah, which interesting thing during all of COVID, I've been doing my normal weights and everything, but I've supplemented it, being the gamer that I am, with Ring Fit.
What do you
Adventure
do to
on
work
offers.
out? Like, what is your? Do you work out daily? Do you work out every other day? 3
So,
times a week?
I
How
have-
do you do it?
I have 3 major workouts per week: Monday, Wednesday, Friday. These
Nice.
can be moved
Okay.
around if needed, but it will tend to go. I will do a set of heavy weights, low reps, with a higher reps, lower weights. So, for example, yesterday when I worked out, I start out with 4 sets of bench press, which I did incline yesterday. So if I do incline, I'm doing 185, 8 reps for 4 sets at 185. And after I do that first set, I'll do a B set, right? I like to do push pull. So then I'll take the bar, I'll set it down, I'll do the same weight, but I'll do a bent over row, right? So I'll do that, and then on heavy days it will be, and then then I'll move on. Then I'll go to legs. So I do a mix too, right? So my workout goes bench press, bent over rows, then it will go some form of squat, and then some kind of auxiliary body workout like the lift where you put the bar on your pelvis and you lift it up, or I'll do a deadlift, something along those lines, something heavy with the barbell. Then I'll end that with a set of military presses and push-ups, for example. On the next workout, which will be a day later, and this I've been doing the same routine, just mixing up the exercises and weights and movements for 18 years now. So it's been a long time. So
Interesting.
off days, I'll do light stuff, right? I'll do a set of ab rollouts, or I'll do Ring Fit now, which is great for my stamina. So then I can, because I have a 4-year-old
What,
daughter.
Ring Fit?
Ring Fit Adventure. On
What the
Nintendo
fuck
Switch.
is that?
It is a Pilates
Oh, it's a
band,
game?
and it will kick your ass. It will fuck
It's on
you
Switch?
up. Nintendo Switch.
No
$80.
shit.
It will fuck you up. I've never done a better workout program that isn't with my weights in my home gym, because I have a 4-year-old daughter, right? And the main thing is, being a dad, you got to keep up. Like, she doesn't have any siblings, because I want to be a one-hit wonder with this, right? I don't need another kid right now. I don't think there's enough room in my heart. So
That's hilarious.
I because I said something's got to give, right? I can fit one kid in. As you were saying, there's always, and your uncle said you can only have so many things on your plate. I just put
That's
a
why
lot.
my wife and I want to, like, if we're gonna have multiple kids, we want to bang them all out in a period of
They
like
take care of
3
each
or
other.
4 years.
Yeah, they'll take care of each other. Then it's kind of
We're willing to have up to 4 kids in 4 years.
that's the way
Whatever
to do
comes
it.
first, we're done.
Yeah,
Done.
So
4
that's a
kids,
good,
4 years.
that is a beautiful plan. And let me tell you, like, having a kid is awesome. So I have to play with her. I run around. We run laps. We play a game called Bad Guys where I'm fighting and rolling and ducking and diving.
My
and
dream
lifting.
is to have a pair of twin boys, and just 2 other sons, or 2 girls, but specifically a pair of twin boys. and I'm going to make those motherfuckers try everything together. They're playing sports together. They're fucking starting a band together. Because I'm convinced those little shitballs, if they start a band together, if they're my twin sons, I mean, think about it. Every band who's ever started, founded by two brothers or two twins, has always found a legit level of success.
It's a good point.
Like,
I keep trying to tell my brother this. Let's work
Jake,
together.
Whether it's Ginger Jake or Boba Flex or Van Halen, they all work at some level.
Right.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
It's super exciting.
It's just combining forces of a similar mindset.
The Sedin twins in hockey. You know what I mean? Like, it's a real thing. There's the brotherly bond, like a lifetime of nods and looks. Like, oh shit, from 30 feet away, I just saw my brother give me the look. I know what that means.
You bring up a good point that is something that I've thought too. Like, although I thought I'd only have one kid, I think so often, like, man, it would have been great to have a second kid within a couple years of my daughter.
And twins run in both my family and
they're my wife's, not mine. So
yeah, they run in both of ours. I'm begging for twins, twin boys. I'll take twin. Honestly, they could be conjoined. I'm just kidding.
And I mean, some people don't have kids.
They could be non-identical boy girl. I don't give a fuck. Like I just hope I don't have an only child, because that was a rough life. An only child.
It's tough for my daughter,
dude.
Yeah, she has neighbors across the street that are her age that she plays with a lot. Otherwise, it's tough. Let me tell you, having an only child is tough on a parent if you want to be like an involved parent, because she needs a lot of attention.
Dude, I wonder what it's like. It's got to be hell being an only child if you have helicopter parents during COVID.
I'm not a helicopter parent. My
no.
4-year-old
But
makes
hear
her own
me out.
food at
But
the
hear me
stovetop.
out.
She only got burned a couple times.
Hear me out, though, because I wanted a brother, and I'm not exaggerating this, because at like 5 or 6 years old, I wanted a brother. Didn't understand the concept of age differences. I just seen all the other kids who had brothers. And here's why. I shit you not. Because when it wasn't football season, meaning all of summer vacation, on Sundays, when there was literally nothing on TV and no one was allowed to go out and play because everyone else was at church or going to lunch or whatever the fuck they were doing on Sundays over the summer, I had nothing to do. No one to hang out with, nothing to watch, because back then, cable was an insane luxury that if you had it in one room of the house. So I was pretty good about, like, on Saturdays in the morning watching Saturday morning cartoons until my friends could come out and play and shit like that. You know, I had a pretty normal life, except on Sundays. I was tortured to death, and that's how I ended up getting into football, because, again, there was nothing on TV on Sundays. Nothing except old boring ass movies on Fox.
Didn't you have a Nintendo or a Genesis?
Yeah, but I had been playing that shit, and honestly, the thrill of video games was I was playing with a friend. Blades of Steel, Contra.
Prepared.
Like seriously, Contra, Blades of Steel.
Yep.
It was. I like playing and being part of a community. Like, even as a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
That's why so imagine this insanely specific thing I'm saying, right? In 1989, being an only child in COVID, not being allowed to go to school, not being allowed to hang out with the neighbor kids. That shit, I'm worried about those kids.
So let me tell you, my only child,
I hope
she does hang
serious
out with the neighbors.
long-term damage isn't done to that generation.
It's going to be. It's such a formative part of their life. My little girl, she goes, all right, some people
a year seems like an eternity when you're that young.
Yes. Because if you, so listen, my 4-year-old, 1 year is it 25% of her life, right? What's 25% of my life? That's 10 years. So it's entirely different. That is a huge part of her life. So yeah, I send my little girl to preschool.
What's up, Sean?
And we risk COVID every day, right? Which, speaking of, my old man got COVID in between the vaccines.
My
He's
aunt
78.
died from COVID.
It'll fuck you up, man. So,
dude, my aunt.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's fucking terrible.
Let's touch this real quick.
Yeah,
so,
let's get on it.
I'll tell people what happened to my aunt, because it's fucked, and then I want you to just quickly tell what happened to your dad, because they're opposite stories. Your dad survived. My aunt died.
Yeah.
But here's what happened. My aunt caught COVID and then beat COVID allegedly, and they were due to release her. Like literally, I got a phone call. Hey, she's doing well. Looks like she's beating it. She's on the good side of the hill. They're gonna release her tomorrow. 48 hours later, she died from it. Now, your dad, on the other hand, is the exact opposite. He got the first dose and then actually caught COVID before he got the second dose. So did he ever get the second dose?
He has not yet had a second dose. It's
That's
coming.
Fucked.
He has to wait for, like, I think it's something like 14 days after he's symptom-free, he can get his second dose.
So wait.
He still has to have it.
If he recovers from it naturally, because they're not going to give him the second dose now.
They are.
I mean, no, not while he's... Like,
not while he's still symptomatic.
Right.
No.
So if you recover from it naturally, that means you built antibodies.
Right.
So my question is if you beat it and you have the antibodies, why do you still need to get the vaccine? Are they treating it like the flu shot, where we're going to need to do this every year?
Consider it a booster, right? So
like a tetanus shot, like every 10 years?
Yeah, it's just a level of protection.
So it's not like a polio vaccine.
No, it's not a one and done.
It's
it's
not like a flu shot where it's every year. We're thinking of it.
I can't tell you that.
Okay.
I'm not an expert in this field.
Fair.
I do know that how it works for him is that.
Are you sure you're not an expert in this field? You're an expert in every other field.
I'm
kidding.
Not,
I'm kidding.
The only thing that I'm an expert at is probably, I don't know, Mortal Kombat 2.
And
like,
being a big old dick.
Yeah, I have my moments. Let's put it that way.
We're both experts in that platform.
Yeah, well, we are singers, so there's no other choice. It's kind of our obligation.
I was a singer.
I
will never do that job.
Future,
again.
former, like whatever. So it's a level of protection. He does still have to get a second vaccine, and there's not a lot of data on it, right? I'm sure his case is very interesting. So he almost died.
It's like tetanus or rabies. You got to get it every so many years, every 5-10 years, whatever the cycle is.
As I understand, it's probably going to be endemic, so it'll be more like a flu shot.
Because what's tripping me out is there's so many different versions of it now.
Yeah.
That's fucking with me, because I'm like, man, how are you going to keep up with it? Like when are we going to open things back up? Because now I just heard, and I don't know if it's an actual joke, because I heard a comic talking about it.
Well, think of it this way. The mutations can be good. Because you might get something like the Spanish flu, which I can say that because some people, if anybody's feeling woke or PC, I am Spanish. So it turns out, actually.
Aren't you also Japanese?
No, it turned out we did a genetic test. We're actually 24% Native American Pueblo tribe. But Grandpa Tallbear never said anything about that. So I had no idea.
But you did think you were Japanese for a long time, right?
No. I said I played a lot of Ghost of Tsushima, and that's why I drink sake now.
Well,
so
and I thought we had this
Japanese.
conversation once because of your last name, too.
Oh, no. What I said is, like, I like Japan stuff, and that's why I own katanas, and I love Japanese cars, and I took jujitsu, and I said it'd be cool because I could just drop the N from my name, and suddenly it's a Japanese name. So, no, I never said I was.
So what's your birth
I'd like
name?
to be, I guess. Montoya. So that's...
Isn't that...
It's Spanish.
That's Spanish?
Yeah, it's Spanish.
Did you replace the... Did you add a Y?
Not that I know of. So it's all that is like that's the original. That's what I came with. That's my stock configuration. There's no respec here.
Really?
So that's just how I came.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it turns out we're 24% Pueblo tribe and only 14% Spanish, according to genetic testing or whatever, right? And then the other half of me is Austrian, very efficient.
The other half.
My mom is like 100% Austrian. My grandpa's name was Christian Reinhard Schneider.
Ooh.
So he died in prison. That's an interesting story. If you ever want to hear about my mom's grandpa.
Oh, big fan.
Yeah, Christian Reinhard
The
Schneider.
Schneiders, they're very good. They're very good at everything they do.
You ever had a Schneider's pretzel?
I've had all the Schneiders of every pretzel.
Yes, I like to drive my Audi at every moment that I can to get a
every
Wetzel's
little
pretzel.
schnitzel.
Schnitzel is actually pretty good. It's just flat, delicious meats.
Germany, I got weird feelings about
Austria.
Germany.
Austria.
Same
My
thing.
mom's like 100% Austrian, which
Same
I think the
thing.
only difference is that you're more stubborn than a German. I think that's all there is to it. So, where are we going with this? Yes, COVID. So my old man, he survived it. He got all fucked up. He has survived things that I thought should have killed people before, but he just keeps on getting through the stuff.
Old bastard just won't die.
No, we thought we were going to lose him though. It was tough. It was a horrible 14 days because we were like, oh sweet, he's got his vaccine. This is awesome. I'm going to get him out. He's going to come on your podcast, which I didn't tell you that, but I was going to be like, hey, let him come on your podcast. You don't have to broadcast it. He's going to go to Wally's and do some recording there, get another song out because he has done one song with Wally before.
Let's have him on.
He's got some fucking stories, man.
Let's do it.
That guy.
Let's have him on, dude.
Holy shit. Okay, so I'll give you, here's
Let's
one
do it
funny
next
story.
Saturday.
Well, if he can get out. Yeah. So I'm going to take
or
him
the
on
Saturday after.
I'm going to take him on like a world tour once he gets a second
Let's
vaccine.
do it before he dies.
Well, we've probably got 5 years, maybe a little more. We'll see
5 days, according to how COVID works.
Right, yeah, it could come back. But he's out of the hospital. He was hospitalized for 15 days. He went home. He's doing well now. So one story that's pretty funny. Being a Zennial, elder millennial, I was born right on the cusp. So I'm like the tail. Depending on what I align with.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so depending on what I align with, I can choose to be a Gen Xer or a millennial. I know who Nirvana is, but not Metallica. And
Metallica, you
so
dick.
I don't really know about them. So it turns out I'm a Zennial, the elder millennial. Train of thought gone. Here we go. And interesting things can be said about that.
Oh, we were talking about COVID. And your
Thank
dad.
you. Oh, right. Okay. So here's the story. I boomerang back with him. Thanks for getting me back on track. My fucking train sprouted wings flew right off. So
it happens.
I boomeranged with my old man in 2006, lived with him for a little while, and I was living up in the loft. My brother, the loft was pretty big. There was a split when you go up. There's the left side and right side. My bro was on the left. I was on the right, depending on what direction you're looking from. So one morning, being the person that I am, I'm a free runner. I do not operate on 24-hour days. I tend to be awake for about 20 hours and sleep for 18. So that just fucks you up somewhere in there. I woke up to quite the ruckus. Deep in my slumber, I was awoken. A stirring was occurring, and downstairs I heard the voice of a man, listening with all the effort that I can. Opening a door, it lets out such a sound. To myself, I think something profound could be happening downstairs. I put on my slippers, rise from my bed, and exit my chamber. I open the door and yell, "Hey, Dad, what the hell is going on down there?" He says, "Oh, son, don't worry about it." So I continue to hear quite the scuffle. And I just go back to bed, but there's still a scuffle going on, right? But I was up. I've been up for a while. I just came off a serious Red Bull crash, and I've been playing a lot of Halo 2.
And apparently you wrote a poem about it.
That's organic, man. It just happened. That was off the cuff. That's just how I operate, so get used to it. So I get back up, and I go downstairs, and I start making my breakfast, right? I get the wok out, and I throw in some noodles and slice up some peppers and shit, and I get some old soy sauce, toss it in there, hope it tastes good. And my dad walks in, and I say, "Hey, Dad, what the hell was going on?" He says, "Oh, son, well, here I was trying to watch football, and some guy starts knocking at the door." I go and I look out, and I see him there, and there he is. He's got his bike. And this, mind you, okay, maybe it wasn't football. Maybe it was baseball. Mind you, this day it was 110 degrees out, and we lived in Elk River right off Proctor, which is the hot road. That's where the shit happens in the city of Elk River. It's a hot street, man.
Sure.
You talk about a hot street here. So he says to me, and the guy's standing there, and I open the door, and he says, "Oh, is Lenny in there?" And my dad's like, "No, there ain't no Lenny in here. I'm Mel. You're talking to Mel right now. That's me, Mel." He goes, No, Lenny told me he'd be here. My dad goes, "Oh, what the fuck is wrong with you?" And the guy rode up on a bicycle, so he's holding his bike too. And my dad goes, "Why don't you put that bike down? Come on in here. You need to cool the fuck down." So my dad brings him into the house. He invites him in, and he says, "You need to cool the fuck down." And the guy's like, No, I know Lenny's here. Where the fuck is he? And my dad's like, "No, he ain't here." So the guy comes at Mel, and he's like, "Oh, you want to fuck?" So my dad starts, that's how my dad always says fight. So, and I heard that part too when I was upstairs. So he starts fighting with the guy. I imagine WWF grabbing shoulders, rocking back and forth, fighting this guy as they're rolling around the house, hitting couches and shit.
Oh, shit. What is going on?
Why is there a song starting? We were getting into the really good stuff.
Just keep talking.
All right, okay.
I don't know what happened right
So if people can still hear us, it stays pretty funny. So they're rolling around the house, fucking banging pots and pans and running into tables and shit. And my dad takes the guy. Now you could get out through the garage by going through the house. It was like a U-shaped, right? So you come in and you can do a lap and end up out in the backyard. So then I was like, oh, you need to cool the fuck down, because it was 110 degrees. So he's thinking the guy's just overheating. He grabs the guy, and now, mind you, at the time, my dad is like 65 years old, and this dude, I actually did see him later. He was probably like 47 or so. I was like, you need to cool the fuck down. So he grabs him, drags him, starts pulling him. He's like, oh, I'm pulling this fucking guy through the house. Takes him outside, throws him in the backyard. He's like, all right, that's it. He grabs the hose. So my dad actually is trying to cool the guy down because he's thinking he's overheating. So he grabs the hose, and this is one of the things that woke me up too, was the screaming. So my dad, we had a yard hose, a garden hose. Now tell me, Jared, what happens in the summer when you have a garden hose just rolled up in the sun that you turned on but you turned off a while ago? What's in that hose still?
Extremely hot water.
Extremely hot fucking water. So my dad points the hose at this guy, turns on the hose, and he goes, all right, time to cool the fuck down. And he starts getting burned by this just scalding hot water. And the guy's like, just screaming. And then my dad says, so I left the hose on him until it cooled down. Then he got up and he said, thanks. And he ran around the front, got his bike, and pedaled off. That's the end of the story. So that's just a day in the life of my old man. So you'd have some interesting shit talking to him.
We definitely need to have that weird ass motherfucker on, especially if he gave birth to you.
Oh,
well, he didn't give birth to you, but
I don't think so. He had a part. He had a part to play. So we'll put it that way.
He seeded your birth.
Yeah, he had something to do with it. All right, dude. Anybody out there listening to WandaVision, talking to WandaVision, watching WandaVision?
Spoilers.
Yeah, let's do. I just want to talk about it, right?
Yes, let's do this because I got to take a leak. Okay, we're gonna give people a lot of time.
Dude, let's put on an Anxiety Society track.
Yeah, let's do that. Here's what we're going to do. Let's go back to the main camera. Okay, so I'm learning. Sorry, guys, for the fuck-ups on production tonight. We're experimenting with a new media player. Once I get it dialed in, I promise it will be better. It's just how it works on the Extravaganza.
We need to talk some television and video games right about now, I think.
100%. So let's do this. Sean Rush has one question in.
What's he got?
Hold on. I'm going to set this up. Sean Rush has one question in. Now's the time to put your questions in because we're going to play a song, and I'm going to go to the bathroom, and when we come back, we're going to hit these questions, and this is your official warning. Spoilers, we're going to talk about WandaVision because we both have been watching that, and we're going to talk about it. And we're both current, so you don't have time to watch the whole episode. Unless you're watching this on playback, then just hit pause, go watch WandaVision, and then come back. Because you're going to have an entire song as your overlay. Now, you said Anxiety Society, right?
Let's put something on. This is my current project that will be coming along. Wally is the producer, kind of the third member. He plays all the bass, does a lot of work with us on that. So he's quite heavily involved. It's myself, Adam Sespaniak. I always struggle with his name. It's just there's a lot of letters in there. So Adam, hopefully I got it right, and if not, you can scold me later.
Zespeniak.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool name, but I struggle with it occasionally.
It's probably just Zepeniak, but
he tells me. I ask him every time, and I always get it wrong. But it is a cool name with a lot of interesting letters.
How about you simplify it?
Adam S.
There you go.
There we go.
Adam S. All right. So I'm gonna mute the mics and we'll play this tune. You said you wanted to play which one?
You Want It.
You Want It? I think that's the second one.
You Want It.
Tell me if this is the right one.
That's it. Okay.
But my mouth thought of it first. Now I'll have to play catch up. I don't want
Yeah, we took that whole fucking thing. We just sat back down. That's hilarious. Let me bring back up OBS, make sure we're still active.
All right.
I'm pretty sure on me. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Yeah, so that literally entire song played. Shout out to Sean Hill, still watching in the chat. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Make sure you hit subscribe. Show the love. Actually, I think Sean subscribed a while ago.
Sean is a fantastic human.
Dude, I actually reached out to Sean a while ago. He was shooting a music video. I wanted to get him on.
Yeah, you should get him
you
on.
gotta come on, Sean.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sean Rush as well. Sean Rush is a very loyal watcher.
Sean,
I haven't known him that long, but he's a cool dude.
he's asking
Very
about
sweetheart.
Ring Fit? Yes,
Yeah.
I will get there. So,
So are you going to complete Ring Fit Wonders? I think he's saying he's gotten 100% completion, but he might be saying, are you going to finish Ring Fit Wonders to 100% completion? The way he worded that's a little funky, but
No,
I'm going
I
to
get
take it as in he did it 100% completion, and are you man enough to step up and do what he's done?
I will not disappoint you, Sean. I'm working towards it. Recently, because the quest mode requires a lot of additional management, and so, again, with all things in my life, some things have to get. I played the normal story campaign mode for about a year, doing it twice a week because my standard workouts occur on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So Ring Fit occurs for 30 to 45 minutes every time I do it. I make sure I play 3 levels and burn at least 100 cals according to the rating on the game. Recently, I've been doing quick play sets just to focus on a few areas. Flexibility is a little bit of an issue for me. My squats suffer sometimes because of my hip mobility. So I've been working on that with the flexibility sets.
Okay,
so
still talking
Jared,
about video games?
and a little bit fitness. So we'll go a little bit fitness side, but most of the
So
time,
are you like doing squats while you're playing video games?
yeah, it's Ring Fit Adventure, dude. Get fucked.
That's what you do?
Yeah, you do squats to fuck them up. To me, it plays like Pokemon, but you got to work the fuck out. And I play on hard mode, so I think my difficulty is set to like 42 or 46, somewhere in there. When I do the quick sets, I play on hardcore. So
I have no fucking idea what you're
dude,
talking
you will
about.
get fucked up. Come over. I will make you play it. I should have brought the Pilates band and just say, squeeze this. And I could have brought the Switch and put it in front of you. But it is
So it's a Nintendo Switch game,
yep, and it is punishing.
and you have to physically play it?
Yes. You know
So it's not like a video game.
no.
It's like a video game.
It is a fitness companion.
No
so
shit.
I for the most of my life I've stayed somewhere in the spectrum of fit dude. So most of the time you knew me back in Buried by Hope, I weighed about 127 pounds soaking wet. So these days, after doing a lot more of calorie intake plus heavier weightlifting, I've been able to get up to 146, and my current max bench is 205 on the flat. But I do that for 8 reps for 4 sets. So I don't know what my max is right now. I used to go to LA Fitness, and I had a trainer when I went to Experience where I actually was able to max at 215, but that was back in 2017. So I may be somewhere around there now. My squats, I'm right now at 205 on a just standard, shoulder, like put it on the shoulders. My front squat.
So wait a minute. Are we still talking about video games?
Yes. And Ring Fit helps me to do these things. It's a supplement to my heavy weightlifting.
So what do you do? Like attach the Wii remotes to the fucking barbell?
So Ring Fit itself comes with a Pilates band, like basically a circle, a resistance circle, right? And you put one of the Joy-Cons into there, and then you have like a thing that wraps around your leg too.
Sure.
And you are put through a grueling, like, if you tell me this game doesn't fuck you up, you are full of shit. Because the first time I did it,
I think I'm starting to wrap my head around this now.
Yeah,
okay.
it's something. So so basically it uses all of the accelerometers plus all the additional pieces that locate where you're at in the room to put you through a grueling workout. So anybody out there, if you say you can't work out during COVID, that's not true.
Buy a fucking Wii.
Buy a Nintendo Switch and get Ring Fit, and
Switch,
you will
sorry.
get fit as fuck. Like you will be able to keep up with 4-year-olds. So
just play this video.
That's all you got to do. Just half an hour a day, just do 3 levels every single day, and you will be rocking. Like, you'll be so fit if you don't know what to do. So yeah,
Before I met my wife, I dated a girl who was super into. I think it was for the Wii, because I don't think the Switch was it called Zumba?
Yes, there was a Zumba. There was a Zumba
she
game on Wii.
raved about that.
Yeah.
That same thing.
Oh, they're so much better now. They were good.
I
then,
get
but
that.
wow.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting at is like I saw what she was doing, and like every once in a while I would like because she did it in the living room, and I'd be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
And I'd watch, and I'd be like, "Okay, I kind of see like the cardio advantage here. It's basically like regimented dancing, moving specific muscles. Like, okay, I can kind of see this. Like,
Yeah.
it's a way to make it fun, interactive. Like, okay, I bet." So what you're talking is just dramatically more elaborate.
It's
than
so
that.
much more advanced. And so now I say I do the heavy weightlifting and the barbell and everything. That's if I do just that, my 4-year-old is going to kill me asking to keep up with her, like to go run around the house and do 80 laps around our kitchen island. You got to maintain the endurance too, and that's something where Ring Fit Adventure is really good. So you can't do just weights, you can't do just cardio. You need to keep a mix to be able to live. Now, granted, my goal isn't to get to 250 pounds on the bench. I'll just be happy with breaking my lifetime goal of 200. That's all I wanted to do. I'm good there. All I have to do is sing on stage and click mice and be able to drive a car fast and keep up with my 4-year-old daughter, who will be 5 in June. So
I'll be there someday.
Oh, dude.
This is the fanciest beer I've ever opened in my fucking life, by the way.
Oh, I can tell you why.
A single beer came in its own box that I was worried about opening, and I knew there was a trick. This little fucker in there.
Keeps it from
You
flopping
can't just
around.
pull it open. Like, if you pull it, you just take the whole box with it.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
I can tell you why, because I looked at like a case, the fridge case. I looked at like 8 different sections of it for the fanciest looking beer that I could find. So it
This
might
is
taste like shit, but
definitely
it looks fancy.
Here's the thing: is it's probably not going to taste like shit. So this is. It says an imperial stout aged in bourbon, rye, and wheated whiskey barrels. So there's some weird brewery laws about you can only brew whiskey in a barrel once.
Yes.
And you don't brew whiskey in a barrel. That's false. That's not even how it works.
You age it.
Correct.
You put it into the cask or the barrel.
Correct.
And you leave it in there.
And the whole point is
That's used once.
That's where whiskey gets its flavor and its color. All whiskey comes out clear.
It's the wood, man. It's the wood.
It's
that
the
gives that
wood,
flavor.
and they burn the inside of the barrel and char it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an actual charcoal in there, which also has a second beneficiary effect. Charcoal is a natural sponge for toxins and impurities and bacteria.
Yeah, that's why my dad was always getting his stomach pumped. They fill him up with charcoal because he got too drunk. Again, he survived shit that he shouldn't.
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
but that's a real thing.
Oh yeah.
But that's where this shit gets. And so the point is these breweries are able to go get those caskets, and then they'll brew a beer and put it in those caskets and those or casks. I keep saying caskets.
If they're using caskets, I'm hoping they're not.
They put them in those casks, and those casks not only still have the same wood and char and all that shit, but they also have absorbed the flavor of whiskeys,
right,
and all kinds of other shit that have been aged in them. So
yeah,
be
they use that for.
Cheers, man! Thank you, I appreciate this.
Oh, you are more than welcome. You never come without a gift for the host. So that's how I see it. That's actually how my wife sees it, and she's right. She's turned me into a better human. So, yeah.
It's very dark.
That is a dark pour.
It is very dark.
Ooh, that's chocolatey. That's thick. It's
It
syrupy.
ain't gonna be chocolatey, buddy.
Well, it's chocolatey looking to the eye. I don't like beer. I can't stand it. But I like to look at it. I like to look at you drinking it right now. Is there a smile? What do you think?
Look at that nice, thick, milky head on there too. Like that's why I brought it way up.
Yeah,
because
that was an experience.
They're not high carbonation, so like right at the end, you want to bring it way up so you get that splash, agitate it, get yourself a nice foam on there.
So let's talk WandaVision. What do you think? Is it shitty or is it a good show?
Okay, we briefly talked about this before the podcast. I'm going to preface this. If you guys haven't heard me talk about this before, when I was a child, as an only child, there was so much time where my friends couldn't come out and play, and I was alone, and I would watch Nickelodeon, and as soon as the cartoons ended at night, they bumped to Nick at Night, which I think they might even still do. But at my age, Nick at Night was composed of Dick Van Dyke, Mary Tyler Moore Show, not the Mary Tyler Moore in Seattle, like the old
Mary
black
Tyler
and
Moore.
white one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lucille Ball, show.
Which that show even
I
can
love Lucy.
Respect quite a bit.
F Troop, Dragnet. I mean, fuck, dude. Like anything that was on Nick at Night, it was the only thing to watch, right? And I had to be in the living room where we had cable as well. That was another big part of it. So I genuinely loved those shows. And so most people are like you, like my roommate Kevin, and they couldn't get past the first 2 episodes. They were like, I can't.
It was like 4 for me.
For you, it was 4.
It was like the first 4.
I was in because I fucking knew that something was going on, and everything mattered, even in that first episode. Like, there were so many little tiny things that were happening, because I'm such a fucking rube when it comes to sports, music, and now Marvel movies and TV shows, apparently, where I was like, man, this shit's going to be super important, all of this. And so I was glued, because I genuinely enjoyed the format. So I love it. I love everything about it. I love how they've orchestrated, they've paid shit off. They're not pulling a Lost. You know, if you were a fan of Lost.
Oh my God, Lost was
that whole thing ended, and there's entire questions and mysteries that are never.
Dude, even in Batman Arkham Knight, the video game, Mark Hamill's Joker is one point like, you don't know what's happening. Then all of a sudden you find yourself in a church and you say, what the hell happened?
Right.
So it's like even in a video game, we had a reference to how much of a dumpster fire that ending was.
Right.
So
it's and WandaVision is going out of their way to not do that.
Yeah.
Like, I think so far, the only thing we don't have a clear answer on, there's a few. One of them's the stork. One of them's the guy who became the beekeeper. What happened to him?
Yeah.
And the mailman. Those are the 3 off the top of my... I'm sure there's more, but off the top of my head with a couple beers in me, those are the 3 off the top of my head. That everything else, though, has been addressed. Whatever question you have, it's this very last episode pretty much put everything on the table for you.
It left one thing out.
Oh, and who Hayward is. Who's Hayward?
It left one thing out.
Hayward's got to be a bad guy, right?
Like
a
real
Hayward's
bad.
Hayward. Hayward ain't Hayward. He's got to be a real bad
So
guy.
we've got Quicksilver.
Or is he the new who's the general that's going to become Red Hulk?
He's not. Hayward's not a bad guy.
Thunderbolt.
Look at his face. He's
Thunderbolt
something.
Ross.
Yeah, he's going to be a good guy.
Do you think they're setting Hayward to be the new General Ross? Or Secretary Ross or whatever?
Probably.
Because he's going to become Red Hulk. So if you're going to
he seemed like a good guy to start with, right? And then they kind of made him a little villainous.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though? Is like Thunderbolt Ross was like the military guy, the human, and then eventually the bureaucrat, because he's Secretary of State or something like that, or Secretary of Defense. I feel like they're setting him up to become Red Hulk and Black Widow. So now with this fucking dude, Hayward, he's set up to be the like one of two things. He's either, and this is what I'm asking you, he's either like a real villain, like he's Mephisto, or they're setting up him to take the place of General Ross, because General Ross is going to move on from being a human. You see what I'm saying? Like from a storytelling perspective.
If he's Mephisto, they're doing a better job than they did with Jake Gyllenhaal in Spider-Man. Because I knew Jake Gyllenhaal was a problem, I just didn't know how. So there's a few things like unaddressed is really like the main concept, right? Of she's stuck in a TV show, and at one point she starts talking to the host, and she says, "I'm not supposed to talk to you." So who was that host? Did you now tell me? Maybe. Now there's something.
I mean, like literally, if you pitch shift that up, it's Agatha. So it's Catherine Hahn.
So being the dork that I am, I'm hoping that Agatha is actually trapped in there, much like Wanda is, right? Like
Are you sure you watched the most recent episode?
I did. Yeah, I watched it last night. I did. And I know they killed a lot of the ideas that I had, but it doesn't necessarily rule it out, because it does seem like she's making this, but there is still a chance.
So you're saying not only the TV show, but she could still technically be trapped in the hex.
She could be part of the show. So there's one thing, being a dork who read a lot of comics in the 90s, I read all the X-Men comics, right? And we're pretty clear they want to bring the X-Men in. Wanda is the link. So reading those comics back then, Wanda is, so we know about the multiverse, right? How they've got different dimensions. Wanda is interesting because she's a constant across all these universes. But what did they do? They brought in Quicksilver from the Fox X-Men, right? At least you know that one.
Yep.
So were they trolling us, or was that
honestly
really him?
Here's what I think that was. I think Feige is he's like a triple agent, right? So he went, okay, I really like that Quicksilver character. We got to bring an actor back, and we have to figure out a way to make sure people understand that Wanda...
Sean, you're right. First 3 episodes did suck, but they couldn't have done it any other way.
So I think Feige's I think we have to make it clear that this isn't really Pietro. So
it's Peter. Notice they've only said he's not Pietro.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Well, she says Pietro.
Yeah.
But he's billed as Peter. He refers to himself as Peter. The kids refer to it, but she still says Pietro. But I think is what Feige did is he pulled the double switcheroo. So not just the switcheroo, but the double switcheroo. So he went, here's what I'm going to do. Instead of me just making it obvious that it's not really Pietro by recasting him with a new actor, let's get Duder from the X-Men movies. And what that's going to do is that's going to get all the rubes on the internet thinking it's the multiverse when it's not. It's just simply Agatha who can't resurrect actual dead people, so she just found someone else,
and it's just a red herring.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's just him giving a little wink to the X-Men. I don't think it's a multiverse connection.
So if it is multiverse,
I don't think it is. I think it's Kevin Feige being a double agent.
Gosh, but how are they going to get the X-Men in, right? Because Wanda is pivotal to that. Because she is the one constant across multiple universes.
Well, before I answer, what do you think? How do you think they're going to bridge that? Because I would agree. Let's start with this. You made one claim. Let me agree with that. I do agree. The bridge between these phases and bringing in the X-Men, I do agree, even with only 1 episode left, somehow WandaVision is pivotal.
Yeah, it is, but it might be pivotal like Captain Marvel was.
That would be disappointing because
that would, but it could happen. There's
if
only one ep
anybody's
left.
not a comic book obsessed person, why we're saying this is because in the comic books, which the show is clearly heavily influenced by the House of M series, Wanda whispered, "No more mutants." And all the mutants were gone.
Right. So you're in deep cuts. Okay.
So
you get that part.
I think she's gonna. You answer. Actually, I asked you to answer first.
Do you want me to?
Yeah. How do you think? How do you think it's happening?
They're possibly going to flip that, but also you have to consider Wanda is the right. Yeah, Wanda is the constant. Now there's one. So here's the thing that
she will say, "Let there be mutants."
But yeah, it's going to be something along those lines. But why is it a TV show?
That, again, hasn't been addressed.
But it has. Do you want to know?
Well, it did because it explains why they've been skipping through the generations. It explains the specific TV shows they've paid homage to.
That's her motivation. That's her impetus. Why the show will be that way.
It was her psychological safe space that she created.
But why is it a TV show, and why did she talk to them? So is there a Marvel character being an X-Men dork that this makes sense? So I could be way off, but man, this would be interesting if it were the case. Mojo. You might not know the name, but
no,
Mojo,
I know the name.
He's the X-Men version of Jabba the Hutt, and he creates TV shows. He has the ability to control people, and create shows that become more violent and more desperate over time, which is in line with
That'd be weird,
dude. But here's the thing: Mojo is interesting, like Wanda, in that. Where Mojo comes from, and this is all multiverse shit, right? You got to be able to understand. He is a constant. There is only one of Mojo's kind, which are called like
Nexus beings.
No, maybe they're Nexus beings. I forget. They're called like the beings or the ones.
They're Nexus beings because they just dropped that commercial too.
Oh yeah, they did. They do the WandaVision commercials with the clues, right?
Yeah, and Nexus was the pill. She's Wanda's the Nexus being. So
yeah, she's a constant across all of them.
Yeah, so And it's funny listening to people speculate about this because my understanding of it is that every version of her in every version of the multiverse, and this is kind of cool because we're talking about comic books, but these comic books actually talk about real physics theories Because the multiverse is real.
It's sci-fi.
The multiverse
It's ultimately sci-fi.
But the multiverse is a real theory of actual physics, quantum physics.
Yeah,
specifically.
Yeah. Which quantum suicide, the first time I was given an explanation of what that is, I was like, holy shit!
Here's what I love about this. Here's what I love about this entire discussion in this show and comic books and movies is like, this is an actual theoretical conversation that real actual PhD level physicists have, and this is the same arguments and discussions and debates that nerds will have at as early as 10, 11 years old when they're trying to understand these comic books and when we talk about the multiverse.
Right.
So the nexus being is this theory that opposes quantum theory, which is and Rogan talks about this. So there's an infinite number of you and me that have lived an infinite number of versions of our lives.
Given enough time, all possibilities will come to pass.
And there is an exact version of both you and me that are having this exact conversation word for word in another parallel universe.
Right.
That's the multiverse. Is what we're trying to say, is what I believe is that in WandaVision, her being a Nexus being is actually saying, because I've heard people debate what this means. My interpretation is that every version of her in every version of the multiverse is exactly the same person. There's no evolution.
Yeah, she's a constant being, a Nexus being.
Right. Other people are trying to say that means she can travel through multiverses without changing. And I'm like, no.
No, but we saw it in this last episode. We saw the other Scarlet Witch start coming through, remember? And then dude tried to look at the footage and he's like, what happened? There was like a blank in the footage, and that's the moment that she saw the other her coming through, if you recall. So I think it's going to be, what I think is that it's going to be Mojo basically finding this happening and turning it into his show, which works great because he's an X-Men villain, which if you ever played the Sega Genesis game, he was the first video game like fourth wall mindfuck I ever had.
I never even, because I've heard his name be brought up. And
dude, he makes TV shows.
I was so dismissive.
He makes reality shows.
I know. And now that you're saying it in person,
yeah,
it's really difficult for me to dismiss this. It's super interesting because when I heard this online, I dismissed it. I was like, that's stupid. That's just too obscure. It's too left field. Like
Thanos isn't like, he's kind of left field too, though. Like, it's an interesting arc with the Hyperstones, but
I don't know, man. With the Infinity,
Mojo's games were pretty high profile in the X-Men stuff.
True, that is true. That is very true.
I mean, high profile enough that the Sega Genesis game had him as the first villain.
So you think the actual villain is not Agatha, but going to be Mojo?
There's nothing to suggest that confirmation bias, right? I've been watching with this bias. I've not seen one thing to suggest that Agatha is controlling this. She's instead asking Wanda how is she doing it?
Right.
And so question, if Wanda is doing this, why is Agatha even there? Why is she there? Because does she want to know how she's obtaining these abilities, or is she trapped too?
So I think Wanda showing up and
dude, we're dorking out so hard.
I think fantastic. Wanda showing up and creating the hex was pure coincidence and happened to be down the road from Agatha, and Agatha is the only one who wasn't affected directly, could see through the magic, through the illusion, through the power,
right?
whatever.
Which, knowing her character, that would be natural for her.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I think that part was pure coincidence. Right. And I think it's pretty obvious that Agatha got super jealous and envious.
Right. She is a hell of an actress, by the way. Both of them.
Catherine Hahn's the shit.
Dude, she is good.
She's so fucking talented, dude.
I gotta say, I did not expect the level of acting in this.
I've legitimately. My wife thinks this is hilarious.
Does she watch this with you?
Yes. And my wife knows I've had a legitimate crush on Elizabeth Olsen for like a solid
I've never seen her before this.
Solid 2 or 3 years.
What's her background?
Don't know.
Quick digression.
I've seen her in the Avengers movies. Like that's my introduction to Elizabeth Olsen. Good. But I was just like, she's obviously gorgeous. But I was like, that character that she plays. So I don't really have a crush on Elizabeth Olsen. I have a crush on
the character
fucking
presented,
Scarlet
the
Witch.
package that is put in front of you.
Right. Obviously, because I've never watched a single other movie Elizabeth Olsen's ever been in. Not one. When you asked me what's her background, I was like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, you know her from being the Scarlet Witch in other
Right.
Marvel movies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I didn't know or think she was a great actress. I was just like, really? And here's the thing is I was always also into that character.
She always seems such a minor character in the rest of the movies.
But not in the books, dude.
No, not in the books. She's a big deal.
And there was always this thing happening in the movies where like, so I did not catch on to how cool and interconnected the movies are and how important. Let me put it this way. I didn't realize how good of a job Feige had done interweaving these movies and how important it was to have real continuity. The only reference we had for this level of continuity was Star Wars until Game of Thrones came out.
I've still not watched it.
Okay, the first 6 seasons are mind-blowing. The continuity is the greatest thing that has ever happened because they're novels. They're not comic books where there's 6 different versions.
They're long form, right?
Oh, dude, they're great. They're great. And the first 6 seasons of Game of Thrones, the continuity is hands down the greatest thing you will ever see in universe building. There's no discrepancy. Even when they changed shit, it still worked for 6 seasons. But the changes they made built up to where you didn't think they mattered, and then they literally ruined the end of the story because of the changes they did make. But for 6 seasons, it worked. Now, when I became a fan of Game of Thrones and I became a fan of that continuity, that's what made me see what was happening because I randomly had caught several Marvel movies because my little brother wanted to go. He's like 16, 17 years younger than me. So when I'm a grown man, right? I'm touring musician with you.
We're all just kind of mad babies, though.
Fair,
yeah.
But I only bring my brother to these movies because I want to spend time with him, and this is what he wants to do. So I bring him to see Iron Man. I bring him to see Spider-Man. I bring him to see all the superhero movies as they come out. And I think they're cool. I see the little cutscene with Nick Fury. I'm like, cool, they're going to do an Avengers movie. Cool. I remember that from being a kid. I'm really glad my little brother's excited for this. And my little brother for years is telling me these are the coolest movies. Like, you gotta, and I'm like, Jackson, dude, I'm into like Game of Thrones. I'm into The Wire. I'm into like this really serious, real life, brutal
big boy
shit.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I don't remember which movie it was, but it was one of the cut scenes. It was, it might have even
I'm guessing it was probably the Winter Soldier, Captain America, the most cerebral of all the movies.
No, because it wasn't the movie that grabbed me. It was the cut scene after the movie. It could have been Age of Ultron.
Oh, the post credits.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, which was ripped off from Hideo Kojima with his Metal Gear Genius.
Fair.
That was like the first post. If anybody knows like post credit scenes that predate Hideo Kojima's Metal Gear Solid in like 1998 or 99, please do tell me, because that man is a visionary, and Death Stranding foretold the year of 2020.
That's fair. I mean, I don't really know anything about that, but
digression.
But no, that it was a cut scene that grabbed me, or a post credit scene that grabbed me, where I went, "Holy fuck!" Like, I need to. Oh my god, they're really, really connecting all of these.
Like they're playing the long game. It's a long narrative.
Because and I honestly had obviously seen that. Like I had just seen. I was like, oh cool, they're gonna do Nick Fury. Avengers, cool. But I didn't appreciate the effort they were putting in to making sure that these storylines actually mattered. And
I can't imagine what that takes to put that all together.
Dude, and it really, really culminated with Endgame. When Endgame came out, like, we had already been disappointed by Game of Thrones by that point. So Marvel became the king of continuity in storytelling.
I think, Jared, that Endgame, like Infinity War and Endgame, are probably a pivotal moment in human storytelling even. Like, it is that good. Like, it is something that will be...
There's plenty of plot holes, but there
is in every good story.
They're acceptable.
Yeah.
it's like, okay, this is just, I mean, it's impossible to be this complex.
A watertight narrative is a little bit boring. Like, you can't, like, look at us right now. If WandaVision had a watertight narrative, would we even be talking about it? We wouldn't say no. 1 + 1 = 2. End of story.
That's fair.
Right? You need
That's
to
super
have
fair.
you need to have some of that mystery. There has to be a little bit of an enigmatic presence to something.
And they've
add
created
intrigue.
they've created magic because they've been able to get us grown men who are into things as kids, our kids, right? Which I don't actually have kids yet, but I'm speaking of our generational kids.
You will. You're gonna be really excited when you do too. It's fantastic.
And everywhere in between, right? Like even my mom has gotten into a few of the Marvel movies. She doesn't care about the universe, right?
Right.
But they get us to go and like think about movies we've watched in the past to appreciate what we're watching now with more context, and then also debate the future. Like, they figured out how to completely captivate what makes all humans tick. Something you already love, something you're currently into, and excitement for the future of what's to come. They figured that out and have boiled that down to a fuck. You know what they did? That's their version of 3-chord rock and roll.
Good point.
Love what you've listened to.
Right.
Enjoy and appreciate what you're watching now with excitement towards what's going to come in the future. That's the Marvel. That's Marvel 3-chord rock and roll right there. That's what they did.
And
just rock those 3 chords.
I'm just buying it up.
It's hard. Me too, man.
I enjoy it,
dude. And I went to school. I went to creative arts school for writing and storytelling, and like, man. And I'm telling you, they have figured out a way. As long as big Disney stays the fuck out of the way,
right?
Like, get
Jon
out of the
Favreau
way.
has been fantastic with every movie and every part that he's played. Like, there's so many,
including The Mandalorian, until big Disney got in the way and they fired Gina Carano.
She was brave, damn it. Just maybe not use cancel culture coming for you if you use those words. But I
Here's
still,
the thing: is as a Jew, I'm on her side,
dude. I'm a leftist. I lean left.
I'm on her
and
side.
I get it. Like, say that, but maybe not now. But I understand what you're saying, and it's hard words to hear, but she was right. Damn it. And I don't want her to go.
Not only was she right, but even if she's wrong, it's not even about that. It's about the way that woman, I forget her name.
She was brave, man.
Catherine something.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said it
Kathleen,
that way, but she was brave.
Kathleen Manning? Is that her name?
Yeah. Yep.
It's actually just the way that woman handled it.
Yeah.
And people who go, oh, you're just chauvinistic and you don't like women in power. I'm like, you do realize I'm defending a woman.
Yeah.
Like, I'm defending Gina Carano.
Right.
And I'm attacking Kathleen Manning.
I just,
like you do realize, like, this is a dispute basically between 2 women and how one of them handled it.
Mm-hmm.
And I, as a Jew, I'm on the woman who made the Nazi references side. I'm on her side.
I don't like that she made the reference, but she was right.
I'm okay with the
said.
reference. I'm absolutely 100% okay with the reference because she's right.
She is. I wouldn't have said it that way, but what she said still
But as a Jew, I'm saying, like, I feel those are the words we need to start using because cancel culture
Good point.
and the fear of speaking out
Yeah.
is exactly like Nazi Germany, because here's the difference. The only difference is you're not worried about the actual government coming down and stripping your right and your freedom away.
It's about your neighbors, man.
Not even your neighbors.
Letting it go.
It's private corporations that have the ability to deplatform and completely take away your ability to make money. And this apathetic idea of just like, go get a new job. And it's like, dude, I made $250,000 a year off being this person doing this thing, or in Gino Carano's case, probably $5 million a year. And now that right has been stripped from me,
Right.
and taken from me. And I don't have an ability to fight back. And anyone can experience this, whether you're Gina Carano or you're you or I, or just a normal person on Facebook, and you make the wrong comment, Facebook flags you because of an algorithm, right?
Let me say one thing though. There a very wise person that I know said one thing to me. Before you say something, Jeremy, read the room. You can get your point across reading the room and just subtly say something and bring it across, like coming out balls out.
How
and
do you
saying
do that on the internet?
It's a difficult thing, but there is a way to say it, knowing that cancel culture is so fierce at this moment, which, God, I hate to even say that. Like, you could say it in a different way and just say that in our recent history, a horrible fascist regime did not make, like, things didn't go this way. They did it over like this and like this and like this. Just don't say, trigger warning. Don't say, right, yeah.
Like, I was just going to say, you just pissed off the other group.
Yeah, right.
Like,
so,
like, this is going back to what we said earlier, like, where we
and like
started
you said,
the podcast. You can't please everyone.
No, you can't. And like you
Everything
said, you're
do
a Jew,
is going
and I'm
to piss people off.
It turns out that I'm so Native American that I didn't even know I was.
You're
like,
more
I'm,
Native American than I am.
dude. I had no idea. Like, that's how screwed my culture was.
Here's what I identify as. Identity culture. Oh, I identify as a cisgender white male. Okay, here's what I fucking identify as.
Yeah.
I identify as a Jewish Native American dude.
Right.
Dude.
Yeah.
Like, not cisgender male. No, I'm a fucking dude. I'm an American dude. And my race, if you want to get into that, I'm so fucking heavily mixed that if I have to pick an identity, fine. It's like the two cultures, the two oppressions, the two religions. Like, technically I'm more Christian than I am Jewish, but like when it comes to the history and like Jewish and Native American,
yeah,
I'm equally black. This is the insane thing. It's insane to believe this, but it's true. I'm an eighth black, like by real actual blood. My fucking great grandfather was black.
Well, that's only a generation away. It's like I knew my great grandparents on one of my family's side. It's pretty easy to do.
I'm equally black as I am Jewish.
Yeah.
I'm equally black and Jewish as I'm 1/8 of each of those three things, and then the rest white. I certainly don't identify as white, right?
Don't come for us, cancel culture. You've got all look at us.
But none of this matters when it comes to cancel culture. Is what matters is who you piss off with said tweet.
True.
Or you pick on a much more small level, something much more relatable. You decide to use the word whore or cunt or
every time I reference myself.
Or to give a shout out to Greg when his buddy dies of heroin and he goes, shoot heroin dealers, not heroin. Greg's the one that gets the ban because of an algorithm.
Right.
Eat shit. Eat shit, cancel culture.
Yeah, we have to hear it, right? Because what she said so being an internet consumer as I am, first I saw like so-and-so gets fired. I'm like, oh God, what did she say? And I read her tweet and I was like, them some brave words. And I was like, there's a lot of truth in that. I myself wouldn't have said it that way, but knowing that she said it that way, I don't disagree. It's just maybe a better way to say it. But I will say, she said it that way. And maybe what she said, she was so brave that she can break that because she's not going away. Cancel culture can't get her. She's still going to be around.
It's a little cringy she hooked up with the Daily Wire, though.
Yeah, that's a questionable, but she will still be around. I just hope it doesn't go that direction. Like, just don't cheapen yourself.
Yeah, because you're basically
be true to yourself.
You're basically signing yourself to a B studio.
Yeah. I really wish they would have worked it out and just kept her around because not only that, I love the Mandalorian. Like her character was awesome.
It's like being dropped from like Sony Records and then you're signing to my record label the next day.
That's actually why I'm glad I didn't get signed in any of my previous bands because I would have been dropped and then I would be fucked. But because that never happened, I've been able to be like water and kind of build my life around being able to continue.
But let's keep on this just to wrap this up. Let's just stay on this Gina Carano thing because here's the point: is like I actually don't think the real issue has anything to do with whether they fired her or not. It's how they went about it. Because they actually, like, a lot of people are going to tell me this is a conspiracy. And I'm completely listening to right-wing media. However, you're wrong because there's a dude called The Quartering on Twitch, and he reports and speculates on everything, including this, and this was posted 3 months ago. Disney planning to fire Gina Carano, and they went over.
Like they were looking for a reason.
Yes, and he went down the fucking thing.
Yeah,
and he's like, "This is insane. This doesn't seem realistic. I gotta call bullshit on this one." But my point is he reported on it, so this is not something that just came out of nowhere. And no, and here's the point. If you want to hear another scoop, he also reported the same thing on Captain Marvel. Okay, so let's bring this back to WandaVision.
Oh, Brie Larson?
Yeah,
oh.
Right? So she's super unlikable as Captain Marvel. Brie Larson in herself seems to be likable, but Brie Larson on press junkets and when it comes to hardcore fan reception, people do not like her version of Captain Marvel. In fact, here's the reality. Captain Marvel has never been popular. Not in the comics.
It was
not in the cartoons.
No.
Captain Marvel has never been popular.
I had a trading card of her when I was like 14 years old.
Well,
and
there's
like,
6 versions of the character.
Right. I think of the Mohawk one.
There's 2 or 3 dudes that were Captain Marvel, and there's 2 or 3 chicks that were Captain Marvel.
Wasn't Captain Marvel also a DC guy?
Yeah.
It's
Shazam! Shazam! That was Captain Marvel.
Gesundheit.
Like I swear to God, Shazam.
You're right.
Is Captain Marvel?
Yeah, you're right. He is, and they had to change the name because of Marvel or something.
There was
right?
some weird shit that went down back with like, it wasn't even actual legal battles. It was like someone they were already having an issue because there was Marvel Comics, and DC had a guy named Mr. Marvel or whatever the fuck. And then he said Shazam or something like that. I can't remember. I'm not old enough, but I didn't actually read those comics. I didn't read much of the comics. I just had a lot of friends that did, and that's what we talked about at the lunch table. So I knew all the stories of everything.
Yeah, you get them. You get a little bit of telephone, but you'd be able to put the truth together.
We were so poor I couldn't afford comics. And when I could afford anything, it was baseball or football gear or guitars. Like, it wasn't comics. But that's what my nerdy friends were into, because even though I was a jock, even though I was a musician, even though I was the cool kid, I refused to like join a clique. So I would go out of my way to hang out with the fat kids, hang out with the nerdy kids.
That's why you and I get along so well. I
swear to God,
every
I did.
Type of person
I swear to
school.
God, and I ended up liking the nerds way more than the jocks. And this started in 4th, 5th grade because I was always a cool kid, right? Like I just never gave a fuck, right? I had this attitude from my stepdad where I was like, I'll kick everyone's asses, right? Like, I'll hang out with anyone. Like, I hated bullies. Like, I was like an anti-hero. Like, if we're staying in comic book terms, right? Like, I was like the Venom style.
You're my
like
Wolverine.
I wasn't a hero.
You're my Wolverine to my Gambit.
Wolverine's too cool.
No,
he's
pretty cool.
I was more like a give me a minute. I'll think of a reference here in a few minutes. But I went out of my way as somebody, like, literally, I'm not even joking. Coon Rapids baseball was so serious.
Like, are you talking serious, like Elk River hockey kind of serious?
Yes.
Oh God. Okay.
Yes. Like let me put it this way. One of these days, this is so important. You're coming with me. I'm gonna bring a few people with me. I'm gonna bring you guys to the Coon Rapids Little League baseball field, and it's a mini MLB.
Okay,
stadium.
let me hit you with a little bit.
It's a baby version of an MLB stadium.
Let me hit you with a little bit of Elk River pride. So, have you ever had somebody from Coon Rapids baseball make it to the majors, or at least the minors? Like, that'd be cool.
100% certain.
Cool.
Multiple times.
So,
I just can't drop names because I've had too many beers. But I guarantee
that's thanks to me. That's a hell of a beer.
I guarantee you with 100% certainty, multiple players who were in Coon Rapids Little League baseball, there's probably, I would say conservatively, at least 3 or 4 that have played in the MLB, if not up to, and I'm not saying stars, like 1 year playing in the majors.
I've had a friend who got into the minors, and it's still super competitive there.
Let's even say this. 1 game in the majors. Minimum 3 or 4 from Coon Rapids, up to several dozen. That's how serious Coon Rapids baseball takes it.
We had one guy from Elk River go to like pro hockey. His name is Paul Martin. People from Elk River always want to talk about him because he's the one athlete that we got out there.
Dude, there's a bunch of fucking towns in Minnesota like that, dude.
So, like, here's another thing. Like, Wally and Rich, right? from Skywind. Also, Rich worked with me many years. They're from White Bear, which is like a severe hockey town, like
Sure.
Elk River level.
That's where the After the Burial boys are from.
Yeah,
as well.
we had this massive hockey rivalry, and I remember, man, when they would, when I was in high school, when those two teams would play, like that was like the fucking apocalypse every year. Like people would go nuts, like, oh, we're taking on White Bear. My wife will tell you, oftentimes Elk River won, but that was a sports thing, and I got to get out of school for a day, so I was like, hell yeah, I'm going to hockey. So
Fights would break out.
oh, every time, always, and it was
Hell
a thing of
yeah.
beauty. Remember,
I'm not from White Bear, but this also happened where I was from.
Elk River. We were
Wherever
scrappy,
I was
man.
living, there was one sport where, like, everywhere I lived, ever, whether it was Blaine, Coon Rapids, fucking.
Do you remember the
Little
Emporium?
Canada?
Do you remember the Emporium? Let's go back to music for a moment. Do you remember the venue called the Emporium that we built in Elk River? Like my brother and I and a group of friends, and a few other people from the high school there, like we built that stage, and it was pretty fun because we had like Head Charge play there, all kinds of people. It was pretty good. Elk River was an interesting place if anybody remembers it. So
My parents live in Circle Pines now,
yeah,
so it's all kind of in that area. You got Circle Pines down to White Bear, up to Elk River, Forest Lake, all of that kind of in that over to Blaine, like that whole weird
the northwest suburbs.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
whole weird, and it's not even northwest at that point.
Dude,
it's
it is
almost going into St. Paul. Like White Bear is fucking border. That is technically
It's
a St. Paul.
north of 694. There's like a division.
It's northwest if you're looking at St. Paul. It's northeast
Right.
if you're in Minneapolis, right? And all those communities are so like I said, Circle Pines, White Bear, Forest Lake. They're so close to each other. Like it just, and when you get into hockey and football and baseball, and dude, we took that shit so fucking seriously, dude. It was like completely next level. Where the fuck? How did we get onto this from WandaVision? There was a chain here.
No, there was a clear path. If people listen, it's because we suddenly got into cancel culture, and then we said cancel. Does cancel culture happen in Elk River and White Bear? It must be. That's why we got there. So that's all I could figure. Anyways, WandaVision. It might be Mojo. That's my theory. His TV shows.
So let me
his TV shows get
okay,
progressively
so
more violent
Here's
and
the thing,
desperate.
dude. Here's the thing: is I think it's completely absurd, and this is not an insult. Okay, I'm just being honest.
Hold
with
on,
you.
I'm bracing.
I think it's completely absurd to actually suggest a brand new villain who has never been seeded at all.
Yeah.
Think about this.
But I think he has. I think he was seated in episode 6.
There's been multiple references to 2 other villains directly.
Mephisto, but he's
And
such
Nightmare.
there's such low-hanging fruit. I mean, how long did it take for Thanos
Here's
to
what
show
I
up?
think's going to happen. Here's what I think's going to happen. I think both those 2 characters are too convoluted in and of themselves that I believe Feige is going to merge those 2 characters into one.
That would work.
I think he's going to take Nightmare and Mephisto and merge them into one character.
Yeah.
And secretly, something is going on, to answer your question, with that broadcast.
Yeah.
Let's get to this. Why is
Why is
there
it a TV show?
that
'Cause that makes me
anybody
think
can
Mojo.
watch? Why is there a TV show? Maybe in phase 6 or 7 or 8 we find out it's Mojo, and this is the seed that was planted.
That's such a long game. That would be amazing.
But that's what he did. If you really think about it, that's
With
what,
Thanos, it did work
exactly.
that way.
He started that right from almost the beginning. What was it? Captain America.
Yeah, you start like
Captain
Ronan.
America.
You see Ronan. You think Ronan is the big bad guy, but then you find out his strings are being pulled by Thanos eventually. So it takes a while. Maybe
well,
it's Mojo.
And then you still don't even really like.
My thought is
You're right though. You're right though. No, with Ronan, the seed was first planted, but Ronan was when was Ronan first introduced? Ronan the Accuser.
Gosh, it was in
That's
probably
Guardians.
phase 1. Yeah,
That's Guardians. That's
probably
the
phase
end.
1.
That's the end.
Maybe phase 2.
Thanos was introduced way before that. Thanos was introduced in the first Avengers when Loki invaded.
Yeah, but here's one thing to take into account. We're talking TV shows when you can make a boring sitcom a full episode. Now, you loved it, right? No disrespect. It just if it were a movie, that really would have been like a 3-minute segment, maybe, right? But we're playing a little longer form, so they're doing a slow burn. So it's just I think Agatha is a red herring. She's there and she's got an interest, which maybe she'll end up, doing some kind of plot twist and being like she knew all along. But my thought is like they want to bring X-Men
I'm with
in.
you. I'm with you.
How are we going to get
okay.
X-Men? What does Mephisto have to do with X-Men?
Okay, I'm with you, right? So I think here's the thing, is I think because I'm not trying to just be the guy who quotes storylines from the comics. I'm trying to
they always change it up.
I'm trying to think creatively as if I were gonna write a story, right? Like that's why I love this Marvel shit, dude. Because as a storyteller, right, as a songwriter, as somebody who went to creative arts school, like, dude, I've written an entire season of a TV show no one's ever read, and I wrote an entire fucking season.
I'd love to read it.
I actually think it's really good, but no one will ever read it.
I probably will think it's good too.
Like, I love doing a podcast live, right? I love making, writing, and recording music and performing it in front of people, including live, and releasing it for them to sit there and digest and have the potential to talk shit forever.
But dude, God, I love it when they talk shit forever.
But I've written at least, God, I've already lost count because I can't tell you how many I've finished versus almost finished, but I've got like 3 finished ones for sure, but I've written at least 5 or 6 movies and 1 entire season of a TV show that no one's ever read, ever, and no one ever will. Like, that's my insecurity. You don't get to go into this world I created. Like, I don't want to know. Like, right now I write it and I don't even read it. Like, I write these stories and I get these like fascinating worlds, and then I write them and I read them a couple times, I refine them, get them to the. I'm like, this is fucking legit.
So
and then I put it in an envelope with the little rope tie. You know what I'm talking about, around the things, and then they're stashed. And no one
let's put it on the record.
My wife's
what
never
do you think
even read them.
WandaVision is going to be like? Are you thinking Mephisto? Because you know what, that is still like. You got to put some thought into it.
So
and with
Mephisto
her saying, and with her reversing saying like instead of no more mutants, with Wanda reversing that's
some version of Mephisto is clearly involved because the twins are involved.
Yeah, you're right. They are, and that's the one thing that threw me off from Mojo. But then I keep going back to they want X-Men, and this is a way they can do it because Mojo is interdimensional, and they brought in Quicksilver.
I'm not telling you Mojo isn't a seed being planted. I'm telling you Mojo isn't a seed being planted that's going to bear fruit this season.
Good point. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
He wouldn't. There might be a stronger seed planted towards the end.
It might be because we're in phase 4.
Yeah.
It might be phase 5 or phase 6.
So tell me what was your favorite movie of all of them prior to this though? Which film stuck out to you the most? You want me to tell you mine first? I'll already tell you. It was Winter Soldier. I think that is the best movie of all of them.
Which
one
I think is the best, or which one grabbed me?
To you, personal best.
No, what are you asking me? Which one grabbed me, or which one I actually think is the best film?
Grabbed you. Which one grabbed you the most? Because that's going with the heart and not the objective. Let's talk
I technically already answered this, and I'm not going to be able to give you a real answer because it wasn't the actual movie. It was a cut scene or a post-credit scene.
Yes, that could count.
That's what grabbed me, where I went, oh, holy fuck. I was like, oh, shit. I was like, oh, fuck, because I knew enough. I had seen enough of the movies from Bringing My Little Brother, and I was like in between seasons of Game of Thrones, and I was like having some sort of withdrawal from content. I think I was like writing music or something, and I was just like, when you're in that vacuum where you're like,
oh, I know.
I was single. It's like, fuck the world. I'm writing music. But then when you're not writing music and you need to just like decompress or re-energize, however you want to refer to it.
Yeah.
Like you start getting into reading or watching movies or a TV show. Like, this is my getaway now.
Say it. Let's.
That's what happened, and I still can't give you a straight answer. But it was a cutscene. I think it was one of the bad movies. I think it was Age of Ultron.
Oh, okay.
I think it
don't
was
think
Age
that's
of
bad.
Ultron.
If you were just gonna say Iron Man 2, then I'd been like, that was
No,
bad.
because it's not the movie. It's not the movie that grabbed me. I think it was the cutscene because I think it was at the end of Age of Ultron where Thanos goes, "Fine, I'll do it myself," and he reaches in and grabs the gauntlet, and I was like, "Oh shit!" It was either that
dude,
or
let's
it was
just
like,
say White Vision. White Vision.
Yeah,
that was fucking cool.
yeah,
That's how I know him from the comics. He was always the White Vision, like that.
Gotcha.
That like bleached out white version. The colored ones,
but
like the
hold on. Let
the
me
one with, like,
let
the
me
magenta
actually
and
answer your
blue?
question. Let me answer your question though. I would say to answer your question as shortly as possible. The best movie is gotta be either Winter Soldier or the original Captain America.
Yeah, his movie lines are the best. Civil War is fantastic.
His
too.
arc in the Red Skull, I think, is probably the cheesiest villain. Just the way he looks. Like,
yeah,
it's just
the makeup and
so...
effects weren't that good, but I mean, I saw him in Lord of the Rings too, and Agent like
The actor's
Agent
great.
Smith.
No, the actor's great. It's
Yeah.
just the Red Skull.
It was the makeup,
character.
kinda.
It's like in the cartoons, in the comics, in the movie. It's like it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's totally
Hey,
ridiculous.
dude, let's play the song by Hot Beer. Let's take a
You need a break?
yeah. I need a quick break, and let's talk about some video games. What do you say?
I'm done. Do whatever you want
What?
to talk about, dude.
Yeah, I got a little bit.
I rearranged all of this. It's fucking with me.
All right, hold on. Let's
Set up this song. Tell people about this song while I'm looking for this.
let's see. Travis Doherty said something amazing, I think.
Oh shit. We got more people in the chat.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
so Sean, he'll jump back in. Yeah, dude, Sean. you definitely-
WandaVision to Captain. WandaVision to Captain. Hold on, that's even hard to read.
I'll read. I'll
there's-
read.
okay,
Jeez,
yeah, the
dude, I'll read.
The
it.
boom's in my way. Go ahead.
I will read
Let's
it. Hold
hear
on.
it.
This
that is
cha-
a hell of a thing.
While we're both talking, this is also chaotic. I gotta switch this camera. There we go. Okay, let's start there. All right. We're gonna work backwards because I'm gonna give you all shout outs. WandaVision to cancel culture to Captain. Okay, WandaVision to cancel culture to Captain Marvel to Jared getting along with everyone in school to Elk River. What a trip! Yep.
Yeah, that is
Yep.
fucked up. Apparently, we hit a deep cut with this dude.
That's why we got onto that shit, was because that's how I ended up learning about comic books.
Right.
Thank you, Travis. This is why I love having you guys watch and comment in real time. Thank you. You are the bridge that heals all wounds. Jesus Christ. Okay, that actually makes sense because that's how I found out about comic books. I didn't fucking read them. I was too fucking poor. I was into sports, and then eventually I got into music. But I refused to hang out with only dudes who were doing music or sports. I refuse because, dude,
You got yourself cultured, is
the
what you did, I
nerds-
think.
the nerds talking about comic books and debating like the philosophies, because like I would hear these kids discuss the argument that we now hear play out in these shows and movies about the worthiness
Because now we're
of
making
who
this
can
stuff.
lift the hammer
Right.
of Thor.
Yeah.
And I would sit there and I would listen to them debate. And like it really made my mind think. Like I didn't read these comic books. I had no ability to contribute to this conversation. I just wanted to make them feel like they weren't fucking nerds, which they were, you know. But
they probably were, and I was one of them.
But, dude,
and I'm still a nerd.
those fucking nerdy little shit sucked me in. I started playing Dungeons and Dragons, the whole bit.
Oh, dude.
But
Yeah.
thank you, Travis. That's why I mentioned that. Is that's how I ended up having this knowledge of the comic books. Like, it was through other people, and it's so funny because I like know all the stories. So when I watch these YouTube videos now, I'm like, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. It's like I never read a fucking single one of these comic books. I couldn't afford them.
Oh, dude, let me just say one thing.
Even though they were cheap,
I hope
we
that
still couldn't afford them.
in my lifetime, I see the proper MCU address the Age of Apocalypse, because there is no better thing that ever occurred in comics ever than that.
Oh, it's
mindfuck.
happening, buddy.
Oh, dude.
Oh, it's going to happen.
So there was an X-Men movie. It was like Days of Future Past. Days of Future Past was an excellent storyline, but I think the animated series in the 90s did it better than the Zack Snyder movies. If they get to Age of Apocalypse...
Well, and they did X-Men Apocalypse.
Days of Future Past was closer, but if they get to the Age of Apocalypse, dude, there's nothing like that.
Apocalypse is insanely OP, so it'll be incredible if they wait and build him the right way.
Dude, they have to build the X-Men before they can get to Age of Apocalypse.
Of course.
All right, let's take a break here. Let's go open some fortune cookies and find out what the fuck's gonna happen.
All right, what song are we playing? We're playing the second one, or no, the first one.
So this is a song by my project called Hot Beer. It is way outside of what I normally do. A little bit
That's such a weird band name.
Hot Beer.
I love it,
dude. It's terrible, but I drink it anyways. That's
no one drinks hot beer unless
I
you're
drink
in Jamaica.
No, dude. If I'm gonna drink beer, it's probably gonna be hot beer because I'm that fucking desperate. So let's put it that way.
Or we can just drink cold beer with jalapenos in it.
Ooh, I still don't like beer, but I do love jalapenos.
Okay, next time you come on, I'm getting you this very specific beer. We're doing this. This is going to be a thing now. All right. Let's see if I finally, after the third or fourth time, let's see if I finally have this dialed in right.
And
all right, we're back. We totally lost track. We got to keep our headphones on during those breaks, but we needed to take them off.
Yeah, I needed a break from the cans.
Yeah.
So I put a lot of sweat into these. I used to bring my own lunch to school. I brought my own headphones to the podcast. So yeah, and we wear cans because
that makes sense, though. You know, Lee asked me about that when she was on the podcast. She was like, "Dude, I don't want to offend you, but I kind of want to bring my own headphones." And I was like, "Here's the thing: is you can do that, and I'm not offended. I only have Sennheiser HD 280s, but they're literally brand new, and no one's worn them yet."
These are a little sentimental to me.
And she goes, "Oh, those are the same headphones I have." And she goes, no one's worn them? And I go, they're 100% like, I just bought them. I just bought several sets for the whole studio. Mine are the only ones that are old. And it was so funny because she was like, oh, well, that's cool, then. I love those headphones.
So these ones, my wife HJ bought these for me, and I've been using them for years. I've recorded like almost, except for when I forgot them. I bring them every time to track the Anxiety Society stuff. The song you just heard, I track that wearing these. They're a little sentimental, right? My wife got them for me to show me that she backs me in everything that I do with this. So even staying out past my bedtime.
I just want to give you a little bit of props, dude. I think your versatility in music is pretty incredible, man. Like your ability to switch styles, from When We Met to Buried by Hope to Wither the Tide, which was technically not you changing styles, it was you just kind of finally showing what you were trying to do the whole time.
Yeah.
To fucking around with my shit, which thank you, man. I'm honored. Cheers, dude. I'm so honored to have you as a part of my project, dude. You're hands down one of the best vocalists I've ever known. The best vocalist who's ever been a part of any band I've been in, which is a pretty low bar because most of the bands I've been in, I was the vocalist. But Nonetheless, you're a fantastic musician, and I'm honored to have you as a part of my music career.
I'm just a guy who likes to yell into microphones and came to enjoy the sound of his own voice.
And I hope anybody that's listening, when we upload this, because we always do them live on YouTube first. So if you guys want to be a part of this, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Hop in that chat
and punch that notification bell like it owes you money, because that's how you could be a part of the conversation, like all the people now. But if you're listening on audio now or watching, regardless, like I hope one of the things we've done with the tracks we played tonight is shown your versatility. You're
I ain't gonna screw you on semantics. Not this time.
It's versatility. I've been drinking, but nonetheless, I think you're an incredible musician as a vocalist. As a songwriter, cool. We barely I think next time you come on, we need to talk more about songwriting.
Yeah,
because you are a great songwriter as well. But tonight we've really focused heavily on your vocals and that kind of thing, and that's cool. But if we're going to continue down that rabbit hole, then I just want to take a second and just give a little bit of extra nudge, a little bit of extra props. If we're on a football team right now, like I'm giving you an extra slap on the ass at the end of practice, an extra little shout out. Everybody's been complimenting you all night long, all practice long, but at the end of practice, when we have our little team meeting, like I'm going to give one extra little shout out. And just talk about your versatility, man, because the tracks we've played, whether it's the video or whatever, like your ability to use your voice in different genres of music without sounding like an asshole is incredible. And I'm not kissing your ass. I know you know that because I've talked enough shit to you for 20 years, and I hope the viewers understand that too. This is one of my band members.
Dude, we've known each other damn near 20 years now.
I know it's incredible. It's incredible. And at the end of the day, like when I dish out these compliments to you, it's not to blow smoke or fucking make you look good on the podcast. It's being genuine, man. It's because like there's very few vocalists that have the ability to step into multiple genres and not sound like an asshole. It's too easy to fuck up doing what you're doing. It's way easier to be a guitar player or a drummer and switch genres. Like it's so hard to quantify because vocals are hard to quantify. Vocals are hard to describe in respect as an instrument, like you talk about guitar playing or drumming.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
The thing is that vocals are okay.
Oh, I forgot to switch the camera. Keep going.
Okay, so vocals are a little different in that they're both physical and I guess spiritual and mind. It's like it's all three, right? So the thing is, I'm a guitar player very bad. I do not play guitar. Okay, I play guitar at a show like once, and they said never do it again. I play guitar in private, but when I play guitar, it doesn't matter the condition of my body quite as much as when I sing. But when I sing, it's like it requires that the body is in like very good condition. not only that, but like the mind has to be there too, because there's so much feel. There's so much nuance in everything you do. Like, what's the rate of the vibrato? What's your timbre here? Do you want to fry your vocal towards the end? What range are we coming from? How many steps? How much noodling do you want to do? Usually not much noodling. I don't like noodling. So that's
noodling as a vocalist.
Yeah, noodling.
I've heard that called riffing.
I wouldn't call it that.
A lot of people call it Christina Aguilera-ing.
That's accurate. So to me, it's more like the way that I've thought about vocals,
dude.
The way that I've thought about vocals is fighting. I'm not even kidding. My wife and I, like, we'll hear somebody who's like, "Oh my God, she's Aguilera-ing too much." I would prefer to Montoya.
It's just the disdain in your voice. Somebody out there, please clip that. When I said or Christina Aguilera-ing, and you went, and that's accurate. The tone in your voice and the expression on your face is.
I gotta feel like she can do anything.
Just like the disappointment and disdain. That's accurate. Like,
so let me put it this way. Jared. Let's say for example that you go to a.
Dude, these are the things that make me die laughing. It's
the nuance,
vocal,
like I was saying.
It's the weirdest little moments. It's the dry humor. It's the tone in your voice, and it's a facial. It's not what you say. I've been telling people this for 20 years. The shit that makes me laugh, it's not the cleverest punchline. It's the delivery. It really doesn't even matter what you say. Dude, the way... Or Christina Aguilera, that's accurate. Like, oh my God, dude, that got me so deep, dude. That hit me so hard. It was like getting hit in the solar plex by a dude 200 pounds bigger than you, full force, like.
Well, so let me give you a quick example.
That's
so we can talk about Genie in a Bottle, where Christina Aguilera's like, "I'm a genie in a bottle," or we can talk about a song like "Me I'm Not" by Nine Inch Nails, where he's just like, "Can we stop? Me I'm not." He just gets such pure tone, right?
Sure.
It's about the delivery. There's so much tone and so much feel in that. It's like if you went to a figure skating event and all they did were double, triple axels the whole time, right? Like, if all you're doing is the highest level of stuff, you have to have those ups and downs, those peaks and valleys, those nuances. Did you just freak the fuck out?
No,
is there a bat in here?
I was looking at the frame.
Did we get ninjas?
No, I just never mind. Never mind. It's not interesting.
So. Let me tell you, there was nothing in that beer. Although one time that my dad bought.
No, I saw the corner of the bar.
I
In your frame when you talk, I saw the corner of the bar blocking the speaker, and I thought it was my mic boom here. Talk. Say something. Oh my God, you're killing me. Right there by that speaker.
I was trying to fake a technical malfunction. Okay. Well, yeah, everything's fine. Jared was just freaking the fuck out.
That little L by the speaker right there, I thought that was my thing. It's the bar. And I thought I was just like...
Bar's been here the whole time, dude. Didn't just come out of nowhere. You're doing okay.
I know. I just, we were
going to talk... Okay, so let's talk video games. What do you say?
Yeah, let's talk whatever you want, dude.
Okay.
I'm having a blast.
So...
And I'm almost out of beer, so I'm about to fucking dip into some whiskey.
You can get into that. I will continue with my Nigori Sake. If anyone's wondering what I'm drinking, what is this? It's not milk.
It's a White Russian.
No, it's not a White Russian, although it does a body good. This is Nigori Sake. I've been playing so much Ghost of Tsushima that it brought me back to my roots.
This is all fucking lie. It's actually frozen sperm. I watched him deposit it in the bottle. Put it in my flash freezer.
Dude, it's a circle of life.
Now he's been drinking it all night. It's disgusting.
I'm upping my T levels for maximum gains. So, anyways, it's Nigori Sake.
Maximum gains.
Yeah. I've been upping my T level this week for maximum gains. We're going to get there eventually. I'm starting to feel it. It's coming.
Why do you live life? Well, I'll tell you why. For gains, brother. For gains, brother. Do you even bench, bro? Dude, do you even bench, bro?
I thought about benching
How
yesterday.
much do you lift, bro?
5 pounds every day, 10 times a day. 15 minutes a
Dude,
week.
one of the biggest weightlifters I ever seen in my life. One of the most jacked ass dudes I ever seen in my life. Lift 5 and 10 pound weights really slowly.
So you do need to do that. So I had the benefit of when I was in my
literally, I'd sit there and I'd walk into the gym because I'm not a gym rat at all. I've gone to the gym multiple times, and like I just feel like it's such a cult. It's
Dude,
so
it can be.
off-putting. It's like church.
Oh,
As somebody who believes in
Yeah.
God, I find church as off-putting as I find the gym because there's such a cult. It's not a culture; it's a cult. Like, and it's disgusting to me. It's so cringy that. But anyways, you still
you haven't found the right gym.
You still meet some dope ass people, and there were some cool ass dudes. One of them was
So
jacked
you know the
motherfuckers
band
in my life.
Skywind, right?
That's
Oh
all.
yeah, go on. I
Never
wanna
heard
hear
of
this.
them. Skywind, never heard.
When
of
I was
them.
working out at my gym right by my house, I ran into the bass player. Steve McClurg.
I heard they're a bunch of pricks.
No,
A whole
Steve
lot
McClurg
of
and
them.
Steve McClurg and I did some. We did
Skywind. No, I heard the whole lot.
Skywind?
Bunch
Talk about Skywind.
bunch of racist dicks.
Well, I can tell you at least one of them worked out in my gym, which I come from the mean streets of Brooklyn Park. I have 2 white neighbors in my neighborhood of 50. So actually, your neighborhood's. Oh wait, dude, you're in Brooklyn Center,
I'm in
Minneapolis.
the hood.
No, dude,
bruh.
we're the same. We're the same. Like
We're not on the same.
Brooklyn Park. You ever been to the mean streets of Brooklyn Park? It's like people instead of driving a GM, they drive a GM with 4 wheels.
I'm gonna. You know what? I'm into this.
I like your neighborhood, dude. I
I'm
walked
into
through it.
this. Let's pretend we live in the same place.
I lived in Elk River once. No, dude, I know your neighborhood is pretty cool. Let's say I'm from the mean streets of Brooklyn Park, and I thought he was Brooklyn Center. I thought you were
Dude,
Brooklyn
I
Center.
live in North Minneapolis.
Yeah, so we're all. It's like Brooklyn Center, Minneapolis. I don't know. I feel really comfortable where we
This
are, though.
motherfucker.
I like your neighborhood.
My block is
Why is
dope.
it?
My block is dope.
I had a friend that lived off Humboldt, and I liked it there too.
Well, and because you'll find blocks that are amazing, like mine.
Oh, that could be right.
Yeah, like you roll up on a block, you're like, this place is awesome. I don't understand why people say this is a bad neighborhood.
Dude, one time when my car started on fire off Broadway, I walked all the way. I went up Broadway and then walked like all the way up 90 something, all the way up to like, or it was Dowling all the way to Broadway to get to a payphone back in.
You
like,
also don't
1999?
actually look white too.
Oh,
you
that
may
might have been to
not-
my benefit.
You might not get any of the weird, dirty looks like a lot of normal white people, because a lot of white people get super uncomfortable because they get shady looks.
Well, I can tell you when I walked through the neighborhood, somebody asked me if I was there to sell them drugs, and I was like, no, I'm here to buy them. It's the only time I've ever been asked if I was there to sell drugs, was walking through your neighborhood, essentially, in the year 2002. Like, oh, hey, man, yeah, I know you. Come on over here, man. You gonna sell me that stuff? I'm like, no, my car started on fire back there, but I'll buy something if you got it. So I did make it all the way. You know the Beehive up there? So I walked like all the way from that, like the exit before. No, it was Dowling. I walked all the way from Dowling up this side of 94 to that exit to the Beehive to get to the payphone because it was 2001 or something, and my Honda Prelude started on fire. And the thing is, like, when I went through the neighborhood, everybody's outside hanging out. I'm like, this is great. Let's talk to some people on the way. And one guy ended up walking with me for like a quarter mile. Then when we got to one spot, he's like, "Oh man, you gonna sell me stuff?" I'm like, I thought I was buying.
My boy Sean Rush commented. He said, I ran from a mugger in Brooklyn Park. He gave up a block and a half away. Lazy muggers.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay, so they're little. They eat a few more cakes out in Brooklyn Park.
They need to watch some more Zombieland and realize there's a rule in there that says keep up on your cardio.
Yeah, dude, I decided right, exactly right. So that's why
I know what Sean's talking about though, because I ran into him. How I met Sean Rush. Sean Rush is a hilarious dude.
Well, his comment's pretty damn funny.
So Sean Rush, I went out with my boy Randy and I, like 50 something, episode number 50 something. Randy and I, we do this podcast, and he has a set at a comedy club that night. So we end the podcast, we go to the comedy club. The comedy club shuts down. We both forget to call an Uber until we leave the club. But we walk out when it's like 20 below zero. And the way downtown Minneapolis is built, everybody can understand this. It's a fucking wind tunnel, right? So if you're in the wrong fucking spot of downtown Minneapolis during the wrong time of day, in the wrong weather, you can be caught in what feels like an experimental wind tunnel for testing the aerodynamics of
Oh, wait a minute. Other people know about that? Because hell yeah.
It's brutal.
Yeah.
So
I've been in that.
So literally, Randy and I are standing out in this essential wind tunnel. Even though we found a windbreak, we found like a little alcove. We're trying to figure out where we're going.
That might be
so
the first time
cold.
you've ever said alcove on your podcast, you realize.
Maybe.
I hope not.
And as we're trying to fucking dial up an Uber, I watch mine dies right away. And I watch his phone die even fast. He had a full battery. I only had like an eighth of a battery. Mine died immediately. But I watched his battery go from basically full to like over the span of like 5 minutes as he's trying to order the Uber, shivering. You know what I mean? And we're fucking stranded in this weird part of fucking Minneapolis. We're both wasted because we got drunk on the podcast and Ubered our way there, planned to Uber our way home.
I've never used
wasted.
an Uber.
We're
I
wasted.
just walk.
It's a snowstorm. The wind is howling. So you can't even like get a glimpse. You can't even like go out and look. You're like, what the fuck? And all of a sudden, Sean Rush comes barreling around the corner like a fucking trooper, like he's hiking up Everest.
What does he look like? Does he look like Thor?
He's
I'm imagining him
beautiful.
looking like Thor.
No, he's gorgeous.
Yeah, that's Thor.
No, he's pretty, like Zac Efron.
Oh, like are we talking Neighbors 2 Zac Efron?
Like he literally looks not like Zac Efron, but he's like that type. Like he's probably Greek or some shit. He's gorgeous.
All
he
right.
looks like John Stamos.
Oh, Uncle Jesse?
Like he's beautiful.
God damn it.
He's beautiful.
All right.
He's a beautiful
So you
man.
see this beautiful man running in the wind at you.
Not running, but just like power walking. Like he
Oh,
doesn't give a fuck about this cold. And I see he comes around this corner. We're stuck in a windbreak. So I catch him out of the corner of my eye. And before Randy can even finish his sentence of like, maybe this guy knows where we're at, I've already grabbed him and pulled him in. I grab him like I'm going to molest him. Like I'm going to rape him. Like
Did you?
Like, no. But for all he know, he was like the way I grabbed him is like he was about to get fucking seriously mugged. Like he was fucked because I completely took him and pulled him in. And I was like, I just held him and I was like, where the fuck are we? We're both drunk. He's an idiot. We can't order an Uber. Tell us where you are. And he goes, I don't know, but I got cinnamon whiskey. And he points in my face like that, dude. He goes, I don't know, but I got cinnamon whiskey.
I hope it was Aftershock and not Fireball.
And literally, I think it was Aftershock. It wasn't Fireball. And I swear to God, Randy goes, are you willing to share it with us? And Sean goes, yeah, of course. and it was so funny because like I wasn't actually being aggressive, but like this dude.
This sounds like an aggressive share, though.
But he could have like immediately flipped out because I probably would have. If I would have been walking around the corner, vibing like that, listening to music, trekking, fucking like doing my thing, and some dude I'm immediately swinging punches. Like there is no,
dude. I know you. That's.
So he's
punch
I'm
first,
just
ask
saying,
questions later.
He's an awesome dude. So we hang out. We steal someone else's Uber. Like someone else calls an Uber and it's sitting across the fucking intersection. And I just see this car. We're dying. We're freezing. We have no idea how we're going to get the fuck out of here.
How long ago was this?
2 weeks ago?
Oh, fuck, dude. Yeah.
This was during that like serious
Yeah,
cold
we had the
spell.
negative 20.
Yeah.
Like we got Minnesota proper
So we're
fuck winter.
tripping the fuck out, dude. And I run up to this dude and I'm like, bro, you're our Uber? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, wait, no, you're not Stephanie. And I was like, yeah, fuck Stephanie. I don't know who she is. My boy called you. We've been waiting for you for 20 minutes. And he's like, I've been driving around the corner. I was like, dude, look at the wind. We've been stuck in that alcove watching you.
When you said look at the wind, did
you.
he go,
No. He knew what I was talking about. And he's like, all right, get in. We'll figure it out. Right? I get the boys in. I grab them. I'm like, shut the fuck up and follow my lead. I'm like, ignore that fucking app. I don't care where this fictitious Stephanie, he's drunk. He put in the Uber. He clearly put in his wrong number. He's not Stephanie. He's Randy, right? And he's wasted. So ignore that. We're paying you cash. And we did pay him cash and we tipped him extremely heavily. But Stephanie might have froze to death in Northeast.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking is, what the fuck happened to Stephanie? During your whole story, through my mind is going, is Stephanie okay? Because my sister
Fuck
had a friend named Stephanie, and I hope she's okay.
Stephanie, because here's the thing, where he was supposed to pick her up was like at least 7 blocks in the wrong direction.
I will say, when I've been
Like,
driving
Stephanie
downtown in
wasn't
Minneapolis,
getting
people
picked
jumped
up.
in my car.
I say we stole that Uber, but Stephanie wasn't getting picked up. He was nowhere near her. He wasn't even close.
The important thing is you made it from there to be here.
And no one died.
And no one. Well,
And then Sean, me,
we don't
Randy,
think anyone died.
we came back. We did a podcast here. It was a literal shit show. I deleted it. It's
Okay.
one of like 3 or 4 podcasts.
Yeah,
that
glad I
got
didn't see that
deleted.
one. Yep.
It was.
If you
it
said
was,
literal shit show, if there were buckets involved, I'm happy for you.
oh, so not literal shit show,
Okay.
but it was pretty bad.
I'm gonna screw you on semantics.
So
if
that's
you don't
the
me
story of
first.
how I met Sean.
That's the guy.
Yeah, he says I wish. He says you wish I kept that recording.
You know,
No, you don't, Sean. Trust me. No, you don't. You're glad I deleted that recording, bro.
and as an IT
None of
professional,
us
I can
looked
tell
good
you,
coming
he may
out of that
only
one.
think that it's deleted, but I could probably recover it. So, or know someone that can. So, anyways, let's talk video games. What the fuck you been playing? I've been playing Ghost of Tsushima. That's why I drink sake now. This is not milk. This is Nigori. Play Ghost of Tsushima.
Quit lying. It's come.
Dude, I told
Admit
you.
it.
I'm getting ripped.
Admit it. It's come.
Yeah, it's a circle of life.
You
Let's talk
ordered
about
it on the internet,
I didn't order it on the internet. I
and
paid
it's from
myself.
Asia.
You're on to me.
You're drinking
So-
Asian cum.
So
That's
as I,
an amalgamation of 67 very virile Asian.
we're going to
dudes.
close the loop now to the very beginning. When I spoke, if anybody, okay, the monitor just died. If anyone has been with us this entire podcast, then in the very start, are we still going here, or did everything fall apart? Okay. So in the start, I spoke about things happening. Suddenly the audio got fucked. Ah, fuck this. I'm out of here. Okay, he
You're
told
good.
me I'm
Quit
good. I'm
tripping
gonna
out.
calm it down.
You're good.
Calm it
Quit
down.
tripping out. It's just the monitor dying from the Xbox.
I love Microsoft. I really do. Satya Nadella is fantastic. I think he's a fantastic CEO. Being an IT professional, I do believe in Microsoft. I drank the, every
Get
time
back
that
to your story.
yes, Microsoft. So anyways, in the start, the first band that I was in, Subnormal, which my brother adopted me. He's my younger brother, but he's cool. He may as well have been an older brother at the point because I was shorter. So that's how we determined age back in the 90s, who was taller. So anyways, he went on, if any of you remember them, they were not Sub-Level, going back to speaking about Greg earlier. They were Subnormal. Different band, a little bit, more
Way
melodic.
shittier.
No, dude. They were something, man. They were really something. Let me tell you. They were not shittier. They were just different. So he went on to work on video games. He just, as a hobby, had kept pushing and being like, I want to make soundtracks for video games. He did it. He made a fan game for Castlevania. Then eventually his fan game was so popular that when they made their next game, they got the video game equivalent of signed and got picked up by a publisher. They made a game, which you can all buy on the Nintendo Switch, called Wallachia, Reign of Dracula. Fantastic game. If you like Castlevania, Contra, those kind of games, it's right up your alley. So he invited me to voice act in it. Now, if you are a true hardcore gamer, you will remember games from the 90s like Symphony of the Night. Or if you're a modern hardcore gamer, you'll recall games, or recount, because it's not that far ago, or long ago, games like Nier Automata. So my brother, I don't know how he did it, but he did. But he got Robert Carlyle, the original voice actor of Alucard in the 1997 game, Symphony of the Night, which, he would come in and say, like, multiple vampire things. But Dracula and Richter were probably the more, like, pile-wise, notable things to say, guys. Anyways, so he made a game called Wallachia, Reign of Dracula, which got 2B from Nier Automata, voice acting the protagonist, and I voice acted all of the goons in it, or most of the easy goons, along with one of the characters in the game. So if you play it, every time you kill an average goon, you will hear me in agony doing my death cries. So
Dude, how do I get in on this game?
you got to buy a Nintendo Switch. It's on Nintendo Switch or Steam.
How do I get on the game of
Oh,
voiceovers?
Oh, you mean you want to do it?
Yeah.
Just don't piss me off for the next 3 months. Get my brother on the podcast.
I mean, that's easy. So then I can do
Get
a
my
voice
brother
on
on the
game?
podcast. You think that's easy?
Yeah.
You might be right.
Like I mean, as far as the effort I have to contribute, like
You gotta.
I
I
will let him come on,
Dude, he's
and,
good.
and he will come on, and there we go.
Dude, his game is hot.
And not pissing you off, dude. If I haven't done that tonight, it's never happening.
I'm pretty easy to piss off too. So I think we did.
I think the closest I ever came to pissing you off was when you and I tried to date two girls that were friends, and one of them or both of them were super shady. And
it was both of them.
And we're constantly trying to sabotage each other.
Yeah.
And then drew us into it. And I heard some seriously shady shit about the other girl.
Yeah.
But I didn't buy it until I hung out with them. And I saw some shit.
And I hung out with them too and saw the same shit.
And then there was some other people that were like, yeah, that fucking blonde chick, dude, you need to fucking tell your boy, like I don't know, man. And that's the thing is I opened my mouth, you confronted her, and it almost ended our friendship. It did. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but then we got together and had a good drink and a cry.
Yeah.
And then I was
didn't
like,
cry, but you did.
Yeah, I did cry.
I cry a lot. I'm not trying to be more masculine than you, but not that night.
Well, dude, so it was hard not to cry because I stepped on a thumbtack on my way to sit down to talk to you. So that's
Right.
I told you at the time that's why I'm crying. I walked in, I'm like, oh, you're like, why are you crying? I'm like, oh, I stepped on a thumbtack. Again, they're always fucking throwing them down everywhere I go. So that's why I cried.
I thought you were crying because you hit that kid with your car.
No, that was 3 weeks. That was 3 weeks prior, and I wasn't crying. I was laughing. So there's a difference. It's laughing to hysteria. I have
Like
pop-up
when our moms cried tears of joy.
Right. I have pop-up headlights, so that's why it was so funny. My RX-7 had pop-up headlights, and it's
Gotcha.
like people go up, over, bounce. Up,
That makes
over.
way more sense.
Yeah. So that's why that happened.
That's way more acceptable of an answer.
And that was a bonding moment for the two of us.
I'm glad that's why you're crying.
Yeah. And anyways, it ended. So the conversation ended with a handshake, and we said, "Here we will be, 15 years from now, recounting this tale
And laughing about it.
and laughing about it."
And now here we are on this podcast.
Hey, if anybody's still with us,
cheers.
virtual
Cheers, you
clink.
guys. Thank you for hanging out with us. It's Saturday night. We're having a good time. We're just chilling. We're not launching fireworks, but I felt like we've had a pretty great podcast, dude.
Yeah.
This has been a fucking blast.
Yeah, we got what? I got about 20 minutes left in me. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good, dude.
All right, we'll hit a little bit of countdown. I'm trying to go for the record of longest and most interesting podcast that you've had to this point.
Longest end, most interesting end,
Or most disinteresting. I'll take either.
that's intriguing because
I'll take
tell you
longest
what,
and most disinteresting or longest and most interesting. So either one of those will work for
we
me.
could just do like a Craig Ferguson style awkward silence and see how long we could drag that on.
You do realize I am a fan of Tim and Eric. The last thing that I actually went to for a live event was Tim and Eric when they came here for the
No shit.
medical drama. I got pork disease, if anybody knows about that. I got it. And one man died for us all, and we survived. So it was in February of 2020, and I've never been to a live event since.
Cool story, bro.
All my stories are cool. Would you like to hear all of them?
I'm trying to think. Is
I don't
there
wanna hear them all.
anything else we need to touch on tonight? Did we not wrap anything up? We got about 20 minutes left, guys. Any stories we didn't finish up because I'm a bad host and I interrupted, or we got distracted, or whatever. We've been drinking, so go ahead and throw anything in there you want us to wrap up, touch base on. In the meantime, while people are typing up their things, because there is a delay,
Yeah.
quite a delay.
Hey, I'm looking at us both in this feed.
I look gorgeous.
Dude, we look good. Oh, god damn it. I was wearing this shirt the whole time. Fuck.
I mean, I'm a little hunched over. But
I thought I
that's
put
all
on
right.
I thought I put on a hoodie. I put on my astronaut shirt.
I'm a little hunched over, but you can see how fucking strong my back shoulders are.
Yeah, you got some rhomboids. You got some rhomboids
I
going
should
on
be
there.
sitting up a little bit more straight.
Yeah. So let's
I should be sitting up more like this,
I
which is
didn't-
how I actually usually sit. I usually have great posture,
Mm.
but honestly, man, I'm just like I don't give a fuck.
Jared, I didn't wear a tight t-shirt tonight because this isn't a fitness podcast. I feel like we need you've had other guys on here who are fitness guys, right?
You know what's funny is I expected you to come on tonight in like a like a not a suit,
A blazer?
not a suit. No, but like a collared shirt. And I
Uh,
expected you to look really classy.
nah.
And I
was
literally
I was
thought,
like, fuck this.
I was like, okay, I'm not gonna try to like be classy, but I don't want to look like a complete asshole and wear like a shitty shirt and look like shit. But I'm not gonna try to keep up with Jeremy. So let me just throw on this little thing, right? And then he came wearing this NASA shirt, and I was like, oh, I could have went that direction. I have a NASA suit.
So my
I
best
could have went
friend,
full spacesuit.
my best friend that I've known since 1994, his
And
husband.
that's not because I'm a fan of Rogan. That's because I fucking went to space camp as a child.
Dude, I would
'Cause
have
I'm an
loved to have been in
actual
space camp.
nerd, unlike a lot of these fucking.
Fake nerds. Fuck those fake nerds. Get real. It's pretty easy to do. Just do
Which
some
I
maths.
eventually went to space camp because of those same nerdy fourth graders that got me into Dungeons and
I
Dragons
want to
and
go
Marvel.
to space camp with you. When you have children, we
should go to adult space camp. You know, there's two different versions. There's
wanna go.
actual space camp for kids, and then there's Space Academy.
Can we like send the kids to the space camp kids while we go to
Yes.
adult?
100%. And they're two different things. So you have Space Camp and Space Academy, and they're two different stages. You have to go through Space Camp to get to Space Academy.
So let me say, because a lot of intelligence officials listen to your podcast, as I've seen from the metrics on the podcast.
Yeah, apparently the Russians are like legitimately.
They listen. They listen.
They're
Yeah.
like,
or somebody using a VPN to Russia.
I'm not. Who? Why?
It's got to be Dalton on 8 different workstations being like, I'm going to fuck this guy up. So anyways,
There's a
my best friend of
suspicious
14
amount
years.
of people from Russia listening to this podcast. And it's either the KGB, which I'm 100% convinced it's the KGB,
it probably is.
or somehow democracy and freedom of me talking shit about whoever I want is somehow leaked into the outer edges of Russia, and it's just being registered.
It's just the ethos of Russia now.
Maybe
the
it's a
Singer
country
podcast.
Russia recently took over.
Oh, yeah. Sokovia, I'm sure. Throwback to WandaVision there. So anyways, my best friend that I've known since I was 14, his husband worked for NASA. So this is an homage to him. So the best thing is, like, when he came over for Thanksgiving, I was like, dude, tell me about the space shuttles. And he stops and he looks at I won't name names right now at this point, but he looks at his husband and he says to him, what did you tell them I do exactly? So I thought he was like a space shuttle guy, like going up and stuff, and just because it was my imagination, I was running wild, right? It wasn't that, but it's still really fucking
Dude,
cool.
I know what you're.
It's NASA.
I know what you're alluding to, though. And like, dude, I got a couple family members that were deep military, and like, someday I'm getting those motherfuckers on this podcast.
Oh, they coming.
Someday
they
I'm
got
getting
they
them
got
on
things
this
to say,
fucking
and it's going to be
podcast.
okay to say them eventually. Eventually,
No, 100%.
100%.
And I'm just gonna say I've already asked
not
a
yet.
few. I've already asked a few questions where they were like, dude, come on.
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't. You
Just-
won't. You don't.
Because, I'm prodding them over a period of and they're like, dude, come on. Like, I can't even go into that. Like, and I can't. But one of these days, they're going to be, like, eventually that shit's going to be declassified. That 25-year-old
Yeah, it'll come. It'll happen.
Freedom of Information Act. Eventually.
Yeah, that act. Yes. There's other things. My mic's getting a little loose here. So, tell me, Jared, what games have you been playing? Because let me say, if anybody hasn't noticed, I've been playing Ghost of Tsushima. Fantastic game. Also, as I alluded to earlier, I'm a gearhead, so I play lots of Forza Horizon.
I'm going to sound like
Forza
a
Motorsport.
pleb. I'm going to sound like a pleb,
Let's
dude.
hear it. What you been playing?
So I'm an in and out guy, right? So like the reoccurring games I play now, there is a few RPGs.
You been
and
playing Destiny then? That's an in-and-out game if ever there was one.
I play Crucible on Destiny, but like I
that's-
gave up
that's
on
hard.
raids. I gave up on the fucking Destiny 1 I was all in on. I had all 3 characters. I had a warlock, I had a fucking titan, I had a fucking hunter, all maxed out to 33. Like I was like, oh, I was the shit. Even my little brother, who's almost fucking 20 years younger than me, was like, dude, you're fucking really good at Crucible Destiny. Because that was my shit. Iron fucking, what's it
Iron
called?
Forge.
No, the Crucible.
Iron
thing.
Banner.
Iron Banner. Oh, dude. Because it was like, here's the thing, bitch. Is like, Now it's pure fucking like
Can we put feet up on this table?
do whatever you want.
Can we just suspend them in air for a while until it gets
Do
a little
whatever you
weird?
want.
All right, I'm just going to hold this here. It hurts. It hurts.
It's my podcast. We do
All
what
right,
we want.
we're going to put this here for a little
Put your
bit.
foot up there.
Because I'm a race car driver in my imagination, I wear Pumas and not Adidas.
No one gives a fuck, dude.
People will give a fuck. Me.
Do whatever you want.
All right.
No one gives a shit.
Got to stretch that out, man.
I was huge into Destiny for that first. Oh
God
my
damn,
God,
that game was
shit
good, wasn't
sucked
it?
Me in, man.
It was so good.
It was really, and then I realized, and it's almost like Facebook, it's almost like YouTube, it's almost like all these other things. They had figured out an algorithm to get you to treat it like a job. They addicted you, like it was a constant grind. And then the Division was huge. That game was, oh my God. Same. It was the same mechanic, same system as Destiny. You're grinding, you're upgrading.
Oh,
you're
I know
getting
what it
better
is, but I
versions
never,
of the
never
same.
got to it. Tell me about it.
It was great, dude. It was like a fake bullshit, dumbed down version of Sandbox meets Destiny. So you were able to like build up instead of just going to the tower. You had your I can't remember what they called it, but you had like your hub, and you had to earn upgrades, and you could like get your medical shit upgraded. You could get your intel upgraded. You could get your security upgraded, and that all. It was great, but it just became a grind. So then I pulled out, dude, and I realized I was spending more time worrying about building these fake incentives in these fake worlds than I was playing guitar or drums or writing songs. So now the only games I play like that, I just re-downloaded Skyrim.
Classic.
Just re-downloaded Skyrim, which I haven't even started a new character on because I'm like, oh, if I do this.
Hey, which, Jason Reed, he came on here. I watched his podcast.
He's been on here a couple times. He
I
came
keep,
on here with this kid.
Yeah, I keep saying, dude, play my fucking game. Your kid loves the kind of games I'm playing. Play my game. So, Jason, if you hear this, play my game, damn it. I will walk to your house.
What's the name of it? Can anybody play it?
Anybody can buy it. It's got a Nintendo Switch or a Steam
They gotta
PC.
buy it?
Well, I ain't giving that shit away for free because I'm not the one that sets the prices or anything.
Well,
I'm
just saying nowadays with Game Pass and all these other things.
It's not on Game Pass yet. You do have to pay a la carte for it. It is on Steam. It's called Wallachia.
But it's not on console?
It's on Switch. So we're talking, the way you spell it is Whiskey, Alpha, Lima, Lima, Alpha, Charlie, Hotel, India, Alpha.
No, dude, everyone's too drunk to follow.
No,
it.
if Dalton's listening, he's got it. Wallachia, the Reign of Dracula. Play my game.
That's what people are going to search, the Reign of Dracula.
Wallachia is like now Romania or something like that. So,
what in that business is stopping it from getting to console? Like every console. Like why is it only on Switch and not on Xbox? Is it a funding issue?
Yeah, I can only tell you what I know because again, these answers, get my brother on the podcast. He'll give them to you. So I can only tell you that it's got to do with what's going to be the best fit for the platform and what is currently like people are playing on, right? So Xbox, unfortunately, if we have Xbox exclusive gamers out there, you are the bottom of the heap. So people play the least on Xbox, but their submodel with Game Pass is really good, right? So it might flip on that. Like if they get picked up by Game Pass, they would probably be on it. Otherwise, they're on PlayStation 4 if things go really well. Switch is the best audience for them with the console. Steam being the easiest to release to and the lowest risk. That's what they started with. It did well. The publisher said, let's move to Nintendo Switch. It's done well there. We may see that eventually it moves to other consoles. Beyond that, I can't really tell you. You need to have my brother on the podcast to tell you that.
Interesting.
Yeah, I can't give you those answers because I don't really know. I'm just a voice actor.
Very interesting.
But let me tell you, game developers are the new rock stars.
I shouldn't be surprised by this, though, because all I'm hearing is the same bureaucratic bullshit.
That's because I don't know.
Every industry. No, not from you. I'm not criticizing you.
Yeah.
I'm saying okay. So it's like literally every other industry that fucking exists.
Oh, you want the short of it.
You can do this, but then if you want to do that, And it's just everything is steps on a ladder.
Yeah, right. The short of it is just make something really fucking good at whatever you do.
Unless you have your own $1 billion to invest and just do it all up front.
Yeah, that'll get you there, but then you end up with that one dude who had the song that was an amazing hit, and then he played in front of a crowd and fucking
the kid from Owl City.
Yeah, who fell apart. So you get shit like that, right?
Learn how to pay your dues first.
Yeah, you got to pay those
Work
dues.
out the kinks.
Yeah.
Takes years.
So
you can. So let's just explain in context what the fuck you're talking about. There's a kid from Minnesota, from Owatonna, that created a band called Owl City. He wrote a song, and
it is a good song.
And his uncle or somebody was an A&R exec, but also he had some like hidden knowledge early back in the day on like how to make things go viral. Like there's ways to like make things go viral. And so between him and his uncle, they did that and they created a hit song. And then suddenly somebody came up with the quote unquote brilliant idea of playing a live show. And so he tried to write a whole set of music and just show up on stage and play. And he bombed.
What happened?
So badly he bombed. It was it has gone down. This is the town.
It's gone down in internet infamy.
Fuck internet. This is the town of Prince, of Dylan, of Head Charge, of Soul Asylum, Trampled by Turtles,
and many more, such as Information Society.
I mean, hundreds of other bands. But those are the big ones that everyone in the world knows those names right now.
It didn't reflect well.
We have a very long memory in this town.
And if something gets out of here, if something gets known, it's good. It should be good. We don't produce shit here.
But when you pull what that kid pulled, he didn't just embarrass himself. He embarrassed us, which is why that story continues to come up on this podcast.
It perpetuates.
Like you brought that up. I didn't bring it up. You brought that up.
Yeah, it comes so organically because it's talking about like all you got is money and connections. That ain't gonna fucking do it.
That doesn't make you a musician,
doesn't matter,
bro.
Yeah, because somebody told me early in the career of Subnormal when we had like my old man bought us like full stacks, right? So Subnormal shows up to shows with Mesa full stacks. Why the fuck did we do that? You don't need it, right? But we would do it, and somebody came to us before we played and said, "Money don't buy you talent." Fortunately, I'd like to think that money didn't buy us talent. All my dad did was work, and all he did was buy those amps.
Another example of this? You had joined Buried by Hope, and you'd been in that band.
Yeah, my family was very poor, too.
You had been in Buried by Hope for a while.
Yeah.
And Rich had been the drummer of that band for a while.
Yeah.
And I think both of you were technically both the new members almost at the same time.
Yeah, we weren't founding members. They had an original vocalist named Ben who was originally in like Downside of Truth or something. And her one song that a lot of people knew, Miserable Burden, Misery welcome me with open arms.
That's the song we sang at the battle.
Right, yeah. So there was a different version of that song with an entirely different version of the singer. And I heard it, and it was called Reveal Your God. So on the he went Reveal Your God. And on those parts, I went break me out of my shell, like I did my yell scream, right? So they were totally different, but I heard it, and it was good. So I always wonder why they picked me instead of that.
Ben quit.
Oh, well, there's your answer.
Ben bought a house.
Yeah, all right. So disambiguity in action right there. That's why they picked me, but they made the right choice. Thank you.
Like, he was already the vocalist.
Yeah, he was good.
You didn't get the job over him.
No, I'll take default.
He had already had the job before you ever auditioned.
Yeah.
Before you ever came into the picture.
Yeah.
He was already
And I heard the recording,
vocalist.
and it was good.
Yeah.
Although I like to think mine was more fun for me to sing.
And then he dropped. He was like, I'm done. I'm buying a house. I'm getting married. I'm done with music. And then they held auditions, and I actually auditioned for that band too. You got the Buried by Hope job, and I ended up auditioning on bass for Dying Euphoria, and then subsequently ended up with the actual
being the vocalist.
vocal job.
Yeah.
Super weird, but that's that song.
Yeah.
Misery welcomes me.
Dude, the
with
one thing that I like to
open
think I do is I write hooks, man.
and we became good friends.
How is it this became the burden held by one who walks on?
Alone. I remember that shit.
Yeah,
Dude,
so that kind of stuff.
So
there.
that's how we stole that Battle of the Bands from you, because we crashed your stage.
That was a fun stage to crash.
We crashed your stage.
Dude, you kicked over my fucking chairs, though. I really wanted to sit in those damn chairs and watch your set. And I
Eat
went there
shit,
like,
brah.
why the fuck are all these chairs knocked the hell over?
Eat
Now I got to sit
shit,
way back
brah.
here. Because I'm not picking those chairs up. You picking those chairs up? I'm not picking those chairs up.
Why is WandaVision a television show within the show?
Mojo. There you go. He's like reality TV for interdimensional aliens.
If that's true, that's like some Rick and Morty shit. Like,
I'm hoping they go for it. dude, 'cause
show
that's the best
me
thing they
what
can do.
you got.
Yeah. You can't really get much better.
You watch Rick and Morty?
I know what it is, but I haven't really watched it.
Dude,
I'm sorry.
Okay, stop. We're ending the podcast now. It's over.
All right.
You're watching Rick and Morty. Next time you come on. Thank you, guys. That's it. We're done. No one typed any more questions. I'm just going to hit the outro. Why not? Fuck it. He didn't watch Rick and Morty. Come on. How are we going to continue the conversation? Sit down, Jeremy. Jesus Christ. Sit down.
I was really planning on leaving.
He was just going to walk out the door. He was going to leave his cell phone and everything.
But the thing is, as I got about halfway down the hall, I realized my coat is still right here. And my wife's, when I get back, she's going to be like,
I
where
can't
the fuck
believe
is
you
your
haven't
coat?
watched Rick and Morty.
Dude,
It's
something's
the
gotta give.
greatest thing ever made.
I don't disagree, but like I said, something's got to give.
The greatest things ever made are between two subjects.
Dude, if
Of
I
TV,
start
of
watching
TV,
Rick and Morty, I can't make
TV.
good tacos.
Oh, trust
It's
me.
like something's got to give.
Rick and Morty will make your tacos better.
I'm listening.
Yeah, for real. So there's two things that are the greatest TV shows of all time.
Dude, I'm going to start melting into my chair here. Like,
It's Rick
I've
and
been
Morty.
I've been working for 10
Are
hours.
you ready for this, internet?
Yeah.
It's Rick and Morty, and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Never watched either. Sean Hill used to
All right,
watch
well,
Sunny in Philadelphia.
You're gonna okay. Well, your life's about to improve drastically. I mean, drastically. Like, everything about your world is about to get better when you watch those two shows. They're completely different ends of the spectrum. But between Rick and Morty and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, your world is going to be a better place to exist in as soon as you watch those two things.
All right, dude. I'm gonna do this for you, and I'm gonna watch 3 episodes. And I'm gonna text you and tell you.
That's not enough.
No, I'm gonna tell you if you're onto something.
6. Give me 6.
I'll give you 6. I could do
6. Give me
We
6
talk-
episodes of
we-
each.
So we talk about the normal.
You'll
time.
be hooked. You'll be hooked on Rick and Morty after 2. Sunny, it might take the full first season.
I could probably swing it.
Some people actually. Sunny's weird because some people like the first season and then didn't like anything else, and then other people don't even like it until the second season. It'll be weird to see.
So,
Definitely Rick and Morty. Sean Hill. Definitely
says
Rick and Morty.
all right. So let me tell you one thing.
Super
Sean Hill.
Dave gave the metal horns, which
Yeah.
could be approval for literally anything, including me talking about the fact that he's drinking sperm right now.
Yeah. So Sean Hill, he when I've known him, he's kind of like my
I'm gonna
my
pour a little
entertainment
whiskey.
shaman. Because let me tell you one thing. He told me about Firefly, and I watched it. And the moment that like there was like a terrorist negotiation moment, and Mel walked in and just shot the guy. He's like, done. I was like, Sean Hill, you were right. Then he turned me on to Family Guy, and then he had me play Zelda Majora's Mask, which, oh my God, Sean, I still have your bro's copy of Majora's Mask on N64. I was hoping to share it with my daughter one day when she's old enough.
Dude,
So,
if you think Family
if your
Guy's-
bro's really looking for that copy of Majora's Mask, I will give it back to him. You just got to drive to my house to get
why
it.
do you think Family Guy's good?
Oh,
I'm
why
not
do I think it's good?
challenging you. I'm asking you.
Because it was shocking at the time. it was like nothing I'd seen before. I don't think it's good now.
Do you like science and like theoretical physics and
Yeah, does time cause gravity? Dude, I'm subscribed to PBS Eons.
Dude.
Of course.
okay, definitely by probably the end of the first episode, if not the second episode, you're gonna be so hardcore sold on Rick and Morty.
Oh, I know, because the dude looks like Back to the Future. He looks like
irrelevant. I'm telling you, dude, like the content, the approach, the delivery, especially once you get into that universe. Sean Hill, that's hilarious.
oh shit! Tell me
Ian
how much
bought-
he bought it for, and I'll Venmo
Ian
him
bought
the money.
another copy.
Yeah. So
What does that mean? Explain that. Right, this is a sipper.
yeah. Okay. So
This isn't a shot.
oh.
This isn't a shot. If you don't finish it, it's okay. It's a sipper.
Okay, set it there. We'll see what we can do here. I have to answer. I'll answer your question about what Sean said. So,
Do not shoot that. Do not
I
take
don't-
that as a shot.
I don't shoot anymore. I don't
That's
do
a
shots.
sipper.
Yeah.
Shout out to Tim Java. Shout out to Jim Java for introducing me to the Hibiki.
Oh.
It's the only whiskey I like.
Yeah, I'm
I
mostly
drink
over
other
whiskey, but I like
whiskeys.
a lot of the Japanese stuff just because I've been playing so much Ghost of Tsushima. So, anyways, Sean and I would always talk like
Cheers, Tim.
gaming
I love you,
back in
brother.
the day, but we're talking like back in the Asuna days. One day, I was talking about Zelda, how I liked, and he's like, "Oh yeah, my bro played Zelda," and he's like, "I got this copy of Majora's Mask." So here's what happened. I'm like, "Can I borrow it? I will seriously play it." So he did, and I did. But what ended up occurring was I played it, and the moon struck down, and I thought it was game over. So if any of you played Majora's Mask, I was like, "Fuck this!" So the game then sat in a storage bin for 20 years, and then I uncovered it. So I still have it. I will, Sean, being the insurance guy that you are, please write up an estimate, and I will make him whole. So, I apologize for that, but I do have it. Or I can make the deal sweeter. You can just come over with your bro, and we can do some tool covers, but old tool covers. So that's what I would prefer. You sticking pickles in that shit?
Nope.
Yeah, I see you pickle juicing over there,
Yep.
man. You ain't fucking around when you pickle juicing. Hey, anybody else out there be pickle juicing? Because this motherfucker be pickle juicing.
I like pickle juice.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
You know what? You really probably don't eat enough salt. People need to eat more salt. And
That's not an issue.
oh,
My sodium intake is not.
you could be
a
all right then.
problem.
You could be all right then. Got to eat enough salt.
There's incredible amounts of fucking electrolytes in pickle juice, dude.
Yes, there is. Or yes, there are. Sorry. Oh, you had your chance to screw me on semantics. I got you earlier. Now you had your chance, but I came back from it too quick.
That's okay. I forgive you.
So, Jared, there's one thing I really want to ask you about. How do you? So
Live with myself?
no. I
It's
know how you
tough.
do that, dude.
It's really tough.
We all got to live with ourselves. How do you decide what the fuck instrument you play? Like, because you sing.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I think you do. You play
Used to.
guitar. You play la guitarra. You drum. You don't do bass though, but you do everything else. So
I mean, I can play bass. I do play bass. Just
don't ever be a guitarist playing bass because it doesn't. It's a different
correct.
thing.
They,
I hate to.
They are different things.
I don't want to bring up the trope, but it's true.
I wouldn't go.
It's a different skill
I'm
set.
not ready to say I'm a bass player, but I can definitely play actual bass. Like I get it.
Yeah, it's just a different. Which I should correct myself to say a guitarist can also play bass if
But
they
you're
understand
not a
it's
bass
a different
player.
No, they can be, but they have to understand it's a different instrument.
Correct.
It's like it's two different things, right? So if you
100%.
play them the same way, you won't get the identical result.
So how do I decide which? It's a feeling. It's a style of music. Whether I'm writing it or I'm a part of it while it's being written, or somebody else presents it to me. When I hear a song. So let's say you brought me a project, like not Anxiety Society, but the other one,
Oh, hot beer.
Hot Beer.
Yeah,
let's
dude,
say you
that's
brought me
something,
that band. When I heard that track, I was like, I heard it, and I go, why didn't Jeremy ask me to play drums on this? Not guitar, right? But
You could get your chance still.
if I sit down and I listen to Wither the Tide, I go, oh, if, and I talked to Rich, and I talked to you back in the day, and like if Rich were to break his arm and can't go on tour, like I could play drums, I could fill in for Rich, I could play those parts.
You ever felt that guy's arm though? He's got some strong bones. They take a lot.
You
to
know
break.
what I mean, though.
Yeah.
Like I can do that instrument, like in that band.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like if Sean were to break his arm, like those guitar parts may not be enthralling, but the songwriting is captivating enough, and there's enough for me to vibe and get into the juice of it all on stage, where I don't need to be riffing in order to feel self-satisfied while we're doing that music live. So it really depends on the project, because I get asked that question a lot. Which instrument do you prefer? And like my brother specifically continues to try to get me to just give him a straight answer, and I got to keep telling him they're different instruments, man. Drums is about passion and aggression and about fuel and about dynamics of laying off and knowing when to jab versus when to go for a haymaker. But when you're playing guitar, it's about grace. It's about ballet. It's also about dynamics, but in a much different way. It's about understanding eloquence, and like it's poetic, versus when I play drums, it's more primal, it's more aggressive, it's more tribal, it's more about a war. It's more a battle with my physical endurance, and can I make it through this set, giving everything I have. Every time I hit that snare drum, I could be fucking Dimebag. I could die right now. Some psycho could shoot me mid-set. Dead. Done. So this time I hit this snare drum, better be the best fucking snare hit I've ever. Crack! Boom, next one, move on. This fucking snare hit, crack! 45 minutes, an hour long. This better be it. But on guitar, it's almost more of an escape. It's almost more of like a Pink Floyd vibe. Backing off and being part of the essence,
right, melding in.
Yeah, it's weird, dude. They're so totally different artistic and performance experiences. It's not even fair to compare. It's like comparing basketball and football. Like, dude,
Jared,
they're not the same sport.
Don't bring up sports, because
we're all in the same fucking sport.
I know quite a few
We're all in a
multi-instruments, and I've never once before asked them that question. How do you decide? You have given me an absolutely enthralling and eloquent answer for that. So thank you, because
Thanks,
I am
dude.
not that. That was a beautiful way to put that.
That's a lovely compliment, and I appreciate you for doing that.
I've never heard somebody phrase it that way, mostly because I've never asked. Let me just say, I only know 3 people in my life who are able to.
You kind of do it too, though, man. You do guitar a little bit.
Very poorly. You don't want to hear that shit.
But
I break a lot of strings.
You write music, and I want to get on. I want to really get into this on the next time you come on the podcast.
We can get there. But there's 3 people in my life who actually Sean. I should include Sean Hill, because he might be 4. He's really good, and I don't want to discount him, because damn it, he's good. So let's say 4. You, Sean, Wally, and my brother. I've never asked any of you that question, so I've never heard the answer. So that's just it's a very.
I'm curious if they
it's an
would.
Informative thing.
I'm curious if they would answer the question the same way.
I don't know. I would have to ask, which I've never done before.
I mean, Sean's watching right now. What do you think? Do you play multiple
if
instruments?
You're still here, Sean.
Or even if you play just one of the instruments? Anybody that's listening, do
Sean,
you agree with either of the ways I've described playing these instruments? For me, the drums being very primal and like fucking like, ugh.
Sean understands the difference between a guitar player and a bass player too.
Like,
and
I feel like
he developed his vocals when I was developing mine, so he sings a lot.
If we're
gonna
get absurd with analogies, when I'm done playing drums, it makes me feel like an alpha male, in a sense, like I can fight anyone in the room, Like any girl is going to be smelling my pheromones and testosterone, and I'm like,
God damn it, dude, you are a lead singer,
right?
I can fucking see it.
But
That's
as drums.
That's how you got to think.
But
Are drums that same way?
But if we're getting absurd with analogies, when you get done playing guitar,
Yeah,
it's more like an intellectual, artistic, like poetic, like French guy smoking the cigarette being the smartest guy in the room. Like it's almost, I don't want to say feminine versus masculine. I think that's too simplified. Tell me if I'm crazy, you guys. Like anybody that's still watching, I know there's a bunch of you still watching. If you play either of these instruments, tell me, and Jeremy and any other listener or viewer, we'll read the comments. That's how I would answer that question. Is they're different ways to express the human emotion physically, spiritually, and emotionally.
yeah.
One is more physical and emotional. One is more emotional and spiritual. It's a balance between that triad, I think, between every instrument. So being a vocalist is very physical, and it's very emotional, and sometimes very spiritual. It's the one.
To me, it's all those things at all
instrument-
times.
It's the one instrument that could possibly bridge all three of those things.
Yeah, dude. Because when I sing like some songs, I've got lyrics in some parts
This
that hit me
pickle
so
juice is
hard
bomb.
I believe you, that it'll break me, right? Like my voice will break sometimes when I hit my really, really emotional parts. It can happen.
Yeah.
So
like if you like really wrote that part in a state of like, not just the words were emotional, but like where you were at in your motivational artistic point, and you reached out, and it's not a note you can't hit. It's a note you could easily hit cleanly.
yeah,
But that's not the way you're trying to express it in this song. You're trying to express it in this song almost like Brando in A Streetcar Named Desire, like Stella. Like you're trying to get this tone out of your voice where you're trying to sound desperate and tired and exhausted, but it's just part of your performance.
So if there's any singers listening, if you haven't really thought about it the way you're saying it, what you're saying is so much how I operate, right? But I do it without thinking about it. When it's based on a feel, and it kind of afflicts what's coming out of me at the time. So if we go way back to an old Asuna Deep Cut, we had a song called like Temporary Change, right? It was when I was in my deep Christian phase that I went through in my early 20s, right? Like I was church, God all the time.
Congratulations. I think everyone needs one of those moments.
It made me a better
in life.
person, right? It really
and then
did.
I think you need to like get away from it and like almost think God's not real. And then once
I went
you
the reverse.
and
I
then
thought
almost
God's not real, and then I listened about
fair
it for a while.
fair.
Yeah.
Either doesn't matter the order, but like I think people need to do both of those experiences
You should
in life
explore it.
before they can
experience,
decide whether it's real.
Yeah.
Unless you've believed and disbelieved, don't decide.
So there was a part in that song where my voice would crack almost every time I sang it. There's this like dee 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 dee, and I'd be like, "Your love prevails," and I'd go up, I'd hit that almost every time my voice would go like, oh, and then it just break right there. Yeah, because that would happen. That would happen almost every time. I'm sure Sean knows. He's like, oh, God damn it. That's why that.
Anybody who's not a vocalist can't understand, but the way we just did that, anyone who's played Guitar Hero gets it.
Oh, there's a name for it. It's called Stendhal syndrome, right? So Stendhal syndrome is when like you physically, like emotions physically manifest in your being, right? So it happens to me a lot if I'm listening to a stand-up. So when I work out, I'll put on YouTube, right? And if like a comedy thing will come up, let me give you a plug. John Wheeler, I was listening to your thing a little while ago about Bigfoot, and I made a couple comments and another thing you did. But I was working out doing that, so I've got 205 pounds on my barbell over my head, and John will say something like, and if you look at Bigfoot, it's like, he'll say this, and he's got this funny voice, like the way he'll do it.
He's got that really like.
Yeah, like, and the Bigfoot's right under your fucking nose the whole goddamn time. And I'll be in the middle of a rep, and it's like 205 pounds, and all of a sudden, like, I'll start laughing, and I lose all my strength. Like, it starts going, oh, shit, bar coming down, bar coming down, bar coming down. It's not funny. It's not funny. So it's like that's
Isn't
called,
that interesting how laughter can completely take away any physical strength
I lose
you
it.
have?
I lose it, dude. Like it's
You're
gone.
done.
Yeah,
You're done.
right.
I don't care how strong you are. I don't care how badass you are.
No, it's gone.
If I can make you laugh, I will make you drop 5 pounds.
So I've actually been
Not 500. I can make you drop 5 pounds if I make you laugh hard enough.
so
All
like
your muscles will
like
give
the
out.
Dread Pirate Robinson in The Princess Bride. I've been building up my comedic iocane powder resistance by working out, listening to comedians. So you can't laugh me out of this one. Anyways, so it is an actual thing. Like that's what causes my voice to crack. It's just a strong emotional response. It'll occur on some things. So there's
All right.
there's a few songs that do it.
Let's dip back into finally somebody. I mean, I'm sure these people typed this in a while ago, but between the delay and then us continuing the conversation, it takes a long time for us to catch up to this.
Sean
And
says 20 takes. Holy shit, he remembers.
I do not have slow chat on. These are just natural delay things coming through.
Right, so Sean knows. And
But he said he agrees 100% for drums versus guitars, actually. Thank you, Sean. So I'm not a complete psychopath when I try to describe it that way.
you know how do you, Jeremy? Your guitar playing is good enough to write songs.
No, he said,
I'll
right.
take that as a compliment.
He said your guitar playing is good enough to write good riffs and songs. I
That's
was
about
never that great at guitar. I just knew how to write songs and perform.
I disagree. Sean is really good at guitar because he looks at it like that.
the way he God, there's something in my fucking throat.
Dude, I
Hold
grew up
on,
listening
hold
to
on.
guitars. Like, I'd hear shredders, and I'd be like, yeah, you can basically Christina Aguilera on your guitar. It doesn't mean a fucking thing to me. You sound like shit. But then I
Right.
met guitarists like Sean,
So
who could
he's
play four
separating-
notes, and I feel them.
So
They
him
mean
and
something.
I,
It's
and
really about how
you-
you do it. It's the execution.
him and I and you, all three of us right now, is what we're talking about is the difference between playing and writing. There's a huge
point.
difference. I can fit a million notes. I can fake shred up and down the neck. Doesn't mean it's actually good or catchy. Those are two completely different skill sets. So is what he's saying is that your guitar playing is good enough to do what matters, which is write good riffs and catchy songs. That's the hard thing to do. Like, that's why people still to this day in 2021 will give mad props to the Beatles, who wrote songs in the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
They're still good songs. They're catchy as fuck.
They knew Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Jimi Hendrix, Metallica, Van
None of
Halen.
those artists did I know until last year. My wife made me buy Rubber Soul. She got me like a record player for Christmas because previously the job I had a vinyl player, right? So I was
You
at
should
work.
probably quit admitting that in public.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. It's okay. So I worked at a place where the only way to listen to the music you wanted, because the owner of the company was just kind of a badass. He's like, I got a vinyl player. Play whatever the fuck you want. So if I wanted to listen to what I wanted to, I had to buy vinyls. And my wife made me buy Rubber Soul by the Beatles, right? And then for Christmas, she got me. I quit that job and I went somewhere else. She got me a vinyl player, so now I'm listening to it again. I'm like, God damn it! Like, these songs are so good, but they're not difficult, and that's what really turned me off to a lot of '80s music, because there's so much noodling, right? And I just wanted to hear, and it's me developing as a musician, right? Now at this point, finally, I can go and listen to that stuff and really understand it. My wife's turning me onto it by listening to Guns N' Roses, listening to Metallica. What are they called? Metallica. Yes, thank you. Listening to them, I can finally start to appreciate it. I know, I'm fucking with you. It's Metallica.
Move on.
Yeah. Jason, if Jason Reed hears this, he'll probably be fucking up, like just laughing because
Jason's ripping.
He heard this stuff
headphones
like
out of his computer right now.
Dude, they would always play the shit. I'd be like, I genuinely
Rich
have no idea.
just broke his laptop.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. God, I'm sorry, guys.
You're
I can
making
be
people
educated.
rage quit this podcast right now.
Is that even a thing? People can rage quit podcasts?
It just got invented
We
tonight.
are pioneers.
No, you are a pioneer in getting people to rage quit you probably cost me 12 subs just with this. Oh, even Chad jumped in. Oh, shit. Chaz has laid it. I can't say.
No,
your
my
last name.
Google, when I say
I
Google,
can't
call
say your
Chad,
last
she
name.
goes, did you mean to say called Chaz has ladled in? And I'm like, yes. And then suddenly I'm talking to Chad.
Even Chad chimed in. Chad's never
Yeah,
once
right.
chimed in chat. Chad says you need to write what's best for the song, which can be super simple.
He is so, okay, there is some incredible wisdom in that, because every time that you write a song, write for the song. That's something a lot of people, like, don't get so heady about it. If a song is good, just let it be good. Like, write the song for the song.
I say very similar thing, slightly different verbiage, but similar point is pick your spots.
Right.
So like Dalton in our group that we played that track tonight.
Yeah.
Like, no, he picked his spot. He found a spot where it's like, I need to noodle here.
Yeah.
This makes the song better. But then when the interlude hit, it's like he's just doing these weird ambient bends.
And he opens it up
He
so
learned-
other instruments can do
He
their thing.
knows as a songwriter when to fucking step up
Right.
and shred, and
Yeah.
he knows when to fuck off. And he knows how to jump in the background and just be another member of the band.
That's such a hard thing to do.
It is so hard.
It's like it's moving beyond ego and understanding the id is really what it becomes, like a musical version of that.
It's so hard.
Yeah.
It's so hard. When do you fucking like add and when do you take away? Like there's an old art perspective. Like it's not completed when there's nothing left to add. It's completed when there's nothing left to take away.
I say it's completed when I go to bed. That's what I say. Like, we're fucking done. Here's your demo. So that's kind of how it works. Like, I hope this is good enough. Tell me in the morning if it sucks, and then I'll redo it. Otherwise,
You gotta take a sip of that whiskey, bro.
oh.
You don't have to drink the whole
Hey,
thing.
I'm gonna text you tomorrow. I'm gonna say, yeah, I just had to do all this shit.
Just take a sip of
Dude,
it.
I gotta get up at like 9 in the morning.
No,
and
you don't.
make-
We
I gotta
already
make
expressed-
pancake breakfast.
You
'cause
already
my
went-
wife's gonna be pissed.
You already went out of your way to say you don't have a heart out. So
I did.
take a sip of that
goddamn it.
whiskey.
Okay, my wife can watch this and be like, I was here. I got
take
an
a sip
alibi.
of that whiskey.
Ugh. Dude, I haven't been drinking spirits. I've been drinking sake, man. I've been drinking
Okay.
Nigori.
Well, here, just take a little sip of that pickle
I
juice.
need some pickle juice.
That'll fix your problem.
Yeah, I'm gonna be peaking any minute here after this pickle juice.
Yeah.
God damn it,
That's
that
fine.
is good. That's what I fucking needed. That
It
electrolyte.
just, it just
is getting
resets
hot.
your palate.
Yeah, that's what you need.
It's
It's like
like
ginger at a sushi
It's
place.
like wine and cheese. It's like wine
I don't
and
eat cheese.
crackers.
I don't eat crackers.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we'll
What do
get
you
in-
only eat elk?
Don't you fucking get my number of this suit in the food conversation.
Do you hunt? Do you
Dude,
fish?
No, I don't.
At
but
all?
No, I get meat from other people that hunt and fish. Well, I fix their computer.
You and I should go. Okay, I'll tell you what.
So here's the thing.
You and I should go fishing.
I very much understand where my foods come from. I like to eat bone-in meats because you should never not be reminded of the fact that you're eating a living being that had to die for you, and Earth is basically a fucking slaughterhouse. Like,
I agree with
shit's
that, yep.
fucked. It's fucked, man. My family
Even if
eats-
you're vegan,
right,
even if you're vegan.
vegan pescatarian. Fuck you. Like
there's rodents,
this is
rabbits,
a killing ground.
I mean, yeah, when you clear a field to grow soy or whatever vegetable you
something.
want, you're eliminating an entire environment,
Right.
an ecosystem for rodents, small pests. Like, don't tell me you're just valuing certain lives above other. You're valuing a deer and a cow and anything meat-ridden. You're valuing that over the meat and other proteins you're killing when you decide to farm
Jared,
hundreds
hold
of
on,
acres
hold on. I need
to
you to
grow all vegan.
let's channel a little Grandpa Tallbear here. I need you to dig
I hope
into some of
people
your Native
understand what
American-
I'm saying, but
Yeah.
it's a bullshit argument.
So no, it really
Everything
isn't.
dies in order to feed something else.
Right. Life feeds on life. So
Thank you. It's
a-
entropy. It's
yeah.
entropy.
It's cyclical more than it is entropy. So it's a simple thing, in that.
But everything dies and feeds something. Even if nothing eats you,
Yeah.
when you die,
Right.
you feed something else. That's entropy.
Right.
Period.
Entropy is a complexity of a system breaking down. So
Right.
It's a little. It can kind
Okay,
of feed into
okay,
that.
I see what you're saying. So you're right, and that system of you breaking down contributes to a different cycle, the circle of life, like some Lion King level shit.
Yeah, so
Right.
all you have to do is when you eat meat, don't just the best thing to do, which channel your inner indigenous person. We'll get a little more PC here and go one level up. one life isn't more valuable, but
Excuse
one
me,
life.
Jeremy, we prefer Native Americans.
Yeah, I prefer Native American. It's pretty easy. So it turns out I'm Pueblo tribe. What the fuck? Like I did not expect that. I thought it was Spanish this whole time.
I'm actually Ojibwe Chippewa. Like I actually know my
you
native
know,
descent.
I grew up with a Ojibwe.
I know my native
I grew up
descent.
with two Ojibwe friends, and they always, them and I were so close the whole time.
You know what's cool about the Ojibwe Chippewas? Our history. You know what was cool about us? Our claim to fame, so to speak, is that you gonna? If you don't want to finish,
I'm working on it. I'll have a few sips.
If you don't want to finish it, give it to me. It's a sipper.
Yeah, I can take that much.
Cool.
Can't do anymore.
Done.
That is pretty nice though. If we started that 5 hours ago,
we'd be fucked.
Oh, we'd be. That's where we'd be right now.
Yeah, this is, dude.
That's some.
Tim Java and I got so fucking hammered. We did a 6.5 hour podcast.
Is that his real name, Tim Java? Like coffee?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And I don't remember the last.
Oh,
hour
so
and a
let
half
me
of the
quick bring
podcast.
us back though. We were talking about like you value one life over another. I don't look at it that way. Every time that I eat meat, I say like thank you for bringing me this energy. Let me do
right.
great things
But
with
somebody
the
who
energy
goes,
you bring me.
but somebody who eats their soy-based fucking vegan-friendly
you ain't
blah
necessarily
blah
any
blah
better.
blah blah. Here's the thing: is like you think you're sitting with the moral high ground that you didn't kill an animal.
What about those bacteria? That
But
you killed,
here's the
those
thing: is
thousands
are
and
you?
tens and thousands?
But what are you value? Are you valuing poundage? Because yeah, cool. With your soy fucking blah 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 in the fieldage that was kept free of pests to grow your plants.
Yeah.
For your cool poundage. Maybe you worked out on the better end, but like if you're talking souls, if you're trying to tell me that a cow has a soul, you murdered like 50,000 moles, voles, rabbits, different little tiny vermins. Like you murdered way more living creatures in order for you to grow that field and eat your fucking clean meal.
When I get a half,
I don't
want
to hear about ethics is what I'm getting at.
When
I don't want to hear about lives lost because honestly,
Jared, when I get a half an
biomass,
elk, that's good for 4 months of meat for my family.
However,
and we're talking like multiple.
However,
adults.
I don't want to sound like I'm fucking talking shit about people that think it's unethical because I do agree. I have a serious problem eating meat that I suspect a fucking cow was like hitting the fucking side of the head.
Oh, dude,
with
let
a
me say,
taser.
hunters. I love meat that hunters give me. All my hunter. Okay, Jared.
Hunters,
you and I live in a weird place, right? We're in this weird part of Minnesota where like.
Let me finish my thing though.
Yeah,
let me because here's the thing: is like
I know
slaughterhouses.
so many hunters, and I love the meats they give.
But
us.
here's the thing: is I'm just trying to say, like, the vegans aren't completely insane. The vegetarians aren't completely insane. I understand the compassion. They're right. Like slaughterhouses, mass meat production factories, like watching a cow.
What are they called? Like the abalets or something like that?
Dude, watching a cow get hit in the brain, in the side of the head with a cattle prod, and then fucking it's just sitting there and fucking, and then all of a sudden some other dude comes up and hits it with an air gun that penetrates its brain. Like, it's insanely fucked up because I'm telling you, and what you're about to bring up, perfect segue, what you're bringing up, where I was grown, where I was raised, if you kill something, it's only because of two reasons. You need to eat it, or it's threatening your life. And even if it's threatening your life, it is your duty. And this is not some Native American shit because I'm an eighth native. This is just some straight up Minnesota white dude shit we grew up with in our culture.
I play God of War. Norse culture is amazing.
When you kill anything,
Yeah.
you make it as fast and as painless and as merciful as possible, because anything other than that is fucking sadistic.
Yeah. That ain't the kind of people I hang out with.
Like when we're hunting,
Everybody's good.
when you grow up in Minnesota, and this is hunting culture in America,
Yeah.
but specifically Minnesota because that's where.
There's
that's
a lot
where
of
I
hunting
grew up.
culture here, though.
But if you don't have a perfectly clean shot, if you think that animal is going to just get wounded and run for several miles and suffer, you don't take the shot.
Right.
You don't take the shot unless you are so confident that animal is going to only run a few yards, like 10, 12, 15 feet, and then die. It's that painless. So anything that happens when that animal moves from the moment you take your shot, anything that happens is that animal's pure instinct and muscle reaction, but like the blood has already stopped pumping and they're done. If they run more than like,
well, there's something to be said about it too.
30 feet, somewhere in, because it depends on the animal.
Yeah.
But like if they run miles, that's an unethical kill.
Yeah.
So I completely agree with vegetarians and vegans when they talk about that kind of shit. I'm 100% with you. Is where I draw the line is when you tell me it's unethical for me to go hunt in the wilderness. Because I'm sorry, bitch, listen, nature doesn't act like Bambi. Like if you're going to tell me that deer is going to die a more peaceful death, riddling in old age and cold because it's too old and it can't eat anymore, or being hunted down by a bear, because bears do eat meat. They're not herbivores.
Okay.
They're omnivores.
Yeah, newsflash. They
or
usually,
a wolf or
yeah.
or a mountain lion, which do exist in fucking Minnesota.
Yeah, there was a mountain lion in Elk River that was on the trail that I ran to work every morning. They are out there.
I want you to answer me this question. What's a more peaceful death? I shoot you in the heart and you make 5 steps and collapse before realizing what happens, or you run for your life for 35 minutes from a cougar. What's a more peaceful death?
It's
the first one.
Yeah, because I've been playing so much Ghost of Tsushima, they would say, end my suffering, right? It's an option in the game.
Do
end the
not
suffering.
sit here and tell me that me being a hunter with ethics and understanding and appreciation of nature and making an ethical instant kill is a suddenly worse death than that same deer running for its life from a mountain lion for 45 minutes before it gets exhausted.
Why do you think
and collapses in terror?
So,
Eat
dude,
shit, you naive little fuck.
There's something a lot of hunters know is that meat that's stressed doesn't taste right.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct. There's a myth. I don't know if it's true.
It's not a myth.
I didn't say myth. I almost said myth.
You almost did.
I
but
almost.
It's not. Yeah.
There's
it's
folklore.
Like
there's
it's
folklore.
an anecdote.
There's folklore in hunting that if you scare an animal, the adrenaline will taint the meat.
Yeah. And it does. Like the way, so there's a couple ways it's been said. Like
think about that though. That hunter ethic, that philosophy completely defies everything the vegans argue. Because what did we just say?
It's a beautiful life with one bad day.
We don't want to scare or torture this animal.
Yeah.
We want to kill it clean with zero suffering or fear. That sounds like the opposite of what happens in a field when a rabbit gets torn up by your combine.
Let me tell you a story about that. So just last week, my daughter and I, we were outside. I took her outside. We're playing in the backyard. I say, let's go to the front yard and see if your friends are out, because her friends across the street were kind of like a pod. We wear masks, but they can play outside. So we run around the front yard, and all of a sudden, my daughter goes, "Hey, Daddy, there's two birds in the bush over there." I'm like, "Okay, let me go look." And I look, and you know what it is? It's a falcon on top of a pigeon, and we stirred that bird up, right? So this, the falcons, they'll fly above, they go above pigeons, they drop down, they hit them. So what happened is we startled up a bird eating another bird, and I looked, and all of a sudden, like the pigeon, like we broke up whatever the feeding, the I guess the maiming of the animal to bring it down, because the way the falcons work is they'll start pecking at the base of the skull, right? They knock the bird out, they fly above it, they bring it down, they'll carry it to a secluded area, and they start pecking at the base of the skull to take it out with a brain injury, spinal injury, to bring it down quick, right? Much like we said, a stressed animal is not a good animal to eat, so they do something more humane. They knock it out, one quick blow, a couple pecks, they're done. But because the pigeon was so big and it was a small falcon, we happened upon it right at this pivotal moment. So the pigeon gets up and starts moving around. And my daughter goes, "Dad, what are those birds doing?" And I've told her about death. She knows. She knows what's happening. The falcon flies off into the tree. The pigeon hobbles around and starts flying up. Blood everywhere. And she goes, "Daddy, that falcon's blood come out, or that bird's blood come out. It's going to turn flat." And I said, "You're right, Bianca. that bird had to eat. And she goes, well, what happened if that bird died? And I say, well, if that bird doesn't eat, that bird will die. So now here's the conundrum we have, is that she and I happened upon this feeding, right? So now if this bird dies and the falcon doesn't eat it, then we've wasted a life completely, because now the falcon will die of starvation and the pigeon will die of injury. So I said to Bianca, let's go look and see what happens, right? So we watched the pigeon fly off, blood dripping across as it's flying. It lands on a neighbor's roof. And I said, Bianca, I don't know what's going to happen. She said, Daddy, but, because I told her this, she said, what if that bird dies and the falcon doesn't eat? And she's 4. I said, well, I don't know. I guess it'll be a waste. All of a sudden, the crows start circling. And I said, they'll take care of it. Don't worry. They'll clean it up. 3 crows descend upon it. The bird goes unconscious. They eat it. So it's that kind of stuff, right? Like, had that bird died and not been eaten, she and I would have been more troubled than had we not seen the crows eat it. Because I told her, Bianca, that bird had to die so another could have their life. So that's just, in this part of Minnesota, it's weird, right? Because we can be really leftist. Like, yes, I will give you half my paycheck so that you can afford a car to go to work, and you better work fucking hard when you're there. But you don't have to show up on time if I'm the boss. But at the same time, you better get out there and fucking hunt and respect what you kill.
Yeah,
so
Minnesota's a weird state. Like,
it's so strange.
And I talk about this all the time. Like, the only place that's even remotely like Minnesota in the country, not even Wisconsin, it's Austin, Texas. It's the only place where they love guns and are super lefty. That's it. Because here, you may live in the city and vote for Hillary Clinton or Obama or Biden or whoever, and be the leftist of lefties.
Yeah, I'm pretty left.
But then still take a weekend camping trip in the middle of the winter up north and go fucking hunting with your grandfather.
Right. I like hunting
Like, we're
firearms.
so pro gun in Minnesota.
Yeah. And I love hunting firearms. I prefer to eat animals that were hunted free range, so they had the beautiful life with one bad day kind of thing. I don't like guns because of what happened with my grandpa, which we can get into a different time, when they're not for a purpose other than hunting. So that's a long story.
Well, I got a gun over there and you didn't freak out.
I don't freak out because I live in Minnesota. What the fuck do you think, dude? I've grown up around guns. I don't own one. I have katanas, though. That's pretty fucking scary.
Well, and we have to have guns where I live because I call the cops and I have an average of a half-hour response time unless shots have already
Dude, let me
been
tell
fired.
you, that is a real thing. And I know that when you call the cops, like, here, I'm about to get a heart out here at about, we'll say my heart out's 12:45, right? So we're done then because I don't want to get wife scolded. I got to make breakfast.
Dude, that's fine. We can just wrap this up, dude. We don't have to. Let's just wrap this up.
Okay. Well, let me just say this really quick. Catalytic converters, right? You get your catalytic converter sawzalled out right now. You call the cops, what are they going to do? Oh, you're on your own.
Yep,
you're fucked. So now, is a catalytic converter worth a life? No. But it fucks you up. That is a lot of money, and you could lose your job, and you could lose your livelihood. So that
and
kind
if
of
you
becomes
lose your
life.
job, you lose your job long enough,
You're
you miss
fucked.
a couple mortgage payments, you lose your house,
which I
you
will
lose
work
your
hard to
wife.
help pay your taxes to give you social programs, which brought me up to where I am right now. But I want you to be able to defend it. I don't want you.
And here's the thing: is you just because you pay those taxes does not mean every American has access to any of those social programs. So let's say your catalytic converter gets stolen. It's not
you call the cops, they say they ain't coming.
It's not worth a life.
No.
But all of a sudden, you can't make it to work for 3 days.
Fucked.
You lose your job.
Yeah.
Once you lose your job, it takes you a few weeks to find another one. That sets you on a spiral,
right?
Which makes you fall behind on all your bills,
and
including your mortgage.
Let's hit my leftist brakes,
and
saying who's buying the catalytic converters. Let's stop there. Somebody. There's always going to be someone.
But hold on. All of a sudden, you lose your job, you fall behind.
Fuck.
Now you lose your fucking house.
Yep.
Once you get foreclosed on, you lose your wife.
That's called livelihood.
Then you lose your
life.
wife.
Yeah.
Okay? Now all of a sudden, you may have not lost your life, but you lost your life.
Yeah, it's called livelihood. You've lost your livelihood. So let's say, though, for example, you run out and you're just yelling and screaming or hitting the panic buttons. They got a sawzall. But if you have a pistol, like many of my friends, actually everyone that I know except for me, I've got katanas. That's pretty scary if I run out with my Wakazaki and my katana.
Or a ninja star.
Dude, I got pretty good at throwing shurikens, so let's just say that.
I'm just gonna say you better be. I
But
play disc golf. Ninja stars are completely unrealistic.
Shurikens, it's a knife. It's a short knife, not like ninja stars. A shuriken.
Yeah, ninja stars are completely realistic.
They
I play
they
disc
never
golf.
worked.
Things over and under correct based on aerodynamics.
I can't throw a frisbee to save my life.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
if you go out there with a handgun, and this is why I'm okay with handguns existing. If you go out there and you draw your weapon, you're like, what the fuck? They're gonna leave, and they ain't coming back for
Unless
at least a
they
couple
have a
weeks.
handgun. And then you need your wife to pop out the door with an AR-15 and go, ksh, ksh. Listen, bitch.
Let's not escalate that quick, right? Let's stop right here at the
But
handgun.
what do you do if you pull a handgun? Think, because this is a common.
If you draw a gun on someone, you need to be ready
this
to
is
shoot. That's all there is to
I
it.
agree with that.
Yeah, you got to be ready to unload an entire clip
I agree with that.
or magazine.
But this is a common thing that's brought up in home defense. Oh, you only need a shotgun. And most of the time with a home intruder, just simply cocking that shotgun is going to scare the shit out of him and he's going to go running. That
No,
shit
no.
ain't true.
No, it's going to make them get more tactical. If
Right.
anything,
Like,
and
exactly.
it's a giveaway. Then they know you have a shotgun, so they know what you're looking for. But we don't need to get that deep, right?
I'm just simply saying this. Like, if I run out, let's say the riots are happening again, which could potentially happen.
Yeah, they could.
Chauvin's dude.
Oh, they're gonna be some shit.
Every government
They're gonna be
building
some
is
shit.
literally fortifying and preparing for war. Every government building in Minneapolis, every single precinct in Minneapolis is literally barricading and setting up for war.
Yeah, we kind of need to because hopefully things are better. But whatever the outcome is, somebody's gonna be pissed.
So let's say it all happens again, and
Yeah.
somebody shows up outside, and I happen to, let's just say, in a hypothetical world, I'm waiting out for, I have a conceal and carry permit. I'm a legal gun owner.
I know a lot of people that have that. I have many friends that every time they come over, they're like putting their jacket down. They're like, "Oh, Bianca's here."
Let's say you're on your way to come to a podcast. Political climate.
Stay with me. We're almost done.
Political climate's a little hot.
Oh, it's
So
been
I
will be.
decide to just go sit on my front porch and smoke a cigarette and wait for you. While that's happening, I see someone legitimately try to steal my roommate's car in front of me. In Minneapolis, in Minnesota, we do not have what's called castle defense. It is my legal obligation to call the police. But here's my legal defense. I have a condition that's called knowing the police response time. Meaning, I could call the cops and tell them my car has just been stolen by a white male, 6'4", wearing white shorts and a black t-shirt. And he took a right on Lowry and went this direction. They're not going.
No, they don't, because if
They're
anybody
not going.
if any of the listeners out there have had their cat cut out, I already know because the family members had their cat cut out 3 times. People getting desperate right now, right? Although they also can be opportunistic. They might not be desperate, but they found out a good way to get money. The cops aren't coming. They aren't. So,
But here's what I'm getting at.
They're
if
not.
if I were to see this happening and I walked up as that dude jumped in my roommate's car and walked up with my gun and pointed it at him and said, "Get out. This isn't your car. This doesn't belong to you. Move on with your life." If he were to call the cops, I would be charged as a criminal.
that's fucked.
Not him.
Yeah.
Because I brandished a weapon outside of my home. Because that's called castle defense. Like, where does your home stop?
Yeah, it's
In Minnesota, I'm not even allowed to discharge my weapon legally if I'm chasing you out of my home. So let's say
it could be a slippery slope, though. And that's something that I am not educated enough on, and I've not given enough thought. I just know my stance with guns is based upon something that occurred within my family.
all I know is this. Is the only way anyone thinks guns shouldn't be readily and easily available at every level. AR-15s, handguns. The only experience I've ever had where any of you have ever been able to tell me I shouldn't be able to own them and readily use them to defend my property is if you've lived in a privileged upbringing where the cops actually show up in a realistic time. So there's the suburbs, and that's it. If you're in the country where you have a single sheriff,
Jared, let me ask you something.
on 100 square miles,
let me ask something pretty.
You need
easy.
a gun.
Oh God, my mom. Where my mom lives, she needs to have a gun.
Yeah, but here's my point.
Cops can't even get there.
But here's my point.
Hour.
In the hood where we are right now, when you leave, I will escort you to your vehicle with my C&C permit to make sure, because anything is possible, and there's no way we're gonna have the cops show up in a realistic amount of time.
No, they won't. They won't be here. It's
so the only people who think we shouldn't have guns are people who pay a shit ton of taxes in the suburbs.
I pay a lot of taxes,
and they get a 30-second to 5-minute response time.
I live in Brooklyn Park. I don't get that, but I pay taxes out the ass. So, Jared, let me ask you one thing. Did you grow up? Does almost every household around you growing up have guns? Because me, yes. Have I been shot? No. Have I had guns drawn on me? Yes. Well, maybe not necessarily drawn, but brought up to me, pointed sort of twice.
I would answer all those questions the exact same way. Yes, I grew up every house in the suburbs.
They all had guns.
Because I grew up all over the state. I
grew
up in the country, I grew up in the suburbs, I grew up in the city. Yes, most people I know have guns, except for when I lived in Northeast or Uptown. I've never been shot, but I have had a gun pulled on me many times.
Right. So the majority of us are not going to encounter a gun in that kind of circumstance. I've lost friends to guns, right? But some of them, how I lost them, probably would have happened through alternate means if it weren't to happen that way.
Right. You talking about Bobo?
Let's just say friends, okay? There's more than one.
Well, we already brought him up.
Yeah. Bob's one of them, right? And maybe it wouldn't have been the same. Maybe it wouldn't have. That one's always going to haunt me. And then there's like,
well,
then
if he was black, all he would have had to do is flash a fucking wrapped up Subway sandwich.
He was
and
Mexican.
He got shot.
He wasn't white, so that's all there was to it. So right, like
he didn't even have to have a gun, and he would have fucking
no.
Could have had a hoagie,
dude. Because of my last name, I've been pulled over for signaling correctly and passing cars properly.
Right.
So like that kind of stuff happens, and I'm a fairly white looking minority, so I can't imagine what would happen if you were otherwise, right? Like that's. In the paper discrimination, which is kind of bullshit, but I've got it pretty easy. It's light, and I'm not going to deny that. So it's very rarely do I ever encounter an issue. I feel like we grow up around guns. They're going to be here. They ain't going away anytime soon. The people that should have them oftentimes are the ones that do. Sometimes those that don't. But
when all the people that fear a fascist government, whether you're afraid of Trump or you're afraid of fucking Biden or you were afraid of Obama, or you're afraid of the next Republican.
Right.
That's why we have the guns. You don't have to worry about any of these fucking idiots as long as we have all the guns.
And you don't need to bring them to the places that you do sometimes. Just
the only way any fascist or communistic dictator has ever taken over anything ever, first step is take the guns. So as long as we have the guns, we have the say. And if you're not comfortable with guns...
The experience lasted. Put it that way.
Here's my point. Here's what I say with guns. It's like I'm talking to my mom about gay rights. You think being gay is wrong because of your Christian beliefs? Fine.
I have gay friends that own AR-15s.
Here's the thing. No. We're going to make it simple. If you think being gay is wrong, don't be gay. If you don't think guns are smart, don't own them. Is where I draw the line... is when you want to take that right from somebody else. If my friend wants to be gay, he has the right to be gay. You don't get to decide whether he has the right to bang another dude. This chick I'm hanging out with, if she wants to eat the same pussy I just got done eating, that's up to her. You don't get to take that right. Same thing with religion. You want to sit here and claim maybe you're one of those weird right wingers who claim
Jared, can I tell
Muslims.
you something?
Hold on. You want to claim the Muslims are a danger to American democracy because they're all like, fine. But guess what, motherfucker? We have freedom of religion in this country. We're not banning Muslims. We're not doing it.
No, that's just.
And I don't care how many terrorists there are that claim to be Muslims.
There's plenty
So
of white
guess
terrorists,
what,
too.
motherfucker? We're not banning guns no matter how many assholes commit crimes with guns. Because these are constitutionally protected rights. We will take the good with the bad no matter what happens. We don't ban Muslims because they're terrorists. We don't ban guns because there's mass shooters.
Jared,
Period. End of story.
This is something that's kind of
This
beautiful
is
about
it.
Minnesota. So we have all the guns and we have all the taxes. So we're kind of like Texas and California.
But we
in one.
also don't ban gays because
No, we don't.
Christians think it's evil.
Right. And that's
Because we
what's
have
really great.
constitutionally
God, I hate-
protected rights. And it
I
really
hate the cold,
doesn't
but I
matter.
haven't left.
It
And I'll
doesn't
pay the high taxes.
It doesn't really matter what we personally believe. The only thing that matters, whether you're a Christian or a Muslim or you're a gun rights advocate or you want gun control, none of that matters what you believe. Is what matters is what the Constitution says you're allowed to do, which is practice whatever religion you want, do whatever you want with your body because you have the right to privacy without government oversight, which includes abortion. You have the right to be gay because the church nor the government have the right to invade your privacy and inspect what you're doing in the bedroom. And own a fucking gun.
Is there such a thing as a leftist libertarian? Because that's what I think I am.
I think that's like
I think that might be actually what Minnesota is.
I think that's
Is that how do we find that on this? Where
I
in the Venn
think-
diagram does that
I
work?
think this is
Because we wanna help each
defined as
other.
a classical liberal.
Right. We want to help each other with social programs because let me just tell you one thing,
Yeah,
right?
we want the arts, we want healthcare, we want
Jared,
to
I'm
take
gonna
care
I'm
of
gonna give you
people, right?
something some
Right?
people might not know, but
But-
I was a welder, right? I was
No, but
working in machine
Hold on,
shops.
you just asked this question.
Yeah.
We all want, so let's agree with this. We all want like the arts programs. We all want good education.
Yes.
We all want like decent health care that
we can't be
everyone
duped
can
if we got
afford.
good education.
Right?
Yeah. And good nutrition.
Can we agree on that?
Yeah, everybody should be able
Well,
to.
I don't think the government has any role in nutrition.
No, we can simply provide
don't. I think
food
science
stamps, maybe.
No, well, fair, but that's not.
And I'll tell you because
that's
I've been
not
on
nutrition though.
them. Oh, I was
think
on them, and they take them in good places. So let me.
Yeah,
tell you,
but that's not nutrition. Nutrition is science. Like the government shouldn't be advising what people should be eating. That should be dictated.
they
by
should make it
science.
available, is what I think. They should
Maybe
make it
the
available.
information.
the foods and the availability. So
Sure, but that's not nutrition. That's
Jared,
just,
let me allow me to tell you a success story of a leftist leaning program in Minnesota surrounded by guns, because it's such a strange place. So I was in a program called the Dislocated Workers Program from Anoka County, right? So in 2008, I lost my job as a welder, and I was like, fuck, I'm fucked. So I found out about this thing called the DWP. I went and signed up for it, and they paid for me to go to school. And what I went to school for was IT, right?
Mhm.
Information technologies. That always leaning towards it. They paid for like $20,000+ of my school. I had to jump through a lot of hoops to show them I was really doing it. And when I was done, I completed it, and I moved up significantly from where I was, right? Like
and now you're making incredible
and
money
paying
and
taxes.
paying way more in taxes.
and yeah,
This is why I'm not a conservative. This is
Right.
why I can see the benefit in using tax dollars to educate and give people a leg up in society. I am not preaching a conservative
you may
rhetoric
have been
right
paying
now.
taxes towards what I did at that time. You may have paid for
100%.
my food stamps, for my
You
education.
were also paying taxes towards that.
Right, that's true.
While
That's
you
true.
were a welder, you were.
That's true.
These are all things we're all paying for.
Right.
I
And
have no problem with these.
I'm a person who is able to do
At
it.
all.
I've had, and here's the thing too. Once I got that kind of work, once I started doing that, I found my other friends who were in situations too, and I would say like, "Come do this. You'll learn how. It's great. This is what we got to do." I try to bring people with me too. So, it made a difference for me. So now instead of being a dude who, let's just say, I grew up very poor. I grew up in rural Minnesota because my parents couldn't afford anything else. I was at a point in my adult life in my early 20s where I was making $60 a week. It got rough, man. Where you're scrounging for change to
Yeah.
get a can of beans.
I was there too.
I will never forget that. It made me a better
rough
person.
life.
I don't want to say that, if you grow up privileged, you're any worse, right? Because people who grow up with privilege, they aren't determined by it, right? They aren't defined by it. You are who you will become. But those programs work. And I like to think that I am a case study in a success in it. I might not be like all others, but give those programs. Because for every 3 that you don't get that fail, there'll be the one that does, and they'll add so much. So, which I don't want to say I added a lot, because I might have taken a lot too. But at least I'm now paying a lot of taxes.
But the theory is, and has been proven, that if you educate people, they have a greater opportunity, especially if you look at macroeconomics.
Yeah.
They have a greater chance and ability to contribute to society.
They do.
And make society and the whole of the economy more profitable in and of itself.
Right, which is why it's so strange.
This is why I'm not a conservative. This is why I think what you're talking about is what's called a classical liberal. It's not a libertarian movement, because libertarian is about like pulling out completely, even acknowledging.
I do kind of think about that too, though.
Even but libertarianism. And Jamal has been on the podcast several times. He's probably one of the best libertarians.
Oh, Jamal from Emergent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that guy.
He's probably one of
too.
the most civil and composed libertarians. And him and I have talked about this many times. The main issue with libertarianism in its core and pure self is that it's too willing to be a little anarchist.
Yeah, I ain't going to let you die for falling. I'm going to extend a hand.
It allows a little too much suffering for my personal taste.
Yeah, that's the only difference.
What you're asking about
one of the
is closer defined as classic liberalism, which is, in its core definition, extremely moderate. Extremely moderate.
Which I always think, Jared, to myself, like, so as an adult, do you remember those nights as a teen, like being high as fuck, being like, man, if there just wasn't money and we just had these things and we could just do the stuff and everybody would be okay and it'd be all right? Like, what the fuck if you as an adult had a conversation with that person? Would you make yourself puke? Because if so, you might want to reevaluate, because those things, if you felt them early, doesn't mean they were wrong. Just because you've been jaded and hardened by the world, made cold. Remember, sometimes the closer you get to the source, the closer you can be to the truth. That's why I like Minnesota, though, because there's so many people that are like right there still. everybody that I've met in the music scene is so, maybe that's just artists too, because to tell you the truth, I haven't spent a lot of time in other states, only like a couple days. So, but that's something kind of beautiful about here, is you can have that, these people that are willing to pay these taxes for me to go through this program, yet they're still very, very conservative with many things too. But it's kind of like that, if you're falling down a cliff, we're going to extend a hand, because we want you to be here, but we want you to have all these things too. All right, man.
Let's wrap it up, dude.
Yeah.
Where can people follow you?
They can follow me on not many socials. I don't post much, but you can find my band on the socials. Anxiety
You got
Society.
an Instagram. I put it in the comments.
I've got
Jeremy Montoya.
Yep, I've got an Instagram. Occasionally, I'll post on there pictures of cars, pictures of things, music. It's kind of just a catch-all.
You got to get a real website.
As far as the bands?
No, you got to get your own website where you can like post links. Like, have a music page
just
within
like a
your
meta
website.
site. Yeah.
And it'll just be a direct link to any project you've ever been in or want to promote ever, whether it's current or past or whatever. You got to get a real website. And then you can also like start vlogging and do all your car shit. And
let's take a phantom drink here. Give me a clank. This one, phantom drink.
It's like a glorified social media. Only you own your own data instead of letting Facebook make billions off you.
Yeah, I don't do Facebook because I want to make those billions with my data.
Yeah, so start your own website.
I do
Hit
have
up
a
Scott
couple.
Werner.
Yeah, Scott Warner and I are very parallel in what we do.
Hit up Scott.
We didn't talk much about my pro career, but we'll talk about that some more
even
later.
if you're friends with him, it doesn't matter. If you use my promo code, you still save 10%.
Right. Use the promo codes. They are good products. I endorse. Even though I don't like guns, I like these guns, and I like bullets being efficiently projectiled from the
and my ability to
if you're gonna shoot, make it shoot well.
My ability to own guns has already saved a couple of people's lives in this neighborhood. So let's just leave it at that, and we'll fucking let me figure out where my new buttons are. I rearranged all.
Hit those outros.
Shit.
Good night, people. Explain to your wives why you've been up so late. It was interesting.
No, this was fun, dude. I appreciate this. This was an absolute blast, man. Thank you so much. I mean, obviously we're friends and we're in a band together, but it's still always a big ask. Always a big ask, and I appreciate
Send my wife a gift basket.
I appreciate when you guys take your time and come hang out with me, man. It's a really big deal, and I really appreciate it. And it always goes off the rail. We never really know where it's going to end up. We start one way, and we always end up another. But thank you guys.
You gotta get things together.
Hit
Start
like,
bringing that energy.
subscribe. Make sure you follow him. We're almost there to hit 200. We're on our way to 1,000 subs. Hit like, subscribe, the whole deal. We got the Patreon. You know the deal. Shout out to Werner Elements and Shooter Lube for sponsoring the podcast. I appreciate you guys so much. And yeah, man, this was
Stay hopeful. Stay beautiful.
this was a pretty good one, dude. 5 hours. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm in trouble when I get home. So
You're in trouble. You'll just put that heavy dick down. You just slap.
meaty
that heavy
thwack.
dick down. You're good, dude. You going? You look like you got a piss.
Oh, I do.
All right, guys, we're out. Love you guys. Thank you so much. I can't find my mute button. I don't know what's happening.
Turn everything off. Full plugs.